No,
Talkity talk
okay, that
talk.
hold on. That's why I can hear you, because it's clearly not working properly.
Welcome to
Okay,
the YouTube
there we go.
preamble. Bull, bull, but I knew I'm blinded by the light.
Well, I just gotta open it on the tablet now. Everything else should be good to go.
On the tickety tablet. I'm probably gonna change it back, but let's just see what it looks like. Oh god, it just looks like we're floating in the air.
So, I mean, so it that was interesting to note. Um,
And my name inside. Can
so
I hide the names?
that might not work with the splitter then, because when the entire time when I was talking to you, um, uh, um, it
Like,
it showed that it was on, but like it was red. The light was red as if it was on, as if it was normal. But I was hearing you through my phone, and clearly you weren't hearing me on microphone tech, but it was red as if it was on.
weird. Jordan, have you seen what it looks like?
No, I'm still opening shit. So you
Floating
just
in the
need to.
pink void.
Oh no, that's the wrong way. Can I just switch those two sides? No,
It looks way worse on the actual stream.
stupid, irritating.
I guess I could be doing this while I wait for you.
Stupid keeps opening it on the wrong side, and then I can't switch it.
Whoops.
Left. You go on the right. Because I like YouTube on the right. I don't. It feels weird when it's on the left. Oh, I don't like that. Why is it changing my background?
We're both pink.
I don't like that. I want to be back in the podcast studio.
We're
On
in the
mine, it shows that
land
I'm
of
still in my
pink.
podcast studio. Why are you able to affect mine?
We're in the land of pink. How do I change it back? 0.
Like if you want to tint ours and make it look
It's
like
pink.
10%, so it's vaguely pink, but I don't like just being in a pink void. That looks
In
weird.
a pink void. That was funny.
No,
That was
that
funny.
that looks weird.
This
I'm but can we hear us?
we're hanging out in the pink void.
0. Like if you want to tint
That's
ours and
funny.
make it look okay, I can hear us both.
We're in the pink
So I'm
void.
ready whenever you are.
Jordan, did you enjoy hanging out in the pink void?
No,
You sure? It's pretty fun. I enjoyed
fuck,
it.
fuck Valentine's Day.
Fuck the pink void. Okay, everybody. Okay.
I hate Valentine's Day.
Bah. Humbug. In 3, 2, 1. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see all kinds of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So please head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. On with the show, Jordan.
I am also here.
Jordan's also here at Spur the Moment Podcast, everybody, on YouTube every Sunday at 11. It's me, I'm Justin. I'm Justin Spurr. Jordan's also here. He's the incomparable Jordan. You don't know his last name. You don't know it. You think you know it, but you don't know it. You just know he's the incomparable Jordan. And on today's show, he's doing a little can. And on today's show, first off, we're gonna do a little review of the Muppets. We're gonna talk about the Muppets. What we thought of it.
I'm
Are the Muppets back, baby? You're just gonna have to tune in to find out. And then the news with trailers, Stranger Things, Tales from 80, whatever. The news about Spider-Man and other such news. And then it's Valentine's Day next week. Next week is Valentine's Day, and you might be asking yourself, everybody, why is he doing a Valentine's Day special a week early? Because then, everybody, you all get a week load of content where you can find out movies that you should or should not watch with your significant other for Valentine's Day, leading up to Valentine's Day next Sunday.
I think you
Everybody
mean
wins.
singles. I think you mean Singles Awareness Day.
I think I mean Valentine's Day because the
I
algorithm doesn't know
think
what Singles Awareness Day is.
I think you mean Singles Awareness Day,
Jordan, it doesn't mean sad. It means Valentine's Day,
which makes people sad.
which makes people sad and aware that they're single. Jordan, let's begin with the Muppets now. Jordan, I know a lot of
Justin,
people are. I know
it's time to play the music. It's time to light the lights. It's time to
get things
meet the
started
Muppets
on the Muppet
Muppet Show tonight.
And I know a lot of people are going to expect us to be grouchy old men because of how many times we complained about this and how we were like, we're not really feeling this. We just expect wrong-sounding Muppets. And you're probably, as our fans, we have fans.
Justin,
They're expecting cynicism.
Not wrong-sounding Muppets as a whole, just Kermit, which, yes, it does bother me, but not enough that it ruins the experience.
The audience, our fans, of which there are many, they're all expecting cynicism from us, Jordan. And Jordan...
I mean, there are some.
There are some. Jordan.
You know, there's at least 380.
Okay. Elephant in the room. We gotta deal with the elephant in the room, or the frog in this case. He is literally the only one who sounds wrong, and that makes it worse.
Yep.
Yes, he does sound off. Okay, he sounds off, and I'm tired of people being shamed into feeling like they shouldn't feel a way about that. It's fine to notice that, and it's fine to be bothered by it because he's made no effort to improve. I saw a video where someone compared it to him 10 years ago, and they're like, he hasn't improved. You just got used to it, which is fair.
Pretty much, yeah.
But he's the only one who sounds off. He's the only one. Every other one sounds close enough, and I know we've talked this subject to death, but I've just seen a lot of defenders.
Which is why we're gonna go through this fast.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of. The only reason why I'm bringing it up for a billionth fucking time is because I've seen too many defenders of it. Jordan said this, and I agree with him. If less people were defending it on the internet, it would bother me less. But there's too many people defending it. It's bad. It's not good. He doesn't do a great job. There are points where he's not terrible, but he's overall just not the guy. He's not the guy.
If it would bother me less if we could all look at it, be like, yeah, no, that's bad and wrong, and then move on,
right.
and like, you know, then we could appreciate the rest of it and how fucking awesome and fantastic it is. Like what we're doing, where it's like we're acknowledging it. It's bad. It's distracting. It's the one thing that makes me go like, I don't like it, and I love everything else.
I finally figured out the perfect analogy for this. Because we kept being like, it's like if Mickey sounded wrong. More Muppets related is, you notice how Elmo went through a bit of virality last year, where he became really associated with a character called Rocco, who's just a rock, and that whole bit was very funny. But you'll notice the entire time through it, no one complained that Elmo sounds wrong. No one ever complains that Fozzie sounds wrong. Nobody complains that Miss Piggy sounds wrong. And yes, they do sound different. Like, Miss Piggy sounds different because the gentleman who performs her is getting older. Like, they all sound different, but they sound close enough that it's not distracting. Piggy plays a significant part in this special. Never once complained about how she sounds.
I mean, yeah, I think it's like we said last time. They sound on. There's a brand. Yeah. And they sound on brand. He doesn't sound on brand.
Now, that having been said,
now we can talk about the rest of it.
There are moments in this where I eased into it. Where like he does sound like Kermit. Like when he yells. Like there's a moment in this where he gets run over by a door and he's doing the I'm injured Kermit, and he sounds like Kermit there when he yells, when he screams. Like there's a few moments in this where like he's nailing it, and it's what makes the parts where he's not nailing it extra frustrating, because like he knows what he's doing, he's just not the guy. Now, that having all been said,
he's a good puppeteer though. He's got the puppeteering down.
Absolutely, he's got the puppeteering down. And if the question is, are the Muppets back, baby? They're back. I'm one of those people who says they never left, but they're back, baby. This is amazing.
I want this backdoor pilot to work. I want them to get a full show.
They're going to get a full show. There's no way they're not already working on it. This thing has way too much hype built around it. It's way too popular. It's performing way too well. Too many people are talking about it. And a measure of success now is, are people talking about it on the internet? And absolutely they're talking about it on the internet. They just are. They just are. There's so much
Sorry,
of
real
this.
quick. A part of your Broadway world says, "I don't care. I don't notice anything different, and people complaining are just stupid. I was brought back to childhood when I saw the show. That's all that matters."
Um, yeah, I mean, that's odd that you don't notice a difference because there's a significant one. I mean, there's a chance that you maybe grew up with Matt. You're young enough. There's a chance you might not have grown up with the Steve Whitmire Kermit, but there's a noticeable. The thing that we always go to is how you know there's a noticeable difference is when normies notice it. Again, nobody's
I mean,
complaining about
heck,
Miss Piggy.
when
Nobody's
when
complaining
I,
about Rolf.
when I notice it,
Yeah,
let
exactly.
alone normies. Like I don't have a big earbug for that sort
I
of
mean, you
thing.
kind of do,
So
but
I do now, but I don't like not in the same way
you've
that
always
you
been like
do.
that character sounds wrong. So it's like, no, I would disagree with that. But in this case, it's when the normal people, like the normal everyday people, who are like something sounds wrong with Kermit. But to be fair to Kermit, when he's
She says, yeah, I grew up with 2011 Kermit.
20, yeah, then you would have grown up with Matt Vogel. That would have been just after. No, sorry, Matt Vogel took over 2017, so you would have been towards the end of Steve Whitmire
He would
a
have been in
newer.
like one thing that you knew, and then it quickly swapped over. So I can
Yeah,
understand why you wouldn't notice.
yeah, exactly. I totally get that.
Whereas he just, to me, it's just, it's
Um,
not,
there's a lot about this special. Just to
but I
start
love
off
this
with,
special.
the special is phenomenal. They would be dumb to not make this into a series. They absolutely would make it into a series. I've seen a lot of
Yeah.
great ideas
She says,
for.
uh, she says, like, my distant memory I have is with Muppets Most Wanted, which would have been like his
Oh,
last.
that Muppets Most Wanted. That would have been Steve Whitmire's. No, Steve Whitmire's last thing, the thing that got him fired, was that 2015 show.
Oh, yeah, I always forget about that
Yeah, the
show.
the ABC show, which people are re-examining now. I saw a video from someone who said that show's good, actually, and I was like, "Holy shit!" Someone actually, other than me and Jordan, thinks that show is good. Because
I
everyone
like that
hates that show
show,
for some
but
reason. Steve Whitmire hated that show, and he was wrong. Um, anyway,
not the
um,
point.
not the point. There's a lot. Okay, as a fan of the OG Muppet Show, this is so authentic in ways that people aren't appreciating. Like, I saw someone say it was close but not quite there, and I'm like, you're so wrong. From the laugh track, the fake laugh track, the fake
Yeah.
laugh track is like everything. I saw someone say, "Oh, it's cute when it's like musical," but the Muppet Show, the original Muppet Show, was like 90% musical numbers. Like every third or fourth sketch on the like sometimes Jim Henson and the people who made the Muppet Show just thought the idea of the Muppet singing a song was funny. And they
Yeah.
would just do a straight cover. Like there's one where it's Floyd Pepper. I think it's Floyd Pepper, and he's just playing "While My Guitar Gently Weeps," and that's the joke. That's the bit.
Yeah.
Like he's not singing funny lyrics. He's not doing anything funny. He's just singing "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" because they thought the idea of the puppet singing the song was funny enough. And so in this special, like the most authentic Jim Henson sketch in this special is probably Rizzo singing the "Blinding Lights" by The Weeknd. Like that sketch is my favorite sketch in this special because it is exactly the kind of sketch, if Jim Henson were still alive, and working on the Muppets, he would make, or certainly
I
he
mean,
would approve.
that and Haley, real quick. She says, "I was surprised how good Sabrina Carpenter was." And yeah,
No,
so
I
like
wasn't really.
a joke. No, but I was gonna say a joke that Jim definitely would have been like yes and appreciated and thought was funny is the kink joke.
Oh, for sure. I mean,
He would
I mean,
absolutely
just the
have
fact that she's a blonde white woman. Kermit. So I saw someone say this in a comment. And they're absolutely right. Kermit always had intense sexual chemistry with a blonde white guest star every single
Oh
time.
yeah,
Every
oh
single
yeah,
time, he would flirt with them constantly. And yeah, it's bringing in a famous person and doing something against type. It's just so like her coming in being a pop star and singing a country song complete with twang, and that's the thing, is like Matt Vogel, he sings great. He's a great
yeah.
singer. Like when he sings as Kermit, like he hits a
He
twang. He
sounds more like
sounds
Kermit when he sings
when
than
he
he does when he
sings, it
speaks.
sound. But even then, I would say he's a better singer as Kermit
I
than.
also I also like the Islands in the
Oh,
Stream
it was
cover.
so good. Um,
She just said I love the Dolly Parton cover.
but like she's also dressed like Dolly Parton. Like that's how she dressed in
Yeah,
the music video for that song, which is
yeah,
really
yeah.
funny. But yeah, when he sings as Kermit, he sings better than Jim and Steve ever did. Like Kermit was never a good singer, and in this, he's a good singer. Like that's the one thing is when Matt Vogel performs, when Matt Vogel performs Floyd
Rainbow
Pepper,
Connection.
the character Floyd Pepper. My favorite
Oh yeah,
song,
yeah.
one of my favorite songs in Electric Mayhem is a Floyd Pepper song. It's the one I can't remember how it goes, but yeah, I can't remember which one it was. But there was one of them, one of the ones in that one that it's my favorite one. It's a Floyd Pepper solo song. It's really good. We Are One. That was it. We Are One. We Are One. We Are One. That one. That's mostly a Floyd Pepper song, and he's a really good singer. And I enjoyed that. The only criticism I have in terms of the puppetry is the puppet that the Gonzo that's doing the skating.
Oh yeah, that would
It
yeah, yeah,
it's
yeah.
very clearly an animatronic, and it's not a puppet. And the lip sync on the animatronic is not good. Like
Not there yet.
no, it doesn't match the lip sync at one point straight up, and it just doesn't look good. The joke is funny, which is why you get distracted away from it, where he's just saying all the supporting actresses, and it's funny because I've been paying attention to the Oscars long enough to be like, no, yeah, that was one. He just said one. That definitely was
um,
one.
Probably one of my favorite jokes is the I've been burned one too many times
Yeah, I've been burned
before.
one too many times. And then cut back to him later
So funny.
when
He's
Kermit's
like
doing the
cut
speech, and
back.
he's
He's
like,
like,
"I
see,
told you."
told ya.
that
And he
was
turns around and
that
walks away.
walked. Oh my god, so funny. That character is so. My other favorite bit is Seth Rogen as the executive producer in the audience, just like, I don't understand why that guy. Who even is that? Is that character canon? So good. I saw someone say that they said if, but I maintain this will make it the series. But what if it makes it the series? Seth Rogen should guest star in every episode as the executive producer, and he should constantly get cut.
He wants to be in an act, and every single time he gets
He
cut.
gets
Yeah, yeah,
cut
yeah.
every single
That
episode.
that'd be
You
funny.
gotta get some really
Um,
relevant celebrities and get them to do things
oh,
they
you
don't
gotta get
normally
you got,
do.
and so what I think would be funny, because one thing that I noticed in this is I noticed Walter wasn't. I didn't see Walter if he was
No,
there.
no, he wasn't there.
And so what would be funny if it does go to show is you have an episode where you have
Yeah,
Segel on, but he's not Jason Segel. He's the character from the movie.
that'd be pretty funny. I never
And
really
then
looked into
that's
that
an
episode.
episode where you have Walter.
I mean, that'd be pretty
And
good. I'm
you
surprised he's
just
not in
don't
this.
you could even do a thing where it's like they've double booked him and Jason Segel, and you like it's like a harken back to a Luke Skywalker Mark Hamill
I mean, that'd be
episode.
pretty funny. Yeah, this is a real who's who of Muppet Show characters. Like at one point, you see there's an old lady, purple old lady Muppet, and she's like OG Muppet Show. Like she's
Oh
from the
yeah.
OG Muppet Show.
Uh Part of your Broadway world says two things. I think I was in the stream Kermit version is going to be on my playlist from now on, which fair. And she also says, and Beaker and Professor Honeydew is a classic, which yes,
Yeah,
they are always a classic.
I liked how it was borderline scary. I thought that was really funny. I loved Pigs in Wigs. Pigs in Wigs is good.
Dumb.
It's the exact kind of joke again that Jim Henson would have found funny.
Um,
It didn't get quite weird enough, like experimental enough for me. But I understand it's Disney.
I understand
They were
why,
never gonna
especially
push the envelope.
it's Disney, and also if it's supposed to be a pilot or a backdoor, I see why you want
Like
to go the safe
if you
route for the first bit.
if you think that that her saying kink is like dangerous, then I'm gonna put in
Edgy.
the clip. I'm gonna put in the clip I showed Jordan yesterday from the season 1 of the Muppet Show, the weird thing that I showed you yesterday.
Yeah,
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 I'm gonna
yeah,
put that
yeah.
in probably here. And then when we come back, I'm gonna say something to the effect of, "See, that was way weirder than some off joke about kinks. That was weird. That was like that's where it's like that first season of the Muppet Show again was like really out there, and Disney was
Um,
never gonna go there, ever gonna go there.
so if this does become like if the Muppet Show does return, um, what give me let's say five celebrities that like if you like you have to have them.
Hmm.
You can have anyone, not living or dead, but anyone living, who are five that you would pick.
Jennifer Lawrence, because
All
she's doing
right.
that movie with Miss Piggy. Paul Rudd.
Ooh, that's fun.
Like I'm gonna get John Oliver in there.
John Oliver. Okay, okay.
I'm gonna bring back. I'm gonna bring back Jon Stewart, but I'm also going to include Elmo.
So that's your five. Elmo is the fifth
Elmo
one.
doesn't count. Elmo's a Muppet. He doesn't count.
Okay, then what's your fifth one?
Jimmy Fallon,
Interesting.
because he has beef
Interesting.
with Elmo, and
Interesting.
also because I couldn't think of anyone else.
Um, hmm.
And I'm sure those are probably a Marvel. Also, yeah,
Jack Black.
more Marvel. Yeah, Jack Black would be swell.
Jack
He'd
Black.
fit it right in at
Uh,
the end.
um,
See, I don't want Tenacious
Jack.
D.
I like. Mm,
I don't want
yeah, and
Tenacious D.
they can be the musical
Yeah,
of that
and I want them to
episode.
do like a Muppified PG version of like tribute, or just do
Uh,
tribute and cut out the curse words because they totally would do that.
Haley says, "When do you think the Muppet Show will come back? Because I really want to do a Muppet episode."
Probably next year. I heard a theory that they think that they may announce it at D23, but it's coming. It will come. They're gonna make a full series
Um,
out of this. There's no way they're not.
okay, so yeah, my five are Jack Black, um, Jack Black, hmm, Zac
Tenacious
Efron.
D. Really? All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
just because I think just because I think it'd be weird. Mark Hamill, and I'd have him come back and be do another Luke Skywalker Mark Hamill episode, or Mark Hamill slash something else, some joke like callback to that. Um, who else? The Rock.
Oh yeah, that'd be fun.
The Rock,
That actually would be
and I
fun.
would have it be a double booking where it's double booking where it's The Rock and Elmo doesn't like The Rock because he makes him think of Rocky or whatever. Um,
John Cena, but it's just there's nothing there.
no, no, my last one is Matthew Lillard, and it would be a Scream
Yeah.
episode
Oh, that'd be good.
where
What? You're gonna
Muppets.
have Matthew Lillard and you're gonna not do a reference to you're gonna not
No,
do a
I'm gonna.
reference to Five Nights at Freddy's?
I mean, okay, maybe, but I think Scream is better, and then you have it be where certain Muppets in the background keep mysteriously disappearing because the Scream, like a person in the Scream costume, keeps like running past,
That would be pretty
and
funny.
like certain Muppets keep disappearing and stuff, and then have it be like a whole who done it episode.
That would be pretty funny.
Haley says, "Is Tenacious D still playing? Because you could have them on. I don't know. Are they still together?
Technically yes, but they're waiting. They're waiting. I think that should be when they come back. They should come back on the Muppet Show.
I mean, I think that would be a fun one.
And one of them
I
can
think
kill
that,
Donald Trump.
and
Whoa, can't say that.
I don't think you can say that,
I don't think you
Justin.
can say that.
But he's the one person I would never have on.
No.
But I would parody him, and I would have it be where they have like a monster, like a Oscar the Grouch style monster who is making fun of Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
I would call him the Orange Monster.
No, I'm good. We don't need that.
I think it'd be funny.
No. No, hard pass.
But like in like a couple of years when he's dead,
Oh yeah, maybe after he's dead. Then maybe.
you know,
But
because
yes,
that's
you should watch this.
anyway.
If you like the Muppets, you should watch this. It's good.
Absolutely, you should support this. Technically, you know, you watched it once on my account. I watched it once on my
I
account.
mean,
So
technically, it's the same. It's the same account.
that's why I said on my account.
Yeah.
You've watched it once on my account. I've watched it once on my account. So our account has watched it twice. So we've doubly supported it.
Exactly.
Everybody else needs to go and watch it at least twice.
It's like 30. It's like 30 minutes. It's 30 minutes of your day. It's solid. Yeah, like I say, not what the thing that makes it work the most, more than anything, is that laugh track. If it didn't have to have the laugh track, it
Yeah.
would not feel like the Muppet Show. Like
It has
just
to have the
truly,
laugh track.
It needs the laugh track.
And the
That's
thing
like
too
90%
is
of what makes it work. I know it's
the
strange, but it is.
the thing too and about the voice is like I feel like the more he does stuff, the more that you'll get used to it. And it's just I'm not used to it because they haven't really done anything with him.
Nothing big. Not really.
Nothing that I've seen.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've done like stage things or like at Disneyland. I think they've had a few celebrations where they've
Yeah.
come out.
Yeah.
But like I didn't go to Disneyland, so I didn't see
hate
that.
his Big Bird, even though his Big Bird also sounds wrong.
Anyways, it was fun, and
Well-
I want the show to return.
I do too. Return to Muppet Show. Hashtag do a full series if you're not already.
Also, if they had Paul Rudd on, then they should have Conan O'Brien on at the same time and have a reference to the Mac and Me clip.
I mean, or you could have him meet a guy who's an ant. Man.
Mm, yeah, I like mine better.
Yeah, but yours is just really specific. And also,
Yep,
that's the thing they do on Conan's show. Why would they do it on the Muppet Show?
because it would be funny.
I just don't know that the audience is gonna get that. It's just like a
I
really
mean,
hyper specific reference.
no one asked you.
Anyway, the Muppet Show. Disney Plus.
Haley says they took Muppet Vision from me. Oops, I accidentally clicked on this thing. They took Muppet Vision from me, so the least they could do is bring the Muppet Show back.
I mean, in exchange, they gave you a roller coaster.
Yeah, don't they have the Rock and Roller Coaster or something
no,
now?
they have the Aerosmith roller coaster in Florida. I mean, and it's definitely the same.
No, they have a Muppet one.
Yeah, I took over the Aerosmith one.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah,
Because I just know that was what they were celebrating, was like a Muppet coaster
yeah.
or something.
That's the one. Yeah, they took over. There was an Aerosmith one, and then they took that over. It's now the Electric Mayhem one.
Ah,
And I don't know if in California they got rid of Muppets 3D.
yeah, I believe they did a long time ago.
Did they?
Yeah.
What did they replace it with?
I don't think they replaced it with anything, which was why a lot of people were pissed off.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
I just remember on TikTok there was a while back there where there was like it was going around where they were like, yeah, they're getting rid of Muppet Vision 3D and they're not even replacing it with anything.
Because a lot of times it's like they do this shit in Florida and they don't do it in California, and the Floridian, Disney World people make such a big deal of it that they make it seem like it's at both, but sometimes it's just the one.
I'm thinking she's referring to the coaster, but Haley says that's lame though.
The coaster?
I'm assuming that's what she's referencing. I'm not sure.
I hear that coaster's a good coaster. I wouldn't know. I'm not a big roller coaster guy, so I probably wouldn't even go on it.
I mean, I would, but I like roller coasters.
Because I like Space Mountain. That one's okay, but as I get older, my stomach just can't do the.
Apparently, they're replacing that whole land with Monsters Inc.
In California or in Florida?
I guess.
Because again, they do different stuff in different parks. Anyway.
Yeah, that's why you want to go to all the different parks, is because for the longest time, I don't know if this is still there.
Do you want them to rape your wallet?
Apparently, yes, the coaster is lame. But for the longest time in Japan, they had the Tron ride, which looked dope.
Anyway.
It was only there. Anyways, yes.
Moving on.
So, the news.
The news. Jordan, give me the news theme. I mean, you were. Let's try that again. You were a beat too late. Here we go. Do it again. Give it again. Nailed it. Nailed it so far as you all knew on the first go.
Florida and California.
Oh, all right then. Jordan. Hey, Haley. Haley's still here. Haley, we're going to talk about Stranger Things. You like that show. Haley and Jordan, they released the trailer for that new animated show. Now, Jordan.
Yeah, I know. I saw it.
I'm gonna hold on.
I think I sent it to you.
Let me finish the. No, I'd already seen it when you sent it to me. Let me get through the intro. So, Jordan, what do you think of this? Before I say what I have to say.
I mean, okay.
And does it look bad?
Okay. So let's take this one thing at a time. The very first thing that I thought when I saw it was, man, this looks like one of those cheap Telltale games.
Hey, those Telltale games are expensive.
Oh no, I'm absolutely gonna talk shit. It looked like one of those Telltale games. So when the very first thought that I had when I saw it was, this looks like it was originally supposed to be a game, and they lost confidence in Stranger Things and decided to make it into a show.
I've seen other people say this. I don't agree with this.
Well, no, but it very much reads that way because it introduces a thing in between seasons. It's just like one of the Walking Dead games or like one of like any
No, the
one of those
Walking Dead
where
game has
where
original characters. This is nothing like that.
so
But
does this one. This one has an original
yeah,
character
one
that's
original character.
squished in there that nobody knows that's just gonna. I mean, they either die or just go away
I,
forever because they don't exist in the
I
actual show.
guarantee.
My thing with this show is I don't okay, I'm gonna be brutally honest here. I don't think Stranger Things is that good. I've never thought that it was like a solid 9 out of 10 show. I've thought that at best it's like a 6 out of 10 show. It's mediocre. It's tepid at best. I enjoy it when I'm watching it and then immediately forget about it once I'm done with it. It does not stick in my brain. It does not. It's no. There's
Right.
nothing about it. Anyway, so when I see this, all I think is Netflix, for the love of God, stop beating that dead horse. The show ended. It's done.
No, that's the thing though. Is the first immediate thought is animation takes a while. This was clearly commissioned between seasons 2 and 3 when the show was at its peak popularity, and they thought that they could sneak this out in between season 2 and 3. Like it's very evident. Like because why else would you not get the original cast? Now it reads as they're desperately trying to prove that this works without the cast. Like, if this animated show works, I guarantee you another animated show will come out that's a sequel. I guarantee you. That's the point of this. None of the original cast comes back. No one sounds like the characters. They barely look like the characters. The animation looks like shit. It looks cheap as fuck. And the story is ultimately fucking pointless because it can't meaningfully move the story forward in any way. The only character who suffers any danger is the new one, because the new one isn't in the actual show, unless it is a character from the actual show that we just don't know all that well. But regardless, it can't move the needle in a significant way because it very specifically takes place between seasons 2 and 3. Like,
Yeah.
not
Well, that's
even
why I
midway
say
through the show. So like
that's why
none
I
of the core
say
cast can be damaged. They're all effectively invincible.
that's why I say it feels like one of those Telltale games.
and
It
and
really
and
does.
in a show in a show that's fundamentally built on its tension, and you questioning whether or not the kids are gonna bite it, you won't. None of the core cast are in any danger. Like any danger. They can't get killed by this new monster. The only reason for this to be animated is you can make the monsters look slightly more creative. Like, yeah, the monsters look kind of more cool now because it's now animated and it can now do things that
It
live
also
action can't.
suffers it also suffers from that like from that mid-quel thing where it's like, okay, so now they've had this adventure that in the main show we're just never going to address this thing that we did that one
Unless
summer,
it's so
remember?
small scale that it does. Wait, so the monsters came back this summer when we never talked about it? That sure is weird. Like, it's one of those. Like, if you're gonna like, again, it comes across like, yeah, they put this in because animation takes multiple years to make. It reads like they put this into production probably after season 3 came out. Which would make sense because or probably after season 4 came out, because there was that massive gap in between seasons. So they clearly thought they could rush this into production, and clearly the animation took longer than they were expecting, and it came out after season 5. But this feels like a thing you put out to hype up a new season of the live action show. It coming out retroactively just screams like they're desperate to keep this franchise alive. That's all it
Yeah.
looks like.
Stop beating that dead horse.
But like what's weird is it's not really a dead horse because. I
I mean, it
mean,
is. The show's over. It's
yeah, but
done.
people are
They
clearly
finished it.
jonesing for
They
more.
they did this whole press junket for, oh, it's the last thing. It's the last
No, they
season.
didn't say
It's
it
the
was.
last.
No, that's not true at all. They didn't say it was the last thing. They very much made it clear that there was they have multiple spin-offs coming. There's
Yeah,
this
and that's
one,
bad.
but they never said this way. They just said it was the end of the story for those characters, which
Right.
this
So
isn't, mind
okay,
you. But I'm
we
just
know
saying,
that's what I'm saying though, is that makes to me that makes this feel like a dead horse beating
no,
because
this wouldn't be a dead horse beating.
yes it is, because as you've previously said, nothing can happen.
No,
We know
but
what happens to them. They make it to the end of their story.
but what I'm saying, yes, this is true. But what I'm saying is, if this had come out when they wanted it to, like again, between seasons 4 and 5 during that 2 year,
Right, but it didn't.
So yeah, now it feels ploying. Now it
Now
literally
it
just
feels
feels like
now it feels like a dead horse that they're
they're
beating.
just like, oh yeah, we none of the kids want to do stranger, none of the kids or adults want to do Stranger Things. So we've managed to circumvent a way into which we can have the kids do Stranger Things if this does well, which it will.
How do we Frankenstein this franchise so it can continue to
No,
stumble
see that's the thing.
along
It's
when
not
all of the
Frankensteining a
people
franchise.
that were in it no longer want to be in
No,
it.
see that I completely
It's a
disagree with.
corpse of itself.
No, it's not. It's not because
It
guess what?
is.
No, because that would imply that this would if this was coming out 3 years from now and it had gone into production post season 5. Absolutely, I'd agree with you. But no, this isn't Frankenstein. This is them attempting to capitalize on when they started production of this because again, animation. This is the same thing as What If. And season 3 of What If comes out, and it's all of the Phase 4 characters because Marvel thought that this would be popular. This clearly went to production. Again, based on the fact that it takes place between season 2 and 3, either after season 3 or after season 4, probably during the production of one of the seasons when the kids were busy. It's probably why. Which is probably why they've all been recast. Is because this was clearly made in a time when they couldn't get the cast. Because otherwise, like, why not get the cast? Like, it wouldn't
Because
matter that
none of them want to do it
no,
anymore.
but again, you could easily convince any one of those guys.
I don't
With the
believe that.
exception of maybe Millie Bobby Brown, to have them come in for a couple of weeks a couple of weeks a month, a couple of hours a month.
No,
to
no,
do
they
voice.
don't.
Hold
They
on, let me
don't.
finish.
They don't want to do it anymore.
To do voiceover for characters and get paid them. They absolutely would. It's why all the Marvel people do.
No.
Yes, absolutely.
It's different here, Justin.
It's
This
not.
is more. No, it is.
It's absolutely not.
It is. This is more equatable to the Harry Potter thing, where no, those kids who have been doing it since they were 10 years old
Absolutely
do
would.
not want to continue dragging this along. They have very much made that clear.
This went into production well before they were done. Like, well before. This would have gone into production during season 3. Because animation takes multiple years to do, right? Multiple years. So this had to have had a production cycle of like 4 or 5 years. So
I would agree with you if the animation looked prettier.
It's stylized.
Cheap animation
multiple
goes faster.
years to make. Like this is at
goes
least
faster.
a 2 year. This is still a 2 year. So even if you want to be generous and say that they put this into production at the start of season 5, this exists because it was come up with and it was conceived when Stranger Things was more popular. Like and to be fair,
I mean, this exists to continue the brand. It's
Right,
just
but-
they want to keep the corpse alive.
no, but they don't. It's not. No, absolutely not.
Yes.
That's not what this is. This was very much
Hard disagree.
But that's just not how animation works. That has nothing to do with agreeing or disagreeing. How animation works is they clearly pitch this to Netflix, again, based on the fact that it comes out between season 2 and 3, tells me that otherwise they would have had it take place afterwards. Because why not? Why not just do a sequel? If it, like that
Because
far,
what do you
hold on,
do
let me
for a
finish.
sequel?
Let me finish. That far back into the timeline of Stranger, or why not have it take place, do a prequel pre-season 1, or it comes out at such a specific moment in that series that it tells me season 3 was when that show was at its most popular. Just flat out, full stop. And
So I've seen one theory. Now I'd like to talk about the actual show itself. No, just real quick, because I saw this one theory, which is way smarter than anything they'll do, and it's what I would do. I tend to agree with it. Is the person who it was on Reddit. I can't specifically say who it was, but their theory was basically that it's gonna end up being Mike's doing like a campaign, basically.
God, that would be so lame.
Which
there are clips of it in the trailer where that's my thing with this is like, yeah, none of the characters they don't look the same, they don't sound the same. Like, what is the fucking point? Like say what you will about the What If, the Marvel animated stuff. At least they put in the effort, put forth the effort and the money to get the original voice actors back. Who cares if they sounded bad, right? But at least they sounded better than that. Like, Jeremy Jordan is playing Steve Harrington.
He's Lucifer, right?
Yeah, he's Lucifer.
I mean, I don't care. Well, that's my thing. Like,
how can you get invested in a thing that not that you know the ending of, but like that
I know the characters survive.
This is a horror
and the
show
only
where
way
the stakes are meant to be that any of these characters can die.
I know they survive to the end, and the only way that they don't survive until to the end is if this is a story within, like if he's telling a story within the story,
That would be
and
terrible.
then they can die. Like if it's like them doing a D&D campaign, then any of them
The,
could die, but it doesn't matter
the
because it's not real.
the only way that would ever work is you would have to get all of the boys back in live action to record something. You'd have to film something for that to work, and then have it cut back and it's all of them in live action. Then that would work. Otherwise, that would never work. Like if it's just like it cuts to adult Mike and it's the new voice actor, what would be the fucking point? Like
I
again,
know
what's
that's
the
what I'm
fucking
saying.
point in any of this?
I don't get it. I don't get it.
This no,
Like
I
for
don't get
me,
it now. Like if this had come out 2 years ago, a year
oh,
ago,
if this came out between seasons 2 and 3, like it clearly is like where when it takes place. If it came out at that same time, I get it. I
or
get
even
it
if
then.
it came out
You have
during,
the actual boys and like the people like the actual cast doing the voices.
yeah, then
Like
I get it.
then I get it, but I don't get it now. The show's done.
This is like the
Like it's
equivalent
done.
of like of that Kung Fu Panda show or like
Yeah, it
any one
is.
of those knockoff Disney television shows which look like shit and were a fraction of the budget. That's what this looks like. I mean, to be fair, I've seen the internet has been in this case sufficiently what's the word I'm looking for? Cynical about
Unkind.
this, unkind to it. So like most of the people are just kind of like, what's the point? But yeah, if this had come out in season 4, after season 4, during the 2-year hiatus when people were jonesing for Stranger Things content, sure.
Even then I get that. Like
I get that.
you're trying to keep the interest alive.
Yeah,
Like
if this comes out exactly as it is, like it's knockoff voice actors, it doesn't look right or sound right, and it's like, oh, clearly they did this in a hurry to get this out during the hiatus to keep the interest alive in the series, and it's exactly the same. I get it, but having this come out, yeah, again, I guess it generates interest in the series, but not
but
really.
again,
It
I
looks like
maintain
shit. Like
I maintain and I
no,
you
there's
can
no way it was a game.
I no, I think it was a script for a game
No,
that
I
they
don't think
took and
so.
they made into a show because I
No,
can see it. I see
absolutely not.
exactly how it works. I do. I see it exactly how it works in a back like you remember you know the Back to the Future style
I
game?
get what you're saying, but no. I mean, to be fair, you're not the only person to say that the art style and the animation style looks like that, but nah. They wouldn't have
Like I absolutely
they
see it
wouldn't have
where
invested money in animated cut scenes for a video game just to turn it into a show. They would have never done that.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying it was literally a game. I'm saying it was on a shelf somewhere
Oh
to
no.
be a game
No.
that they took and they made it into a
No,
show.
absolutely not.
Because yes, it absolutely reads that way.
No, absolutely not.
You have it be where a mysterious thing, the portal is closed, a mysterious thing is causing trouble in the town, and you have to do a point and click style adventure thing where you're going from scene to scene that you recognize from the show as the characters
I don't
doing an
see it.
investigation. Yes, I absolutely see it.
I don't see it. I absolutely do not see
I
it.
absolutely. Then you're blind.
Like the art style, I'll give you. Yes, the art style and the
Then you haven't played enough Telltale games.
no, it just looks like a shitty animated show. Like it doesn't look like a. I maybe once I watch it, I might be like, yeah, this feels like it was. But no, a Stranger Things video game would never work. Like it would never work ever. I will concede that the art
It
style.
would work as it would work as a Telltale game. They had
I
enough weird
disagree
ones.
that the art style.
They had enough
Sure
weird
looks like a
ones
Telltale game, but it doesn't.
they had enough weird ones like The Walking Dead,
No.
Batman. They had a fucking Game of Thrones one. Like they had enough ones that I would never have thought would have worked as a game that they did. That yes, no, I absolutely believe that they could have made this new
Oh,
a
whether or
game.
not they could or could not have, sure, but this is not what this was always just an animated
I
show. This
disagree.
Never.
I disagree.
It's too basic. It's too basic of a story for it to be. No,
So
this is never.
that's why it would have. That's why it would have been a Telltale game.
No.
Yeah,
No.
yeah,
That would involve
yeah.
Netflix having to work with Telltale. No, it would never happen. If we're any other company, like if this were on a network and it were on AMC or Warner Brothers or literally any other company made it other than Netflix, if this wasn't Netflix, sure, I'd be like, sure, but it's Netflix. There's no way. Netflix would never ever.
I disagree.
If Netflix was gonna,
I think it was a script for a game.
if Netflix were to make a Stranger Things game,
Especially because they have gotten into the whole gaming things
none
themselves.
of their games are that good. They don't have the
That's
money.
not
They don't
that's
spend
not
the
the
money.
point.
No, but
That's
yeah,
not
but
the
it is.
point.
But yes, no. In order
It's
for
not.
no, yes, a Telltale game has a level of quality and budget to it that this does not. It just doesn't. There's no, and also Netflix would never spend the money to produce this into a game. And you don't.
That's why I say I don't. That's why I say
games.
yes, you do.
No, you don't. It's not.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. They're not like movie scripts. That's not how they work. Game scripts and movie scripts are two completely different things. You're thinking of this like it's a movie script that they just have lying around. But that's not how game scripts work. Game scripts you have to write for scenarios and gameplay scenarios and gameplay. And
again, Justin. That's why it's a point and click, which is basically a movie.
But no,
yes.
A video game has no. No.
I mean, I'm not the only person who thinks this.
I mean,
so...
no, the people who think this think it was literally cutscenes from a Telltale game that they just threw together in a TV show. That's what they think, and they're also wrong.
I could believe it.
It sure looks like it. It
very much looks like it.
It's not. It's not. Netflix would never. Netflix just chose to have a particular. They wanted a particular art style to imitate.
And they just happened to choose Telltale.
I think it's just a coincidence. I think you're.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is. Coincidentally looks like.
I don't think it is.
But no, that wouldn't make any sense. If Netflix was going to make a Telltale game, they would have just. And also, I'm pretty sure by the time this would have had to go into production, I'm pretty sure Telltale was closed down anyway. Like, Telltale closed down right around the time they made that Batman.
I'm not saying they would have literally made a Telltale game. I'm saying it's a style of game.
Yeah, no,
they're still making Life is Strange games, even though Telltale doesn't exist anymore. It's still a type of game.
But people are saying that this is literally a Telltale.
Yes,
game.
I get that. I'm not those people.
It's not that. No,
I'm saying a different thing.
No.
But
no.
It very much reads like a Telltale game.
Well, sure, it can read, but that doesn't mean it was a Telltale game.
Again, we can agree to disagree on that. Neither of us knows for sure. Neither of us knows for sure, Justin.
We both know how animated shows work, though, and we both know how television works. We both know how Netflix works enough to know that, no, they wouldn't have just a commissioned video game script. And not to mention the fact that those games released episodically. They don't release as one big game, so they wouldn't have had, like, let's say this episode.
Yeah, which makes it make sense that they've then made it into a show.
But they wouldn't have
an
had
an episode style thing, which would have had a firm stopping point. Yes,
they wouldn't have had 8 scripts for 8 episodes of a video game just lying around. No, absolutely not. That's not again. Maybe if it was Warner Brothers. If it was Warner Brothers, I could be like, oh yeah, for sure, they would absolutely cheaply produce a point and click style game. They did it, or if it were HBO. Because, they made their shitty Game of Thrones game. Sure. And hey, man, I might be wrong. Maybe they'll come out and they'll be like, oh, no, they started off as a video game, and that's why it looks like utter dog shit. But no. Knowing how cheap Netflix is, that's the reason why this looks so cheap. Like, their animated movies are typically cheap and shitty looking.
Yeah. I mean, your opinion is noted.
But not an opinion. It's just it's a.
It is an opinion.
But it's not.
Neither of us can say for sure.
Of course you can.
So no, we can't.
You can say for sure.
No, we can't.
Of course you can.
This very much could have been an idea that the Duffer Brothers had in the back of their head, which works for either things.
Well, okay, but that's not what you're saying.
It is what I'm saying.
Absolutely sure it could work as a video game. What we're saying is it was a video game, which it was not. This was always a show. I guarantee you this was always a show. Like,
oh, I don't think so.
But what do you mean?
No, I think when when the Duffer Brothers thought up this thing, they thought yes.
No. Again, just knowing how their creative process works. They want to make movies. They don't want to make video games. There's no way that when this came up as an idea, I guarantee you this was probably if anything, this was probably a live action project. It probably started off as a live action project with the actors, and it took too long. I guarantee you this is probably a midquel that involved the actual live action. That's believable, but your opinion
is noted.
It's not an opinion, man. This is an opinion. Where it's, like, what you're saying doesn't make any sense. No, that's not how video game production works. Like,
I'm not gonna argue with you about this all day.
You're trying, but this is one of those times where you're driving me mad because you're just saying this to disagree. That's not how video games work. That's not how you make video games. You don't just start off with a script for a video game, you start off with
Walks like a duck, quacks like a
you
duck.
start off with a
It's a
build
duck.
for a buildable employee. You've made video games. You know that you start off with a playable build first to see if the concept works as a video game. You don't start off by animating cutscenes. That doesn't make any sense.
I never said that's what they did.
But that's what you're implying. You're saying
No,
that this was a.
I'm saying it was an idea for a video game that they took and made into a show.
Absolutely
Yes.
not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. There's no way.
Agree to disagree.
But that's what I'm saying. No, because there's
I'm
no
not saying they actually
here.
went and made things. Like, I'm not saying they actually went and animated anything or did anything. I'm saying it was an idea for a video game that they took and made into a show.
Sure, okay, maybe it was an idea for a video game, but definitely not a Stranger Things one.
That's where we will agree to disagree.
No, you're wrong. Just flat out, full stop, you're wrong.
I'm not going to argue with you about this all day, Justin.
Wrong. You're wrong.
That's your opinion.
That's not my opinion.
That is your opinion.
You're wrong.
That is your opinion.
It's just not how Netflix, television, the Duffer Brothers.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Anything. But it's not opinion.
That's
Jordan.
yes, it is an opinion.
It's not opinion.
Yes, it is.
But it's not. It's
yes, it is.
Fact.
Unless you live rent free in the Duffer Brothers' head,
I mean,
you don't know that this wasn't an idea that they had at one point for a video game.
Okay, sure. I guess maybe perhaps there's
you don't know. You can't say.
Infinitesimal chance that perhaps this idea
that's
for
your
an animated
opinion.
Series.
That's like your opinion.
Less than
until they come on this podcast and confirm or deny in any way.
No,
that's your opinion.
No.
Yes.
No, absolutely not. They would have not set out
to Are you that arrogant?
Yes. Yes, I am. Because it wouldn't make any sense for the Duffer Brothers, the guys who very clearly want to make movies, who very clearly want to make like television.
Right,
for them
but they
to be
work
like, oh no, but actually we're going to make a video game.
Netflix, Justin.
Yeah, but Netflix
so for
make video
Netflix
games.
For Netflix to have gone to them and been like, we want to make money off of this. To have an idea in the back of their head.
For a video game of this scope, it would have required Netflix to spend money on it, which they don't do. Like if they had ever made a AAA video game in their entire history, the thing is, the video games on the reason why I'm like, no, never in a million years, is because if they had a Telltale style point and click adventure game that was something non-IP related and
in the back of their head, that they were thinking about.
Where would they put it? Where would they sell it?
What are you talking about?
Where would this video game go?
To a Telltale style company or a point and click, or they would make it themselves.
Where would they release it?
Console.
Who would buy it?
At the time, Stranger Things was very popular. A lot of people.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. A game of that length
it definitely would have gotten sold. What are you talking about?
No, because Netflix
yes, it would have
never spent the money to make it. The thing is, okay.
If there was anything that they were ever going to, it would be Stranger Things.
Absolutely not. Companies don't. Netflix would have never.
Stranger Things is like their biggest fucking product. Yeah, but it's the thing that people sign up for Netflix for.
That's why I'm like, this was never a video game.
Yes.
Hold on.
I'm not saying they were ever going to make it. I'm saying they had this in the back of their head as an idea.
Sure,
that's all I'm saying.
But never.
That's all I'm saying is that they thought of a thing that yes.
No.
That yes.
No. Now, am I saying it couldn't be a video game? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that never entered their mind once.
Agree to disagree.
But it's not about agree to disagree, because in order for it to be an idea,
unless you live rent free in their head.
I know how companies like
unless
that work.
you live rent free in their head, and you can tell me exactly what they were thinking at the time that they thought of
an
this.
Animated show. Well, no, they were thinking
they wanted an episodic thing. Which can go either way. It can go to a game. It can go. Yes, it can.
Because Netflix.
And the way that this plays out, yes.
Netflix.
At least in the trailer, yes, it very much comes across.
A game. Okay, let's pretend that. Let's take this to its most logical conclusion, and say that this is a video game that gets made, and these cutscenes are from a video game. Okay.
I'm not saying that they are.
Finish. In order for this game to work, it would have to be expensive. Like, if this was originally intended and pitched to be a Telltale style game, Netflix would have had to have spent money on it. And Netflix is like, hold on, let me finish.
Telltale games were cheap, man.
But no, they weren't.
Yeah, they were.
They
Yeah,
weren't.
they were.
They're not as cheap as the 2D Flash animated games they've currently got on Netflix. That's the level to which they're willing to spend money. Sure, okay, maybe a script for a
No,
2D
they
point click
fucking
down
have
game.
they fucking have a version of Red Dead Redemption on there.
Yeah, but they
So
didn't
what are you
make Red
talking
Dead
about?
Redemption. They didn't make that. They would have to pay for it. They'd have to pay a company to make a fully thought out
Yes,
3D
and
game.
Telltale Games
Game
were not that expensive to make.
With multiple outcomes, with multiple cutscenes. They're expensive enough that Netflix would never spend the money on it because
They
Netflix.
would for Stranger Things,
No, because they couldn't make any money off of it.
Yes, they could.
No, they couldn't.
Yes, they could.
They're going to sell it to Sony?
That is an actual thing that they could
Sony?
sell. Yes.
No. Netflix
That
is
is
not
an
gonna sell
actual,
it. No.
unlike their show where you have to do a
No.
fucking subscription paid service.
Absolutely
A video
not.
game is very much a product that they can sell.
But they wouldn't. They wouldn't. Why would they sell it
Yes,
to Sony? For Sony,
they could also sell it. I mean, honestly, no, not Sony. I'd sell it to Nintendo and put it on one of their consoles.
Nintendo is never gonna. They're never gonna sell to Nintendo. That makes no sense. That's the thing. Is like in order for you to be like, oh, they thought of this as a video game, you would have to take it to its logical conclusion and be like, who is Netflix gonna sell video games to? Nobody. They're not in the business of making video games. Otherwise, they would have already. That's what I'm saying. That's why when you're like, oh, this was a video game and it's concept, I'm not disagreeing with you that they could make this into a video game or that it even should be a video game or should not be a video game. What I'm merely saying is, no, they never. I guarantee you, there's never. Maybe
that's where we will have to agree to disagree.
Maybe at some point during the production of it, somebody went, "Oh shoot, we could turn these into cutscenes for video games." That I will concede. There's a potential, but in pitch, no, this was always an animated series. Well, actually, no, I guarantee you, it began its life as a live action series, and then the kids grew up. Like again, this thing's entire existence is purely to prove that they can do it without the kids. That's it. Full stop, flat out, full stop. That's what it exists to do. And if this is popular, which it won't be, you will see a bunch more animated series because they will not have to use the kids. Be prepared.
I mean, ultimately, we're having this big argument, and I have to be clear. I don't care. I don't like Stranger Things enough to care. I don't
know. I might have played it if it was a video game. Do it like an Alan Wake style, like it's a horror game and the kids can actually die.
I mean, that's like I said, it reads like a Telltale game.
I mean, I don't play enough Telltale. I don't think it does, but I don't play enough Telltale.
You haven't played enough Telltale games then, because it reads like a Telltale game.
Yeah. Jordan. Next. Stranger Things. Getting people heated.
We're talking about it. We're talking about it too much. It needs to die.
Oh, man, it never will. Not if the show's popular.
Yeah,
Jordan.
but it needs to.
Okay, so this next thing. I sent you a trailer for Michael Jackson, Jordan.
Yes, you did.
You were supposed to do Tee-hee-hee Shimona. No, it's
Shimona.
We'll do it again. So, Jordan, I sent you that trailer for Michael Jackson, the Michael Jackson movie.
Tee-hee-hee Shimona. My mic is not going to pick that up.
No, it did. It did on the stream. That surprisingly, it actually did. I actually hear you go, tee-hee, Shimona. You know what's funny? I always thought it was Shimona, and then I learned it was Jam On. Jam On.
Wait, what?
I thought it was Shimona. It's not Shimona.
Is it not Shimona?
No, it's Jam On. Jamona! I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. Maybe it is Shimona. Now I'm questioning myself. I refuse to Google. Don't Google it! Don't give Michael Jackson the satisfaction of Googling it. We will just be wrong.
Wouldn't be the first time.
And it won't be the last.
And it won't be the last.
So okay, the thing about this trailer. Okay, there's two things about this trailer. Number one, when I watched it, I went, it's immediately obvious that the people who made Bohemian Rhapsody made this movie, and then it pops up.
No,
and then it pops up from the makers of Bohemian Rhapsody, and I went, yeah, because their only desire in making this is the same desire they had from the Freddie Mercury movie, which is to say,
play the music
and look like the guy.
Yeah,
play the music and look like the thing about and my mother got so mad at me for saying this, but the thing about that Bohemian Rhapsody movie is like, yeah, the last 30 minutes of it is just a shot for shot recreation of that Live 8 performance that looks indiscernible practically from the original, but like it's not saying anything.
Did you say your mother got upset at you for saying that?
Yeah, she did. Yeah. She was like, how dare you say that movie was bad? And I went, it's not very good. And then it got nominated for a bunch of.
When has she seen it?
I can't remember. I was in a Facebook status where I said,
okay.
it takes a bunch it takes a bunch. It basically, if you play biopic bingo, it hits all the checks all the
Oh, I
biopic
mean, yeah,
boxes.
it
But it's like, yeah, is this a good movie,
that
or does
movie
it
in
just look like a
particular.
thing I recognize? And that's what this is. This is like, is this a good movie, or is it just stuff I
Yeah,
recognize? Like,
I mean, you call it that. I call it what it is, which is just Michael Jackson propaganda. I mean,
well, I
it's
mean,
it's just exists to make him look good.
the world is so funky nowadays, where it's like, man, things I thought I knew I didn't know. So hey, maybe we're at a point where we're reevaluating whether or not he was as bad as people thought he was.
Yeah, I've heard certain theories and certain ideas, which I'm not going to say on stream because I don't want to get into that whole
No, I really don't want to
conversation.
go down that rabbit hole. But yeah, we've
Um,
probably heard similar things. We could talk later.
we've probably heard similar things.
The thing that made me laugh in this trailer though was the bit at the end where it gets to I'm like, are they gonna do white Michael Jackson? And it gets to the end and you see white Michael Jackson in shadow as if he were a villain from a Marvel movie, and it made me laugh. It's like the looming specter of white Michael Jackson with the nose surgery and at one point you see that him in bandages from the Pepsi incident. So I was like, oh man, are they gonna do the vitiligo? Like wow, because like this movie got delayed a shit ton because they wanted to do stuff involving the victims and the victims wouldn't let them. So like this at one point it was going to be 2 movies and then it got slimmed down to 1. Now it's mostly seems to be it's going to be about his early life, which is like I think it's probably for the best because he had a fucked up childhood and this kind of seems like it's getting into it a bit. I'm probably going to end up watching this. Who am I kidding?
Real quick before we move on, we were so in our conversation, I didn't read anything. Don't pass. Don't you dare talk shit. Haley did say, I love Jeremy Jordan as Steve, and I think it looks fun, and then said disagree to probably what I was saying at the time. Just wanted to call that out. Fair enough that you're excited for it. Someone has to be.
Somebody has to be.
I don't know. I don't know if she's still here, but
I think you're probably the only person I've seen be excited for that, Haley. But hey, it's good.
all the power to you.
Everything has an audience. I have yet to see a single positive thing somebody said about that.
Everything has an audience, even when maybe sometimes it shouldn't.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Hopefully hot take. Maybe.
Hopefully you enjoy. Hopefully you enjoy it. No.
For every 10 people that like Coca-Cola, one person likes off-brand cola.
I would have said for every person who likes cola, there's at least one person who likes RC Cola. See, I had a brand, Jordan. See,
Yeah.
You wanted to say President's Choice, and then I could tell you wanted to say President's Choice, and then you went, "Is our American audience going to know President's Choice?" And then you backed out of it when you should have just said President's Choice.
Ironic. So President's Choice is that American? Because if not, why do Canadians have President's Choice but not America? We don't have a president.
It is not America. I believe President's Choice is I don't know if it's specifically Canada because it's the Superstore brand, and I think
yeah, which I think
brand.
I'm pretty sure because that's Loblaw, which is Canadian.
Yeah. I mean, I think the implication being like the president of the company's choice.
Oh, that makes sense.
I did see not to get we don't do politics on here, but a local politics joke that only Jordan's gonna find funny is Save-On.
Yeah.
The president of Save-On is running to be I think it's the provincial Conservative Party, but he's running to be the leader of the Conservatives. And one of the comments was, "Is that one of Daryl's deals?" That was funny. See, only Jordan gets that joke.
Only the local
Only
people will get that one.
Yeah, I did see that we're technically supposed to boycott them because they support someone shitty, and I went, "Oh, but I like shopping there."
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I know. So okay. See, Darren, this is why this website's fun. So, Spider-Man 4-star hilariously jokes about the MCU's most obvious secret. What do you think that obvious secret is, Jordan?
Most obvious secret? I'm gonna be overthinking this, aren't I?
I was gonna say you obviously will, yet you likely will.
Most obvious secret is that they're part of a multiverse. I don't know.
Think less in universe and more in real life. I'll give you one more chance.
Oh, that Chris Evans is coming back,
Oh, that's pretty close. That's a solid shot. Wrong, but close. Um, no, the
or
answer is
Halle Berry is going to be in
no. I've
because I think
allegedly seen.
she famously said on the one thing that she's not going to be or whatever, but that's obviously a lie.
Well, I saw another one where it was her, Chris, not Chris
She
Evans,
she asks she asks what's his name to ask Chris
Hemsworth, Chris Hemsworth.
Hemsworth. Thank you, Chris
I saw
Hemsworth.
one clip. I saw that one. I saw another one where it was her, Chris Hemsworth, and Mark Ruffalo. They were all on. I think it was Jimmy Kimmel interviewing for something, and he asked her, and they both look at her like this, and then Mark Ruffalo starts to say something. So who knows? Who knows with her? But
Oh,
no, it's
she's definitely. My thing is it's gonna be one of those things. I mean, you know how this plays out,
it's a
Justin.
question of how much are they
It's
in
gonna
it.
be
Is
one of
really
it's
more
gonna
than
be one of those things where she says Storm isn't in it, and then she's in it, but not as Storm from her universe. She's gonna be Storm from one of those worlds where Apocalypse and her and Wolverine are together. So she's not technically Storm. Like it's gonna be one of those bullshit things.
or more probably because these questions never are always like, oh, are you like when you ask, are you in it? Do you consider a glorified cameo as being in a thing? So like I think the technicality will probably be like because supposedly it begins with the X-Men's universe getting destroyed. So I think she'll be in like the opening scene with a bunch of different X-Men guys, and like only like two or three of them will survive.
Something like that.
And then she'll be in it for like 2 minutes, and that'll be it. It'll be like a
Or
glorified
she's
walking
lying and
cameo.
she's in it a lot.
Or she's in it a lot. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to of the OG X-Men character. She was never really a major one, so I don't really see that. But anyway, it was Mark Ruffalo in Spider-Man 4. Mark Ruffalo tried to pretend he wasn't in Spider-Man 4, even though he's been seen on the set of Spider-Man 4. And it was revealed in the trades that he was in Spider-Man 4. He tried to be like, no, I'm not in Spider-Man 4.
We know you are, Mark.
Yeah, we know you are, Mark, Mr. Ruffalo. And then this is a really funny one. So like Jordan, always before you do a award-winning podcast, Jordan, always read your articles before you just read the headline on the air, Jordan, because occasionally you would have.
Well, you have finally learned that lesson, eh?
No, I always knew that lesson. Jordan, Spider-Man 4 photo shows Jackie Chan on set of MCU movie. And you're like, wait, Jackie Chan's gonna be in a Marvel movie? And it says a new Spider-Man 4 photo shows Jackie Chan on the set of MCU movie. And you're like, oh, okay, he's gonna be in Spider-Man 4. That's pretty sick. I wonder who he's gonna be playing. And then you scroll down the article, Jordan, and it's revealed that his stunt team did the stunts for Spider-Man 4. That's why he's in it.
I mean, that's still cool.
But he's not actually in the movie. He was just there on set.
I mean, that makes sense. He's old.
Well, I mean,
He doesn't have time.
I
He
think
doesn't
was
have
there
time to
just
do it.
coordinating and organizing his stunt team.
I mean, I saw that. I constantly see things that I go like, with today's day and age, I just don't know if this is actually true, and I'm not gonna take the time to figure out if it is. Like I saw something about, and we don't deal with rumors, but I saw something about the Young Avengers
I try not to. Go ahead.
are in have been seen or are in Spider-Man 4, and I'm like, and like there's a picture of them together, but it looks just fake enough that I'm like, this could be photoshopped with them together. I don't know that I believe
I
this.
try not to because all of the rumors I hear about Spider-Man 4 I fucking hate. So, like, there's a new one I saw where allegedly he's gonna have organic webbing, which I fucking hate. I hated it in Spider-Man the movie. I hated it when they did it in the comics. I hate it. I understand its functionality, so you don't have to explain him running out of webs in action sequences or web shooters. But him running out of webs is part of being Spider-Man. That's part of the thing. Is like there's sometimes where he runs out of webs, and he's got to figure out
He
the
needs to
situation without
figure out.
webs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it adds tension. It's built-in tension to scenes. Apparently there's a trailer that's coming out. I guarantee you, Jordan. I guarantee you a trailer will come out tomorrow, and I'm gonna be pissed. But allegedly there's a trailer coming out, and we're gonna get to see Scorpion, which I'm excited for.
Cool.
Apparently he gets a suit. I'm
I
really
just don't
excited.
know how or why you would all of a sudden give him organic webs.
Apparently they're
Like,
doing a thing because apparently in this trailer you see him talking to Bruce Banner about mutations or whatever. So apparently they're doing Man Spider.
Oh no, I hate Man
I
Spider.
know, I hate man. The only way to do, the only way I'd be kind of okay with Man Spider if they did six armed Spider Man, because I always think that's funny, but they're not gonna do that. But yeah, apparently at one point during the climax, part of him losing his powers is he's supposedly, I meant to mention that, but he allegedly turns into Man Spider, which I would fucking
Boo.
hate. I would hate so much. I would
I
hate
would
it.
hate it, but then that also it's believable. That's believable because that would explain how you bring in Punisher.
Yeah, yeah.
You then basically do that episode of the show where the Punisher is hunting him because he's Man
That's
Spider and he thinks
that.
he's a monster.
That is. I'm pretty sure that's straight up a storyline from the comics as well. So
Yeah,
yeah,
so
yeah,
like it's believable.
yeah. And then it's him. Oh, that's how you make Punisher kind of a good guy. He's got to stop. Whatever, whatever. Also, I saw a thing that said, the original version of the Avengers, Hulk was going to be the bad guy, and it was going to be about fighting the Hulk. And I hate that, but also
Instead of Loki.
instead of Loki, yeah. And that kind of makes sense because at the end of Incredible Hulk, Tony Stark shows up to explain the Avengers Initiative to him in order to beat the Hulk. So that does kind of make
Yeah,
sense a little bit.
they do set up for it. Yeah.
Jordan, I sent you a trailer
You sent me many trailers.
dinosaurs.
Yeah, I think you mean Morgan Freeman has a sexy voice and I would listen to him narrate anything.
Or dinosaurs.
Because
Dinosaurs.
like that man has such a smooth voice.
My thing with, okay, I don't know if this is supposed to be serious or not, or if this is supposed to be like a
Yeah, is it supposed to be
jokey
like
thing.
that was my thing as I was watching it because I saw that Steven Spielberg was attached to it, you know, the man who does Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
And so my thing as I was watching this is I was like, is this supposed to be like an actual documentary or is this supposed to be like a documentary that you would see in the world of Jurassic Park that is going to be
I couldn't tell you.
you know what I mean, right?
Yeah,
Like
because like immediately I'm like, if this is supposed to be realistic, none of these dinosaurs look right. Like that's not what the T Rex looked like. That's not what that looked
they
like.
need more
That's not,
feathers.
yeah, that's not what that. Not even just that, but there's a bit where you see a T Rex fighting a Stegosaurus, and T Rexes were not that big. They were probably more turkey sized.
Like unless they're gonna do a thing of like, oh, we don't know what they actually look like. This is an artist
But
interpretation or some
but
line.
we
But
do.
like,
That's the
you
thing, is we
know,
do know what they look like for the most part. Like, and we know that a T Rex did not look how he looked like in Jurassic Park. But Jurassic Park gets away with it because they're genetic abominations. This
yeah.
is supposed to be. Is this supposed to be like a? Because they've made a couple of those where it's like, oh, it's a legit nature documentary but with dinosaurs. That's where there's one of them that has dinosaurs with feathers. So like, is that what this is? I don't
Or
get it.
is this supposed to take place in the world of Jurassic Park? In which case, them looking wrong doesn't bother me as much.
Not really. No, no. If the point is that they look wrong, then I'm like, all right. Jordan, it's funny.
Like if this is a documentary that they play at Jurassic Park, and it's like if you go to the park, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it exists in the world, then okay.
Um. So it's funny you said this next one is should have been a movie. This is Godzilla and King Kong, not Godzilla, but it's Monarch, the show Monarch, Monarch
Yeah,
Legacy of Monsters, and you
season
were
two.
like season two, and I have not seen season one, and I will likely not watch season two because it's on Apple TV, and fuck Apple TV. Uh, so I'm probably never
Yeah.
gonna watch this, and that didn't bother me in season one because season one was kind of more about it was a dual narrative, so it took place in like the past, and you got to see stuff like in the first 2014 movie. There's a bit where you see Godzilla get hit by a nuke, and they're like, "Oh, we tried to hit him with a nuke, and he shrugged it off." You actually see that they do that scene where they hit him with a nuke, and it has that takes place partially in the past, and then it takes partially in the present day. I think just before the 2014 movie, I think. And
Okay.
it's kind of cool because it's got Kurt Russell, his son Wyatt Russell, who is
But it's like supplementary, the first season.
yeah, like he's him in the past, so he looks like so. You know who Kurt Russell is, obviously, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Wyatt Russell is
His son.
he is in Oh, he's in Captain Falcon and the Winter Soldier. He is the new Captain America.
Oh, you mean not Sam Wilson, but the one before him?
Yeah, I cannot remember. A U.S. agent is what his other name is.
Yeah.
Yeah, him. He's also in that one episode of Black Mirror where they put him in the video game machine.
Oh, so he is.
That is Kurt Russell's son, and he looks really like Kurt Russell, like a lot like Kurt Russell. And so it's kind of neat that they play the same character at different points in time. But yes, the first one was just sort of supplemental. Where does Monarch come from? How did they learn about the monsters? How their relationship with Godzilla got founded. But the second season, evidently, somehow involves Kong, which yeah,
It involves Kong and Godzilla and a new alien monster Kraken thing, which just looks like it should just be a movie.
Yeah, my thing is it still looks like it's doing that split in the narrative thing of the past and the present, and it looks like the Kong stuff is in the present. And it's like, wait, okay, so if they've had Kong fight monsters before, why did we treat it like it was such a big deal in Kong versus Godzilla? I'm never gonna watch this show. But yeah, I hate shows like this because, yeah, you're right. It ironically reminds me of Stranger Things in the sense that stop spending so much money on television. You're ruining television.
Well, for me, it's just I watched the trailer for this, and I feel like I'm watching a movie trailer. Yeah. I don't feel like I'm watching a trailer for a show. Yeah,
and it should be a movie.
This just feels like it was a script for a movie that they've shoved into this.
Stop making movie or television shows into movies. Stop it. Stop doing that. Just make television shows.
No, they make scratch that. Reverse it. Stop making movies into television.
No, but what
shows.
I'm saying is stop making television shows that are basically just movies.
Right, but no, this feels like it was a script for a movie that they have shoved into a show. So it feels like the opposite. Stop making movies into television shows.
What I'm saying is there's this.
We're saying the same thing.
What I'm saying is with Stranger Things, where it's like there's a desire to, or even not even Stranger Things, like there's this desire with like high-end prestige television where it should be like a movie. The Penguin is another example, or like. Where you're like, okay, we have a desire to have expensive celebrities and special effects that are movie level special effects, and it's raising the bar of television to such an absurd height that we don't get cheap television shows anymore. Like that's there's other reason for that. It's like stop.
This one in particular though just feels like they were like, oh well, we already had a Batman Superman. We already had a Godzilla Kong crossover team up movie. We can't have another one. It's just gonna feel like exactly the same thing again. Oh, let's just shove it into a show.
They are making another. I know. I mean, I get having them team up. For me, it's not the fact that you're having Godzilla and King Kong team up because that's just kind of that's surely gonna be the status quo now. That's fine. It's just you've raised the production
no, but like this show. Looks like a movie. The Kong looks like he does in the movie. So like if they did a thing where like they reference him but you never see him,
that's what I'm saying.
Then that's what I'm saying. Like, no.
What I'm saying is they've raised.
That's why I say we're saying the same thing, Justin.
They've raised the production value of television generally to such a degree that. It's like,
but we're not talking generally. We're talking about this show.
I am talking generally. I'm saying generally. They have overall raised the production level of television, so shows like this exist, and you're ruining television. Shows like this is my point, is you're right, it does just look like a movie, so just make it into a movie. Stop raising the production levels of television to an ungodly degree so they look super expensive, so then that's why you wind up in a situation where the last season of the show came out 2-3 years ago, because they're so expensive. Cut budgets. Like I've said this about movies, but even more so for television. Television needs to cut budgets yesterday. Am I wrong?
I mean, I've already said this just looks like it's a movie. It's just but I don't get it.
Am I wrong about the state of television, Jordan?
I mean, I don't think television exists anymore. Interesting
point.
Like as you and I know it.
Yeah.
I don't think television exists anymore.
No, it really doesn't. It really,
Like,
because even shows that word that are getting like was The Simpsons is what, down to like a 10, and the South Park, they went down to a 6 episode season. That's pathetic. You guys
that's
do
not
20
television.
minutes a week. That's pathetic. That's not television. Stop. But the reason for that again is because these shows exist. Like we're about to talk about the Harry Potter show, where it's like its budget is so high. Like all of these shows, their
I mean,
budgets are too
that the Harry
high.
Potter, you're talking the streaming one that's coming to
Yeah.
HBO or whatever. Yeah, that's not a show. That's just a movie split up into
That's what I'm
parts.
saying, though. Is like move television needs to stop doing that.
Oh, absolutely it
Stop
does. But
it.
that but
Stop
that
it.
but again,
Bring down the
television doesn't
budgets.
exist anymore. The reason why the budgets used to have to be so low is because you had to be able to fit whatever you were doing in a half an hour,
Yeah,
20-minute
yeah.
thing,
But then that's how
which
you
like
wind up with
but
television, where you're like, like the best example of this is The Flash. Like that's how you wind up with you use your budget conservatively and modestly, and you
absolutely.
wind up with
But
episodes like the Gorilla Grodd episode where they're in Gorilla City, and it looks phenomenal for television.
absolutely. But what I'm saying is that doesn't that world that you're talking about,
I know.
it,
You're
it's
right. You're right.
it's dead.
Full stop, flat out. I don't know that it's dead
It's
per
on YouTube
se,
now.
but I wouldn't say, yeah, limping on its last
Like
legs.
the people
I could
that
see
do
dead. I could
the
argue dead,
people
but
that do what you and I would think of as television budgets are now living at home or are like Smosh.
yeah, I know they're doing
Like
it. They're doing it on television. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not
they
wrong.
are the new television.
But it's just such a shame because it's like you spent all this money on this Godzilla show, right? And half of the audience is not going to watch it. So what's the point? It's wasting money. Like I don't mind it, like you said. I don't mind when the show. I don't think God's. I didn't. I like though. I thought the one scene that Godzilla was in the first season was enough. I don't think
Sure.
Godzilla and King Kong need to be in this show because you're right. Like it's a monarch show. Like this show should be low
It's not
budget.
supposed to be about
And
them.
maybe one they show up once a season and it's expensive looking, but that's it.
Okay, maybe.
That's it.
Maybe.
You get the
Like
one.
like if you have it be where it's like, and maybe this is it because trailers are sometimes misleading. Let's give them the benefit of the
Yeah.
doubt.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
like maybe for this season of television, what it's going to be is it's like the entire season is, and I say season, but usually they're like 8 episodes long. But anyways, it could be a thing where, and that's where I say like that would track with the Godzilla movie, where like most of the movie is these human characters trying to get the monsters to do what they want, and then the last half an hour of the movie is usually the monsters fighting.
But
So
just
like
it's
for it to be the same with the show, where like six of the 8 episodes are them trying to wrangle the monsters into doing what they want, and then the last 2 episodes you get the fighting. I could see them doing that.
yeah. I don't
And
know.
most of what you saw of the monsters is actually like in the last episode. I could see that.
Or in a lot of cases, these shows the actors are too expensive, and so all the money goes to
That
the
too.
actor, and it's just the writing is lackluster. You're like, well, yeah, because all the money went to the. Anyway, Harry Potter.
Yeah. Television's
Um,
dead.
I look. It's hard to it's hard to disagree. It's hard to disagree with that sentiment.
I should say television as we know
As
it.
we know it is dead.
As we grew up
I
with
don't.
it's
I'm
dead.
with you. I don't consider this streaming stuff television. Like
It's not.
I don't consider Stranger Things television because it violates everything. I don't consider this Godzilla
It's
show
not written.
television.
A lot of them are not written to be like all the Marvel ones in
Yeah.
particular. They are not written to be
No,
television.
because
They
they're
are
not written by
they're-
television writers. They're written by
no.
movie writers,
Yeah.
and they're trying to.
So
Yeah,
so they're not television.
yeah. Again, hard to disagree. Hard to disagree. So John Lithgow, Jordan. People be getting big mad at this Harry Potter cast because everyone's like, why? And instead of just being sensible and saying money like they should, look, man. If you say money, if you ask if I'm John Lithgow, if John Lithgow,
We
you're
all
John
know
Lithgow,
that we all know greed, makes the world
just
go
own
round.
it. Like I say what you will about Bill Burr. Bill Burr came back from Saudi Arabia and been like, I did it for the money. And same thing with like Dave Chappelle. They went, I did it for the money. I'm like, hey man, I may not like that, but I respect it. At least it's honest,
I'm not gonna say I don't understand it.
right? So he
Like
said that.
I don't. It's
He finds that. Okay then. Lithgow said that he finds it, quote, ironic and somewhat inexplicable. I don't know what that means. That Rowling can hold such views despite making a series that focuses so largely on acceptance and love. Oh, okay. There's the irony. I get it. And then in a bid to help himself sleep at night, he said that J.K. Rowling is not that involved in the series, which is not true. That was kind of the big pitch of this one, was that she was going to be, quote, more involved with it than she was in the movies, because she got froze out of the movies. So the big pitch with this is that she's supposed to be way more involved, and the people who don't think she sucks are okay with that.
I gotta be honest. I again don't really care. I'll probably I pay for the services that these are on anyway. So as far as I'm concerned, I might pop on one episode just to see.
Yeah.
And
I'll
I'm
watch
not
it.
gonna like if we were to go back in time and be like, oh yeah, it's coming out on DVD. I'm not buying the DVD. I'm paying we'll use the name Netflix. I'm paying Netflix already, and I just happen to get this show. It's gonna be one of those.
Yeah, pretty well. Jordan, apparently Ian McKellen, apparently he channeled his inner Tom Holland, and he inadvertently gave away an Avengers Doomsday spoiler, where he said that,
Whoa, we don't do spoilers here.
I mean, apparently he said that
Whoa, we don't do spoilers here.
it's not really that much. He's apparently going to destroy New Jersey.
Justin, I just told you we don't do spoilers here.
Is that a spoiler
Could be.
for the people in New Jersey?
Yeah. I
Apparently,
mean, now they know they're gonna get destroyed by Magneto.
he said, and to be fair, I don't know. He just said, nowadays I think things will become a bit easier though. I did destroy New Jersey the other day, and then he went, "Whoops, I don't think I'm supposed to say that." So who knows, Jordan? Who knows if he actually destroys New Jersey?
Apparently him.
Who's to say? But how would he know? I mean, if he did destroy New Jersey, it's all going to be in CGI. How did he know it? Unless they told him it was New Jersey.
I mean,
Also,
maybe they told him.
I don't see 86-year-old Magneto. I don't know, man. You see 86-year-old Magneto, and it immediately makes me go, oh.
Till you're 90.
Till you're 90, and it just. But like, yeah, I'd be lying if when Cyclops does his big the I-beam shootout, if that didn't make me go, oh, that's so fucking sick. Oh, that's so cool. That's what I've always wanted. He's wearing the costume from the animated series. How can that? So, who knows, man? Who knows? Maybe when a trailer with some actual story details that isn't just fucking AI comes out, maybe then I will actually give a shit.
I understand.
That is it, Jordan. That is the news. Nailed it. Nailed it this time. You nailed it. Exactly on the. Jordan, do it again. Do it again. Do it. Give me a little bit. Give me more. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. And with the delay. And with today's show, Jordan, as always, as is per the usual, as is the new tradition, as we have established it, I'd like to give you all an update on our good friends over at Wild Education, because thankfully they managed to find a place
Yay!
in Abbotsford, but that place is smaller, so they have to adopt out quite a few animals and their plants, and they will no longer be able to give tours, and they have to rebuild the rescue, which, as we all know, cost money. And so you can help them out and all of the animals by clicking the link to their GoFundMe and going to their Facebook and checking out their YouTube channel, all of which I have linked in the description below. Tell them we sent you.
Think of the animals.
Those spur of the moment guys, they really have your back and are constantly trying to get people to donate to your GoFundMe.
Think of the animals.
I went to their place once, and they teach you all about the animals. Oh, and if you have an event, you can book them, and they'll come teach you about animals.
So thinking of a branding idea here, maybe we have one of them on our spur of the moment conversation and talk about the animals.
We could do that. It's not a bad idea. And also, we don't really have a sponsor for today, because other sponsor, or a paying sponsor. I'd just like to remind you that we can promote any product that you want us to. We will promote any service. I can make him promote something at any moment. Jordan, promote for something for me real quick.
If you want a thing, then you should get the
Stop,
thing
that's too
because
much.
we
It's too
will
much.
tell.
It's too much. It's too much, Jordan. Jordan, it's too much. Too much. See, that was a reference, everybody. That was a reference to our very first ad spot. Where Jordan, do it again. Promote a thing again.
If you just pay this amount of
It's too much.
money,
It's too
then
much. He's doing too
you
much. It's too much. You're doing too much. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much.
they're not
You can
ready
have that. I can have him do it at any point, at any time, anytime I
for a
want,
price.
for a
For a
price,
price,
for a price. Not much of a price, but a price.
you know.
We're cheap. We're available. We will sell whatever you want. It's justicebusiness at
What's
gmail.com.
that?
Hit
You
me
want me
up.
to hawk shit? I can hawk shit.
I can hawk shit with the best of them. Hit me up at itsjustinsbusiness at gmail.com down in the description down below. And we want to collaborate with everyone and anyone to sell them your stuff. On the second half of today's show, everybody. That's it. That's the sponsors. We could sponsor this. You could be paying us to talk about your stuff. Just saying. Yeah, that. No, didn't hear that. On today's show, you might be asking yourself, folks, you might be saying to yourself, Justin, why are you doing a Valentine's Day special a week before Valentine's Day? Because, everybody, now you will get because we do 6 videos a week, 6 options for you to watch Valentine's Day. Or if you watch the full show, you will have a full 18 options of shit that you can watch on Valentine's Day. Because it is Valentine's Day. As opposed to doing the show on Valentine's Day and then having a subsequent week after Valentine's Day of 6 Valentine's videos after Valentine's Day. It made more sense doing it leading up to the day. Have I sufficiently explained my reasoning?
Probably.
Does it make sense to you?
It does to me now. Yes.
Okay. Did it not make sense before?
I did have moments of questioning. Yes.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. So, love and junk.
Loving stuff.
And stuff. And things. Jordan, first Valentine's Day thing.
I hate Valentine's Day. So the first movie that I watched is called The Secret Life of Walter Mitty. Came out in 2013. Justin, do you know anything about The Secret Life of Walter Mitty? Have you seen The Secret Life of Walter Mitty? Do I need to tell you in great detail about The Secret Life of Walter Mitty?
Well, from what I recall, no, I've never seen this movie, but I do remember the trailer and the trailer being misleading because I do recall a big part of this movie is he does a lot of what's the word? Imagining, fantasizing,
Daydreaming.
And it's a lot of like fantastical sequences that exist in his mind. And so the trailer was like all of those fantastical sequences, what made it look like it really in some not super similar, but in terms of its marketing, it's kind of like Bridge to Terabithia, where it made it seem like it was a whimsical fantasy movie and it was just about some creep who had a crush on a girl.
Well, see, the funny thing is, I mean, yes, that is definitely part of it. It's not as much of it. It is, but it's not.
Well, it's like he's sorry, I do know the plot, isn't it? Like he's a writer, right? And they trick him into going on.
Not a writer. He works as at a magazine, Time magazine, I think is what it's supposed to be.
But it's like he travels the world or something. That's the whole.
No,
idea,
he
right?
doesn't. He doesn't. That's the point.
Okay. Never mind. The trailer has misled me.
He does in this movie, but generally, no. The point is, and this is why he has all those daydreams.
Sorry. I should clarify. To my knowledge, the point of this is he basically is like a hermit or whatever, and they convince him to go on this trip to get out of jail or whatever.
Well, not that they convince him to. In fact, his bosses don't know that he's doing it. Basically, he is a I don't know what it's technically called, but like he develops the pictures for the magazine.
Okay.
So like he works down in like
outdated
the storage. Yeah, he works. Well, the point in this movie is that it's their last issue.
Oh. Okay.
They're about to move on to the internet, and it's their last issue. And he has done a career of a person who takes a lot of the pictures for Life magazine's covers. He's been doing the pictures for them for like 20 something years.
Gotcha.
Or a lot of years. But he's never actually
inspiration slop. That's the word I was looking for. It's inspiration slop.
But they've never actually met.
Okay. Okay.
And so in the beginning of this movie, meanwhile, yes, he does do a lot of daydreaming, and he has a girl that he works with, like that just got hired there, that he has a crush on. And so there it has a lot of scenes where like it'll just cut to the daydreams, to the point where like later on in the movie when he does go out on this actual adventure, it had me questioning if they weren't going to do a rug pull at the end where you find out that none of it
Just
happened.
cuts to him sitting at his desk, depressed.
Legitimately, I wasn't sure if they were going to go that route because they do so many of those daydreams, and the point is that like it'll cut back and the people will be like, hey, like, are you
Yeah.
there, like, hello, right? Like, so like I legitimately didn't know if it was going to end up being where like he was sitting at his
Is
desk
that
at the end,
intentional?
and none of, yeah, well, yeah, it is, like, I think that's supposed to be the idea.
Oh, fair enough.
um but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong about that.
Oh.
But so yeah, basically, him and the photographer dude, he's been developing, and so the photographer dude sends him a wallet which has like writing and stuff on it, and like the last batch of pictures that was ever going to be used, and he was like, please use a picture. I think it's like picture 15 or something like that. That's the best picture that I've ever taken. Like it's the magnum opus, and it should be the like the last one on the cover or whatever, but it's not in the batch of photos. And
Oh,
so
snap.
Walter Mitty thinks that he has lost it. And so he goes on this whole journey to go to, like, he's trying to do a mystery, basically solving thing, where he tries to figure out where the photographer dude is gonna be, basically where his last shoot is. And that's when
Gotcha.
he goes out into the world to go to these different locations to try and find him. And that's where, and he has daydreams while he's doing it too. So like there's a point where like he's at this bar or whatever, because he had heard that that's where the photographer dude had been, and he has this whole daydream where he pictures the girl that he had a crush on singing on stage, and it gives him the motivation or the inspiration motivation to go and jump on the helicopter, do blah 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 blah. And I'm like, it 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 makes you question. It makes me question which parts are real and which parts aren't, because like there's certain points where like it doesn't really like, yeah, and so I wasn't sure how much of it was going to end up being real.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
um
It's fun that it keeps you
um
guessing.
and then yeah, spoiler alert, because I don't know if you'll ever watch this
I
movie.
can't imagine I
um
will. But even then,
but
who cares?
spoiler alert, he does end up finding the photographer, and the photographer is like, meanwhile, there was a certain point earlier on in the movie where Walter, I think it was like out of frustration or whatever, tosses the wallet into the garbage. um and so I'm sure you can see where this is going. He finds the photographer, and the photographer is like, did you open the wallet and look inside? Like that's why the writing on it said like that the secret to life lies within. The picture was inside the
It
wallet.
was in the wall the whole time.
The wallet
Snap.
that he threw in the
Oh,
garbage.
snap.
And so it's lost forever.
Oh, snap. What a twist.
And so meanwhile he has been like, there's certain moments in time where I don't take the picture because I just like to live in the moment or whatever. And so then we get to the end of the movie, and I'm
I'm
not gonna
struggling to see how
lie.
this is a Valentine's Day movie, Jordan.
Oh, the way that it is that he has, well, to be fair, um it is, but it wasn't supposed to be. When I googled this movie, I typed in anti-Valentine movies, and this one popped up. But it does end up, he does get the girl in the end.
Oh,
Um,
oh, I see.
but the girl that he at one point went to her house because he comes back from Iceland with a skateboard or whatever, and and this was an example of, I thought this was gonna. Sorry, I'm burying the lead. There's a point earlier in the movie where he meets the girl that he has a crush on at the park and meets her son. And so we get to see Ben Stiller do like kick flips and stuff on the skateboard. And I thought that was going to be an example of that was like a in his head thing, and he didn't actually do it. But no, it turns out for whatever reason in this movie, Ben Stiller's character is just really good at riding on a skateboard for
He's
some
just
reason.
really good at skateboarding.
I mean, it's so that later in the movie when he's in, I think it was Iceland or Greenland, and he needs to get to the next town, he can convinced some Icelandic and or Greenland people to give him a skateboard so that he can ride down the road on the skateboard. That's why he can ride the
That makes
skateboard so that
sense.
he can do it later in the movie. Anyways, he keeps the skateboard and takes it home, and he's going to give it to the girl that he has a crush on's son as a gift. Um, and when he goes there, he sees who he believes is her husband, and so he gets upset and yada yada yada. Anyway, the way the movie ends is that him and her end up going on an actual date. That's how it's Valentine's related. He does end up with the girl, but no, there's a point in the near the end there where we find out that Walter Mitty's mom saw that he tossed the wallet in the garbage and took it out of the garbage and kept it. So we end up getting to see what the picture was, and I'm not gonna lie, this actually kind of got me a little bit where I was like, oh, that's it almost made me like feel
Oh,
feelings.
who's cutting the onion? Who's the ninja cutting onions in here?
Where so him and the girl that he had a crush on are at the newsstand where they're like we finally get to see, like, she's like, did you ever look at what the picture was? And he's like, no, I just gave it to the I gave it to the people,
Sorry.
the boss, the Times people, because the Times people had fired him for losing the picture. He's like, I just gave it to them so they could put it on the cover or whatever. Um, and so that's when we finally get to see what it was. And it won't mean as much to you because you didn't hear all the emotional, inspirational things that the photographer said, but it's a picture that he took of Walter Mitty
Oh,
just
that's
sitting
nice.
eating his lunch, and the title or whatever, the caption that they gave for the magazine thing, because that when Walter Mitty gives the picture to the new owner of the magazine or whatever, he's like, I realized, because earlier the dude had been a dick to him or whatever. He's like, I realized that you're just doing the marching orders and like following the company beat or whatever, but like you don't have to be such an asshole about it, right? Like you don't have to be such a dickhead.
Must be a big dickhead.
And he's like, you could yada yada yada. And so like the thing that it says along with the picture is the people that made, like the people that made this
Yeah.
or something to that effect. And it's like it's all about the employees, and it's got the picture of him. And
Oh, that's nice.
when I saw it, I was like, oh,
That's
like
nice.
that's really nice. That's really sweet.
Oh,
It
that's
is
nice.
a good movie, and I had quite a lot of fun with it. Enough that I wanted to actually talk a lot about a rapid fire.
All right. All right. That's the Adventures of Walter Mitty.
The Secret Life of Walter
That was
Mitty.
the
Pretty
title.
good.
All
Ben
right.
Stiller. Ben Stiller does a pretty good job about it.
So, Jordan, when it comes to Valentine's Day, I wanted to really create a real wide uh, breadth, really wide selection of various Valentine's Day things, Jordan. And I thought, what place to go to Valentine? What place to start than one of the most iconic romantic stories of all time, and that is Romeo and Juliet. And I thought, Jordan, what should I do for Romeo and Juliet if not the worst version you possibly could? And that's the Leonardo DiCaprio version, Jordan.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Lion King too.
I like Lion King too. It's better than this movie.
Fair enough.
I actually like that movie. I hated
I
this.
was I was mostly just
You've
saying
seen
that
this,
because
right?
I thought it'd be funny.
You
Which one is
This
this?
is the Leonardo DiCaprio one. This is the one where it takes place in the modern
They have
day.
guns, right? They have
Yes.
guns for swords.
Yes, you're the one who
Yeah,
told
yeah.
me about this. You said there was a.
I'm,
I'll never forget it because it was one of the
I'm
more
pretty sure I
stupidest
had to do
cartoon-
that. I'm pretty sure I had to watch that in high
Yeah, you
school.
watched it in high school, and you said it was the most hilarious thing you had ever seen. Because at one point they say verbatim
Oh yeah,
the words from the original play, but he's got a
but it's
gun
just
and it just
modern
has the
day.
word
Yeah,
rapier written on it.
yeah. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen.
It's the
Yeah.
stupidest thing I have ever seen.
Like it's like verbatim, word for word of the actual play, but like it in modern times, it reminds me of a Fred play.
Yes, well that's it. It's like I related to this in a way.
Like it's like like when you did Taming of the Shrew.
Yes, it reminded me of that in a sense. I mean, his stuff was more adapted than this, but um,
Yeah, yeah, it was.
we cut shit, but like I looked up what was the difference beyond the setting and some of the they changed a couple of names and like the fact that they're not actually using swords, but there wasn't much difference between this and the original. Like it's wild when you see that.
No, it's fairly accurate, which is why they did. I'm guessing, which is why they were allowed to do it in high school, is because like the script
I
itself
guess. I mean, there's
is
a
the
scene where he
same.
straight up does ecstasy. Like
They probably skipped past that.
I don't know, or it wasn't apparent enough that they're like, eighth graders aren't gonna get this. But like, yeah, the big thing about watching any Shakespeare is it's incomprehensible. So I mean, hey man, there's gonna be some Shakespeare.
I mean, that's why a lot of the in our version of it in high school, on the one side of the page they would have like what is actually written, and on the other side they had
So
like
a lot of
literally
it,
like a translation.
you can't figure out what's happening in the story. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be a Shakespeare aficionado or a person who gives a shit who's going to tell me I'm wrong. But so the thing when you're watching a Shakespeare play, a lot of it is visual cues. Like you have to pay attention to what's happening in order to get what's happening because you can't get it from the dialogue. You don't know what they're saying in the dialogue, and it's just kind of funny. Like Romeo rocks up. Romeo, at least as he's okay. So the point to that was to say that when it comes to reading the lines, we don't know what the original intent for these line reads were. We don't know how they were supposed to be read or how they were meant to sound like. Like in a lot of cases of when you're adapting a modern thing, you know what it was supposed to sound like, so you can match the energy of the scene or change it.
Yeah, you know the intent.
So with this, line reads vary from line to line, flat as cardboard, or overacting. Like Juliet in particular, her performance is flat and stiff as a board until like the end where she's crying. Or Leonardo DiCaprio. Like some of the lines are like, okay, there's some subtlety to this, and then the next line is he's crying like this. I'm sure the mic's not gonna pick this up. And thou Fort art thou, I love you more than you know what? It's like it's so over the. Every character is like this, or like every second line is so painfully overacted because that's just how you have to do Shakespeare. Like it's like I will say like by the time I finish doing a Shakespeare play, this is gonna sound so up my own ass, but like by the time you're like you've read through it a seventh or eighth time because you've had to do these lines 100 times, you start to understand what they're saying. You start to get it. But like Romeo reads in this, especially as played by Leonardo DiCaprio, as like you know that like handsome douchebag who like read one poetry book and all of the girls think he's deep.
Yeah.
I said that to Haley and she blinked at me. We all went to high school with a guy like that. It's a guy who he's pretty and he says things that sound deep and insightful and you know he's full of shit and he just says it to get women.
I have a particular person that comes to mind.
We all
but
know a guy like this. And that's
I mean,
all he is.
Didn't necessarily do Shakespeare, but yeah,
just poetry general, or he thinks he sounds deep, and these women are like 18 and they don't know any better and they fall for it. Like that's what this reads as, and like these characters are so melodramatic. I just always think of that line from Epic Rap Battles of History where like it would have done that boy some good to just wait a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Like it's like the thing you gotta understand about Romeo and Juliet is they're like supposed to be 13. So it's like, there are other guys,
16,
dude.
15, 16.
No, in the original play, they're supposed to be 13.
Oh, fair enough. I've never... Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm actually going to Google this because I don't want to... I'm pretty sure 13.
I thought it was like 15, 16.
No, it's younger than you think.
14, I would have said at the youngest. Like, I thought she was 14 and he's 16.
Okay, hold on. How old are Romeo and Juliet?
It was, considering when it came out, I can believe it.
In Shakespeare's play, Juliet is 13 years old, nearly 14, while Romeo's age is not explicitly stated. though he is generally understood to be a young man in his mid to late teens, often estimated to be around 16 or 17. Still weird.
Yeah.
There will be other girls,
But
my guy. My favorite bit at the beginning where he's absolutely in love with this girl named Rosalind, and then Juliet walks by. He's like, and then there's Juliet. Like, oh. But yeah, everyone's bad in this. Like, and it's got the most random cast too. It's got John Leguizamo's in this. Paul Sorvino is in this. Holy shit, Paul Sorvino is in this. You're gonna hear that name a lot this week. Paul Sorvino is you remember he's a famous guy in the 80s, but I think it was Goodfellas. I believe he's Paulie in Goodfellas. Or if you've seen Repo, the genetic opera.
What's the actor's name?
Paul Sorvino.
Just gonna make this easier so I can recognize him.
You would know him if you saw him.
Absolutely, that's why I'm just gonna look him up.
He was also in Repo, the genetic opera.
Oh, he does look familiar.
Yeah. Yeah, more recently, I believe you watched Goodfellas for this show, right? We talked about how much I love Goodfellas.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think he's Paulie in Goodfellas. But you've seen Repo, the genetic opera, right?
Not in a long time.
He's the he's the evil guy. Will they live? Doubtful. You know that guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him. In fact, he's funny. He's an opera. I'm pretty sure he's an opera singer. Anyway, who else is in this that was worth talking about? I decided that if I ever wanted to be anyone in this play, it would be Mercutio, because he's in like 3 scenes, has a big long monologue, and then dies relatively early on, where he curses. he puts a plague on I put a plague on both your houses.
Put a plague on both your houses.
Yeah, that's where that comes from.
Apparently, he was also the what's his name, Paul Sorvino.
Paul Sorvino.
He was also randomly he was in Hey Arnold the movie.
Really? He's one of those guys who you know him, you just don't know him by name, but you know him. Yeah, that's the Romeo and Juliet, the Leonardo.
I mean, that describes 70% of Hollywood.
Just a lot of people. Yeah, he's been in stuff. He's one of those guys. He's been in a bunch of stuff, and you just know him. You just don't know his name. That's it. That's the Romeo and Juliet, the Leonardo DiCaprio version. It's bad, man. It was bad. But like, I just don't know that there was ever going to be a version of Romeo and Juliet that I like.
That's fair.
I can't imagine there's ever going to be a version where I go, or I'm not going to go, this is problematic. The source material is problematic.
Not without, I was going to say, not without changing things,
right.
Aging people up or doing, or
turning them into lions, for example.
I was going to say, or making them lions,
Look, I guess it's not to say that there aren't versions of the Romeo and Juliet story I like. They are far and few between. Any movie where it's like, I'm in love with a guy I met yesterday. She gets married to him at one point in the play. They get married. It's made all the more weird by the fact that she's 13. Everything in that play gets weird. Because that character always gets aged up in most adaptations.
That's what I was going to say.
They become adults and it becomes less weird, but still weird. Sorry.
Yeah, they age. That's, I think usually they at the youngest they make her like 16.
Even then, still weird, but like
but like less weird, I guess. I don't know.
That's the thing.
Anyway,
as you become an adult, so anything involving children where they have sex and die automatically has a tinge of being weird. Just automatically, you're like, you're too young for this.
Yeah.
Automatically, and that's the correct feeling to have, Jordan, objectively.
So, moving on, Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which
this is a Valentine's Day movie.
This is a Valentine's Day movie, to the point where like it starts and like within the first couple minutes they're like, Valentine's is coming up.
The only thing I remember about this movie is that it's horrendously unethical. The procedure is unethical. I don't understand how, unless they mention it, because it's been a minute since I've watched this, but I don't understand how it passed FDA regulations.
Well, see, that's the thing. I question whether it did.
That's my thing, is like I don't recall if it did or not. Like I think they get shut down at the end of this movie.
They shut down at the end because Kirsten Dunst sends all the patient's stuff out to them,
Yeah,
so they
yeah.
all find out about it,
So
and
yeah,
that
that
like
makes me
shuts them
question whether or not
down.
this passed FDA regulations because there's no way it could. Like someone makes the case. I think they make the case in the movie that you cannot consent to this. You can, even if I consent to it, the version of me that walks away from it didn't consent to it.
I mean, you just gave me brain damage.
Right?
That's what you did. Like
You punched
literally, they
holes
do.
in my
They
memory and caused me brain
literally they
damage.
do. They do say that they're like, this is basically brain damage. You are basically getting controlled brain damage,
Right? And it's
and
just like,
like,
yeah, because I think Jim Carrey's character says at one point, Joel, I think he says, like, I didn't consent to this. Well, yeah, you did. No, but I didn't. He might have, but I didn't.
uh, I don't know if he's. I don't remember if he says that, but he does. Like, there's a point where him and Kate Winslet are listening to his tape, and he's like, I didn't. Like, I would never say that. I didn't say that. And she's like, but you did say that. You clearly you come to feel these feelings, and he's like, but I don't feel those feelings.
Right?
That he
I
did,
mean, that's not
but
even
I didn't.
mentioning. It's not even mentioning Elijah Wood using
Oh, that's
using
extremely unethical. But to
using
be
her
fair,
information to commit what is essentially a sexual assault.
I mean, yeah,
I would say, look, for the
he,
sake of
he,
the
he
females in the audience, I'm going to say it is sexual assault.
I mean, yeah, it's coercion, definitely, or
Definitely. I mean, even using Joel's shit to get with her, it doesn't work because he's a slimy creep. She still is like, I don't like you
well, it's
immediately.
one of it's one of those things where it's like it tweaks her brain because it gives her like a shadow memory where it's like red flag in the back of her mind is going off, like something is weird here,
Right?
and it's like, and then that's not even mentioning the fact that like, okay, you want to get into the part that I find, ironically, the part that I find most unethical doesn't even have to do with Jim Carrey or Kate Winslet, the
Oh, I
people
mean,
that
it's the
are
Doctor
about
Kirsten
this.
Dunst, right?
It's the doctor and
Yeah, yeah,
Kirsten
yeah.
Dunst, who he is significantly older than her. They were like dating or something. He was screwing her,
She was sleeping
and
with
then
her
he
behind his wife's back, and I think it's implied that she
no,
got
no,
pregnant.
originally, no. Originally, they dated because she said that the wife says you had him first. That's what she says.
Well, yeah, no, but I think the implication is that
They
he was.
dated. They dated. No, they dated before he met. This is what it's implied. Him and Kirsten Dunst dated before he met the wife, and then they broke up. And she wanted to forget. He wanted to forget. They wanted to forget. But it's also said in the Wikipedia here that originally, and this is where it gets even more fucked up. Originally, Kirsten Dunst was supposed to have gotten pregnant from him,
Yeah, that's how it reads.
he convinces her to get an abortion,
Yeah, that's how it
and
reads.
then
Yeah.
wipes her memory.
Yeah. Well,
That's what it
it
was
has that
originally.
they make the equivalency of that because there's the conversation he has with her on the tapes where she goes, "I don't want to do this," and she goes, "We talked about this." That is very abortion coded. That is very
Because yeah,
like yeah, guy who. But
it's intentional because
that's where I'm like I it hey maybe yeah this is a case where I'm clearly wrong, but I always understood it to be she was dating her behind the wife's back, and in order to keep the secret from his, but then it's implied that the wife knows that. So yeah, I think yeah, you're right. Maybe it was beforehand.
yeah, because the wife was basically like, she says she has a line where she's like, you had him
Yeah, I
first,
think but I
like,
think the implication there is that
so no, I think
when she says had, I think like you had his heart. Like I think the idea was he was dating her and he was in love with her, but in order to fix his marriage, he wiped. But again, I guess maybe that's wrong.
I mean,
Perhaps it's
it's up
interpretable.
for interpretation, we'll say. But no, my interpretation is basically he hired the secretary,
But
he
keeping her
screwed
employed is fucked up
he
regardless.
screwed he's yeah, exactly. But my reading of the situation is
Regardless of the
he
going into
hired
it.
the secretary. The secretary fell in love with him, and he screwed the secretary. He realized that it was problematic because they were so much of an age difference, and so he convinces her to wipe her memory. He then meets his current wife and still keeps her on as a secretary after he's screwed her and wiped her memory, and then she falls in love with him all over again.
It's fucked up. It's so
It's
fucked
fucked
up.
up.
It's fucked
Like, it's
up.
fucked up.
It's
But it's
fucked
just
up.
it's also supposed to exist as like the reason why it exists is from a movie standpoint is it's supposed to reinforce the idea, much like with Jim Carrey's character and Kate Winslet's character, that you will fall in love again.
It's eternal sunshine of the
It's
spotless mind.
eternal sunshine of the
Yeah.
spotless mind. You will fall in love again if you meet the
But
person again.
I just also think it's fucked up because I don't know. Like I guess depending on the rule. Yeah, I don't know because I'm like if a girl breaks up with me, it's just, if I have to live with that, but then again, I guess I could get the procedure. It feels petty to be like, if I have to live with that pain, so should you. But like, if the guy's a real monster, like a wife beating sociopath, then I'm like,
Yeah,
okay, maybe then I'm like, okay,
it's that's a real hard thing for me to as a person who's been through heartache. If I had the option to erase it, would I? 34-year-old me says probably not. Younger me, younger impulsive me who
yeah,
is like
probably
closer
would have.
in attitude to Kate Winslet probably would have.
Yeah, that's the thing
If
that
that
they
option had been there.
I just don't think that the people who go through this procedure are being like adequately prepared for the mental space you're gonna be in post that happening. Like none of them seem to be mentally prepared
Yeah.
for it.
Well, that's kind of my thing is like it's not I think what I kind of came to realize watching it this time is I mean, I do think the procedure itself is fucked up, but it's not necessarily the procedure itself for devil's argument here. It's not necessarily the procedure itself which is fucked up. It's the way that this specific office handles the things surrounding it which is fucked up.
Yeah, I could just
Um
believe that this is a rinky, but yeah, it does really kind of does feel like a metaphor for abortion a little bit because it's like it's kind of a back alley kind of thing. It's not it doesn't seem to be super reputable. Like, is there? Maybe there is a reputable version of this surgery which is more ethical than these guys. Maybe it's just these guys that are shitty. Who knows?
because yeah,
We
you
haven't even
like
talked about
the
that.
reason
Just
the reason why it feels
good
like a
movie generally
backdoor thing for me, the reason why it feels like a
because they show
backdoor
up at his
easy
house in the
thing for
middle
me,
of the
they
night.
show up at your house in the middle of the night. If this was a reputable thing, they would keep you overnight in a hospital.
In an office, yeah, in a doctor's office, certainly something
Um,
comparable.
so
But I
it
guess
just
the
it
idea
just
is they
doesn't.
show up in the middle of the night because then you don't remember having had the procedure in your life just
That's
moves on.
supposed to be the
But
idea,
like
yeah.
that, how is that possible? Especially if you get this, if you are married to a person, your life is entangled with them. Surely there's a screening. Yeah. Oh, I think we're overthinking the procedure. There's a lot of shit to love about this movie.
We
Though.
are.
There's that weird scene where Jim Carrey jacks off. I mean, there's who doesn't love that? That's weird. That was a
The point where
joke.
he's late, where he's in the past, he's supposed to be young, and then Kate
She,
Winslet is the
she.
older lady.
Hey, we've all been there, man. We've all been there.
Uh,
Now, there are a
no,
lot of
yeah, I
fun.
mean,
There's a lot of fun sequences involving Scale, where he's a kid and she's an adult. That's really fun. A lot of the visuals are great. It's my favorite series. I think it's. I don't know. I love the Truman Show, so it's hard not. But it's probably one of my favorite serious Jim Carrey movies. He strikes a balance of it. It's funny. It's a funny movie at points. He's funny without being a cartoon character, and it was the movie that kind of demonstrated that he could be funny without being a cartoon character.
yeah,
It's
and
definitely
it's
one of
weird
his
to
better
see,
dramatic. Was definitely better than the Majestic.
and it's weird to see just such a young Mark Ruffalo.
Yeah, that's not the movie that like there's a movie called I forgot he was in this, but there's a movie called I wish I could remember what it was called, but it has Julianne Moore and Annette Bening and Mark Ruffalo in it, and the premise of it is basically Mark Ruffalo is like the sperm daddy of this lesbian couple's kids, and she ends up cheating on him with her, and like that was the movie that made me go, that's the Hulk. And like it feels like this should have been that movie where I should have watched this and been like, that's the guy who's gonna be the Hulk? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
It's the Hulk and Frodo
So
teaming up and abusing women.
apparently, okay, uh,
Hey,
no, I mean
Mark
to
Ruffalo
be
is equally as
fair,
complicit.
I mean,
He's doing the
yeah,
Mark
he
Ruffalo
does the same
and
thing.
the movie doesn't talk about this, but he's doing the same shit that Elijah Wood is
Kirsten
doing.
Dunst,
Yeah, he's
yeah,
doing it to
he
Kirsten
is.
Dunst. He's doing
I
the
mean,
exact same
they
shit.
they try to make it questionable about whether or not he knew, and he's like, I did you suspect? And he's like, there's only one time I did, and it's like I just don't believe
I
that.
believe you're doing the same shit. You're using the file to get in her pants. I fully believe it.
But so apparently the concept of this movie came from conversations between the director, Michael Gondry, and the co-writer, Pierre Bismuth, um, where
Aren't they accused of Milo Formish? Sorry. Anyway, go on.
where basically Bismuth had conceived of the idea of erasing certain people from people's minds in response to a friend complaining about her boyfriend. When he asked her if she would erase that boyfriend from her memory, she said yes, and that gave him the idea.
Jordan, is that? Do you have anything else?
Uh,
Is that it?
I'm trying to see if there's any interesting
You're
things. No, I think
no.
that's it for this one. Uh, oh, I think there was an interesting thing I read about there's a game that this inspired. Yeah, that was it. I wanted to mention. Um, a game called To the Moon by Can Gao from Freebird Game, which is about two doctors traversing the memory of an old man to fulfill his last wish, was inspired by this movie.
All right,
So that's
Jordan.
fun.
I Jordan. Jordan.
Justin,
Jordan.
Justin.
This was not a good start to the week. Let me tell you. And this movie that I'm about to talk about, it created. It made me coin a term I like to call celebrity cameo slop. This is Valentine's Day. And before we get into this movie, Jordan, before we jump on into Valentine's Day 2010 film,
Feet first.
feet first, heart first, as it were, because it's about Valentine's Day. I feel it's important to say, even though I chose Valentine's Day as a topic, I fucking hate Valentine's Day. This is not a feeling that I developed when I was an adult. I hated Valentine's Day when I was a child. Me and several friends came up with a club we called the CBC, or the Confirmed Bachelors Club, and we were in fourth grade. Pretty much around the time where Valentine's Day became hurtful. That was pretty much the time I decided it was a Hallmark holiday, and I fucking hated it. So I've always hated Valentine's Day. I hated,
Pretty much around the time when I realized that I like girls and that this
and it
holiday
wasn't
made me
cool when they
feel bad.
rocked up and every other guy in the class got a rose but you. Fucking hate it. I hated it when I had a girlfriend. I hate it now. I hate Valentine's Day. And I hate this fucking movie. This movie was crap. This movie was bad. This movie is just fucking celebrity cameo after celebrity cameo after celebrity cameo. And this movie needs to pick a fucking main character. There's 50 different characters in this, and it swaps between all of their narratives, and any one of these characters would have been a suitable main character, but it can't decide on one of them. So at one point it's about Ashton Kutcher and Jessica Alba, and Ashton Kutcher has proposed to Jessica Alba, and Jessica Alba has said yes, and he goes to work, and he's friends with Jennifer Garner, who is dating who is he dating? She is dating Patrick Dempsey. She is dating Patrick Dempsey, who is married, and then intermediately it cuts to an airplane where it's Bradley Cooper and Julia Roberts are just on an airplane, and she's talking about how she wants to get back home to her true love or whatever, and Bradley Cooper helps her get back to her true love. George Lopez is in this. He works for Ashton Kutcher, and it keeps cutting between the characters, and none of there's 3 separate scenes of characters sitting lying in bed half naked, having conversations about love and Valentine's Day, and they're the exact same conversation every single time, but it's just different randomly swapped in celebrity cameos. It is atrocious. It is awful. None of the humor works. It's not funny. It's not interesting. It doesn't focus on any of the characters long enough for you to give a shit about any of them. Oh yeah, at one point, one of the sets of characters is Topher Grace and Anne Hathaway, and Anne Hathaway is
Hot.
a sex phone worker, and then she goes to, or one of the characters, I think it's Jennifer Jennifer Garner goes to get into her elevator, and there's her neighbor has like a big, I think it's like a toy bear or toy something in front of her, and she moves it down, and it's just Taylor Swift. And then Taylor Swift is going to high school, and she's dating Taylor Lautner, who is going to the same high school as the babysitter of, I think it's Jennifer Garner's kid, the babysitter of Jennifer Garner's kid, who is Julia Roberts' niece, Emma Roberts, who you just don't know her, probably don't know her by name, but you would know her if you saw her. And she wants to have sex with her boyfriend, who she ultimately decides not to have sex with, but Taylor Swift and Taylor Lautner do have sex at the end of the movie. And what was the other connection? Oh, the kid that Emma Roberts babysits is the son of Julia Roberts, that's the guy who she's trying to get back to the whole movie. And it keeps intermediately switching between these characters, but it doesn't focus on one character enough for you to give a shit about them. Because by the time you start to get even the remotest bit invested in this, it switches to another character. It's kind of like Game of Thrones, but for shitty Valentine's Day. Do you have any questions for me, Jordan?
So what you're saying is you really enjoyed this movie and had a great time watching.
I fucking hated it. It just reminded me of everything I hate about Valentine's Day. Any other questions, Jordan? And Jordan, to top it off, the guy who made this, Gary Marshall. Oh yeah, by the way, the guy who directed this is Gary Marshall. He directed at least one of your movies. He made 2 more of these. He made one where it was the same concept, but it's New Year's Eve, and then he made another one where it was Mother's Day. And these movies apparently didn't do well, so I don't understand it. It's just its entire function is just for you to go, ooh, but it's a celebrity I recognize. It's Ashton Kutcher. It's celebrities who in 2010 are relevant, and the only bit is that that's George Lopez. That's the whole bit. Like, what? It's not saying anything interesting. It's nothing to... Oh, I hated this movie so much. It fills me with rage the more I talk about it. Jordan, I hated it. That's it. That's Valentine's Day. Hopefully I stretched this out enough to make it into a video. It sucked. Upset me. Do you have any more questions, Jordan?
I can safely say I do not.
Would you watch this?
Oh,
that was the other thing. This wasn't on any streaming. Which is, only Jordan relates to this, but...
Then no.
Jordan, do you have those moments where a movie you need to watch for the show isn't on streaming, and then you have to put an effort to find it, and then you finally do
and you're
it?
like, I don't want to. I know this is going to be bad.
And then it is? And it makes the movie even worse?
Yes.
That's what this was like for me. I was an hour into this. I stayed up late to watch this.
I put a lot of effort into downloading this movie, and it's awful. Makes it worse.
Yes, I had to visit the bay that belongs to pirates because I refused to pay money for this, and it took like an hour to negotiate with said pirates. And
I would have given up at a certain point and just been like, nope, not worth it.
So at some point it becomes about pride. You're like, but yeah, I stayed up till 9:30 watching this, which is like way past my bedtime, and I was like, I was so mad. Bad.
Any final thoughts?
Bad start to the week, Jordan. This was a bad start. 2 bad movies. Bad start. This was not a good week.
Okay.
Again, hopefully we've extended this enough for it to be a video.
So this rapid fire is going to be real rapid. Bearing the lead. Bruce Almighty.
Before you do Bruce Almighty, just real quick, just a housekeeping thing. At what point do you have What Women Want? In fact, you should do, instead of doing Bruce Almighty, you should swap it for What Women Want. Or when do you have What Women Want? I guess maybe a better question.
What Women Want is one of my have scenes, so it's going to be much later.
Shit. Okay. Well, shit. That's fine then. You're gonna find out.
See, you should save yours until I do that. Because you're talking about What Men Want, right?
Yeah. Is it your second half scene?
Yes. But I can make it my first half scene. So you can end your rapid fire on it.
Honestly? No, that's okay. Because rapid fires nowadays aren't super rapid fire. I could swap it.
This is true.
I could swap it for Brokeback Mountain. And Brokeback Mountain could just be a little longer. Sorry, anyway, Bruce Almighty.
Bruce Almighty. So the way that this is
I need you to know I am listening. Oops.
The way that this is a Valentine's Day is that there's a couple and they love each other.
That they do.
And
that couple,
I love
that couple is
Jennifer Aniston and Jim Carrey.
No, it's Jim Carrey and the Lord.
So I love this movie. It is probably one of my favorite movies. It's one that I've watched so many times, and I can. It's a comfort food. I can put it on.
Fucker.
I can put it on and just have it on and just know what's going on.
This is one of the very first movies I ever bought on DVD.
Yeah, I think I still own it on DVD.
Somewhere.
Somewhere.
Holes one of the very first DVDs I ever watched. So I watched the shit out of all the special features on that DVD.
Because like I can still picture the DVD.
Yeah, it's him doing
the scene changer, him doing the water thing.
Yeah.
And the moon.
And the moon. I can still picture it. Yeah. That was back when they put effort into DVDs. The DVD menus.
And so, I love this movie. I love it. I mean, it's got a star-studded cast.
It's a great comedy. I mean, I love a good Jim Carrey, Tom Shadyac, joint. He did this. He did Liar Liar, and I believe he did Ace Ventura with Jim Carrey.
Ace Ventura, Liar Liar, and this. Yeah.
And they're always good. If he still makes movies, they should absolutely do another one together because they're the exact right combination of like not like the Mask cartoon character, although Ace Ventura is an exception. But Liar Liar and this are kind of similar in the sense that they're this and Liar Liar are very similar movies where it's a guy. It's Jim Carrey thrust into extraordinary circumstances and having to deal with those extraordinary circumstances. There's a lot. I mean, there's a lot to. Again, Steve Carell breakout role for Steve Carell. Him as Evan.
Morgan Freeman as God.
I mean, there's a reason why everyone thinks of God when they think of Jim. When they think of God,
so,
Morgan Freeman.
That leads me to a fun little bit of controversy that happened with this movie when it first came out in theaters.
What number am I thinking of?
7.
I thought it might work, but it didn't work.
Fun bit of controversy, not so fun at the time, but God contacts Bruce using an actual phone number when he does the beeper
Somebody
thing.
Tried to call the phone number.
It was a working phone number.
Really?
When it came out in theaters, so the version that you and I have seen. The DVD version where it's a 555 number, which famously in Hollywood you use 555 on films because it's not a real thing. It's there's no real number. But when it first came out in theater, it had the number that pops up was 776-2323, and it was a real number.
How could you? How could you not check to make sure that that's not a real number?
It wasn't in use in the area code. Like in the area code that would work, and they never specified on screen what the area code was. But people found it and figured it out and kept calling it, trying to talk to God. And they got into big trouble over that. So I thought that was funny.
That is funny.
Also, I think it was some of the Middle East countries. Hold on, it says here.
God is a woman.
Egypt. The film was banned in Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Iran, Kuwait, and Qatar because of its portrayal as God as an ordinary man.
Yep.
Which was blasphemous to Islam.
Of course it is. That makes sense.
Although apparently, the bans in Malaysia and Egypt were eventually lifted.
Be the miracle.
They gave it their film's highest rating, 18 PL.
Also, I'm just saying the co-anchor,
Susan Ortega.
Susan Ortega. Mm-hmm.
I don't know who she's played by.
I don't either, but she is Susan Ortega.
She's Susan Ortega.
Jordan, do you have anything else?
Oh, Catherine Bell is who she's played by.
Oh, I don't know who that
She's
is.
apparently she's apparently a British actress.
Oh, I don't know who that is, and I don't care. Susan
I mean,
Ortega.
I only care that she was in this, and
Susan Ortega.
she's Susan Ortega. I like this movie. It's a good movie. Anyone who hasn't watched this movie, go watch this movie. That's your homework.
That's your homework. Jordan. Oh, but the thing about switching. Hmm. Interesting. No.
I mean, I can do it. I can do it next. It's just it means that my rapid or my have scenes will be missing one. It just shuffles things up.
No, I am.
You're right. You're right. Our rapid fires are sometimes not rapid. So
Yeah, screw it. No, I'm gonna do what we want. No, because it's just by doing Brokeback Mountain next, it kind of ruins a joke I had planned. So we are actually gonna do what men want, and then we'll do what women want later when you do it. Because
okay.
the whole thing with this movie,
I mean, you can always later on. You can just edit it
I can
when you do your
I
videos.
can do that. But the big thing with
If
this for me going into this, number one, first and foremost, was and we'll come back to this idea when we talk about what women want. But with what women want, the joke is that women are complex creatures and they have complex thoughts, and that's the joke.
And he's a pig.
And he's a pig. So the question for me going into this is: men are simple, we're basic. We don't have complex thoughts. I know that's like a classic go-to stand-up comedian joke, but it's different. I mean, it's truth.
I mean,
We may have reasonably complex emotions, but in terms of thoughts, we are not complex creatures.
We're much less complex than women.
Right.
Is the point.
So like most women could pretty easily intuit what a man was thinking. Like you wouldn't like. So the whole thing with this is,
for the most part, other than extraordinary circumstances.
right. But we pretty much wear our emotions on our sleeves, so you could pretty well tell when a guy's upset.
Unless you're a sociopath.
Unless you're a sociopath. And so the plot of this is, okay, number one, they have transformed this from a PG-13 movie, which is interesting because we'll come back to it. But I always felt like the What Women Want was meant to be an R-rated comedy, but this is very much a raunchy R-rated comedy. You see people having sex, they say curse words, and yada yada, so on and so forth.
I feel like the original was going to be R-rated, and then they got Ashley Johnson to be his 15-year-old daughter, and realized that would make it weird.
No, that wouldn't have. I imagine it. That one we'll get to it, but I believe that could have that feels like it was one that was, and then in the edit after test screenings, it got pulled down to a PG-13. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we get there.
Yep.
So the big difference between this one, is she is a powerful, rather than being an ad executive, which is what Mel Gibson was. She is a sports agent, and she works in an office with entirely men, with all men, and she is avoiding and ditching and bailing on her female friends, and the whole bit is they're like, she acts too much like a man. Men don't relate to you because you act too much like a man. And that's the whole bit. So she needs to learn how to act more like a woman and act less like a man. And this movie feels the need to explain why she can read guys' minds. So instead of it just being a random, like in the original, I felt it was unexplained and that was fine. It didn't need an explanation. Whereas in this, they're like, oh, she goes to her friend's bachelorette party where she runs into a psychic who feeds her some form of like drugged up tea, and then she hits her head, and that's why she can hear guys' thoughts. And in this one, she has a guy best friend, or a gay guy assistant, and he finds out that she can read minds. And so there's a lot of jokes where like he's saying shit to her by like thinking it at her. And there's a coworker character played by Pete Davidson, who has a huge crush on him, and she ends up getting them together, whatever. It turns out they're a really cute couple, and it's really funny. Like, it's not to say that like it's devoid of things that made me laugh. Like, it's a funny movie. I laughed. but like there's a moment where she's invited, because the whole thing is she meets this guy at a party, and oh no, he's the bartender at a bar that her and her dad go to, and she ends up hooking up with him and having really one-sided sex is how the best way I could describe it, and wakes up with her and finds out that he has a kid, and she's trying to pursue a new young athlete to join the agency, but she has to, in order to convince him to sign with them, needs to convince his overly abrasive, overly protective dad, played by Tracy Morgan. And so she gets the guy, she starts dating the guy and tricking Tracy Morgan into thinking that the guy is her husband when they're just kind of starting out dating. And they do all the same bits. They even do the bit where the sex goes really good, and he's like, it's like you were in my mind the whole time. You know that bit?
Yeah, but the joke doesn't work there, because the reason why it works in is because girls are more complicated.
Exactly. It doesn't. It's not. It's
It
a joke
doesn't
that
work
doesn't
there.
really. You're like, I know. I've seen it. I know how it.
No, it's not hard to figure out how to work the shaft.
Right. That's
Goes
what
up
I'm
and
saying.
down.
That's what I'm saying. But yeah. So there's a scene where they're talking about what
Not to
men
make it
want.
weird, but
You
like,
just made it weird. But there's a scene where they're talking about what men, or what she thinks men want, and her assertion was love them and leave them, basically, hump them and dump them. And he's like, you think that's what men want? And he's like, I think really what men want is to be loved and cherished, and to find a person that they can trust and be emotionally dependent on. And as he's saying this stuff, I'm like, this was not written by a man. This is very definitely written by a woman. And sure as shit,
that's
open it up,
that's what they want men to be like.
open it up, and it was very much written by two women.
Yeah, that tracks.
Right? I was like, no man wrote this. I'm sorry, that's not true. One man wrote it because one man has a writing credit, but it was very much written by two women.
That explains a lot.
I don't have a deep reverence for the original. Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was funny, but there was a lot of like, this is a person writing from a perspective that they just don't have, and it's odd.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
and just the sentiment and the theme of it being like, you need to stop being like a man. You need to be more like a woman. It's just like really weird, and did not work for me.
Somehow it makes it weirder when you know that it was written by women.
Right? Exactly. Like surely, like, if you wanted this to be about balancing perspectives and walking a mile in, but to be fair, the original loses its theme towards the end when it just becomes about him pursuing Helen Hunt.
Feels sort of, what you're describing feels sort of regressive.
A little bit, yeah. Like, I mean, the whole idea.
Like, what's wrong with a woman being more man? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, why does she have to be more girly?
Right.
Like, that just feels really regressive.
The idea. Well, no, the idea is she needs to be more like her character is that she doesn't listen to people, and she's not hearing what
Sure,
they
no,
need.
okay, I get that. Like, if that's what you want to focus on, but like, no, to strip it down, or like minimize it down to like, oh, the guys don't like you because you're too much like a guy. That's not true. Plenty of guys like tom
Well,
girls.
yeah. What I'm saying is, though, it's like the
Tomboys.
the movie's perspective is like, oh no, she needs to be more emotionally available like a woman, and I'm like, but that's not. Like you said, that feels slightly regressive. But also, again, like I said, to be fair, the original kind of like, and it's about her learning to learning to open up and to listen, and to have people, like, she has female friends, and how she needs to like connect with them, and she can't fly solo, and it's like, to be fair, the original kind of loses the metaphor of like walking in a woman's moccasins, but yeah, once he starts pursuing Helen Hunt, so like.
Oh, don't you worry. We're gonna talk about the original.
It's not to say. But yeah, I was just like, what does this have to say about what women? Nothing. It doesn't have anything to say about like women seeing through men's eyes. It's more about being like, well, actually, deep down, men are just like women, and it's like, well, okay, no, not no, not.
No.
We can be share characteristics and experiences and emotional depth, but our emotional depth is just different. Like it's not the same. It's not
Yeah,
the
like
same
I
as
mean,
women, and that's
the thing is,
fine. I'm not even talking like I'm just talking emotionally. Men and women deal with things differently emotionally, right?
there's that,
Men
and
tend to be
there's just the
reactive.
fact that there's the fact that like, and we're getting really into the weeds here, but like, there's also just the fact that like, you reading my thoughts doesn't mean that you are experiencing much in the same way that the original. And this is an issue that I have with the original, where just because you can read their thoughts doesn't mean like you're not walking a mile in my shoes.
Yeah,
You're not experiencing the same. You can't. I just like he can't in the original because he is still a man.
yeah,
He
exactly.
is still a man. He is not experiencing life as a woman would experience life. There's no way to you can't unless you have a body morphing movie where like she turns into a man and
Yeah,
can read men's thought, and but then okay, you're gonna walk a mile in the chute. But like just reading my thoughts is not gonna it doesn't
it's not
convey
teaching you how you're living, how to live your life as me.
what it's like to be a
You're
man.
you're a
No.
successful and attractive black woman. I'm me. Like,
I'm me. I'm
we're just gonna
different.
we just live different lives.
You just because you can hear what's going like what I'm thinking in a moment doesn't it's
But
not
also they do all the gags of like all men think about is like sex. So like every third character is thinking an inappropriate sexual thing. So I did appreciate that. I appreciate that. No, it's like yeah, when you can hear every man's thoughts, their thoughts are basic, and the guys in this movie's thoughts are basic. It's just like I want to fucking eat, and you're like yeah,
I mean I
that's
also
why
can
they never
see
made
in
what men want because that's what it devolves to.
I can also see in that in this why this one has to be 18 plus and the other one could be 13 plus is because I'm just going to be honest here. Men's thoughts are disgusting, way
Yeah,
more disgusting than the female brain.
that's
So I understand why you would have to make it 18 plus.
pretty much, yeah. It's pretty that it's shifted to it's now a BET show and the BET network. This is an unrelated quasi, but the BET network they have no problems letting their shows be foul. There's this really
What?
weird like
This
they
was a show?
no it's a movie, but they have no problems taking a concept that is normally PG and making it R rated for no reason.
Mm.
So like there's a show called the Miss Pat Show, which I keep seeing clips from, and I've been working around how to talk about it on the internet because I have questions. But like, it's a regular sitcom, but they say fucked up shit like it's a joke, or they curse like they drop f bombs every third or fourth word, but it's got a laugh track. It's
Is this like
super
on
weird.
TV?
Yeah, it's a sitcom on the BET on Black Entertainment Television.
Oh,
But it's framed like there's a point where there's an episode where um one of the characters like drinks and drives, and there's a laugh track as she kicks him out of the house and curses at him. It's bizarre. I'll find you better examples of what I'm talking about. But there's like there's one where there's an episode I saw a clip of where the guy they're talking about how this guy assaulted a woman at a party, and they say oh you raped a chick, and there's a laugh track, and the comments on the video were like yeah this isn't a ha ha kind of conversation. It's weird that there's
that's
a laugh
not. Yeah,
track. Or like
that's not funny.
there's an episode where like they're mad that the son's friends are calling him the N word, but then she says a racist or like a bunch of slurs about Hispanic people. It's very bizarre. It's such a weird show. And
Okay.
I've been trying to think of how do I talk to TikTok about this because I have questions. That's what this reminded me of, where it was like this took a thing that was mostly milquetoast and added cursing and sex to it for no reason. Like this didn't really need to be R rated. I guess that was my long way of saying that. That's what men want. Pause. Pause for what women want. Coming later. Coming. And then I'm gonna cut. And then when you go to do what women want, I'll be like, now.
Okay.
Next.
But before we do that, we're going to talk about the secret of my success.
What is the secret of your success, sir?
Um, I can't say that on the internet.
Oh, Oh,
No.
oh, we went entirely
Uh,
different directions there.
so the movie is called The Secret of My Success. It's got Michael J. Fox,
Oh,
um,
oh, that was interesting.
and also stars Helen Slater.
I
Um,
recognize the name, and I'm sure I would know her if I saw her, but I cannot think of
well, you
anything.
see, Michael J. Fox was in
Shut
Back
up!
to
I
the
know who Michael J.
Future.
Fox is. I'm talking about Helen Slater.
Let's see. She's Supergirl in the
Oh, that would be it.
1984 film Supergirl,
Nope, that would be it. That's where I know her from. I know I
amongst
recognize the name.
other things.
She's
But
in other things, but it's definitely the
it's
Supergirl.
probably very interesting. She's the voice of in Batman the Animated Series. She's
Andrea.
Talia al Ghul,
Oh, I thought you were gonna say Andrea Beaumont.
and in Smallville she was Laura L.
No, yeah, no, yeah, yes, that
And
that I knew. Yes, that I knew.
and in the 2015 Supergirl TV series,
She's
She was Eliza Danvers.
yeah. She's Supergirl's mom.
Um,
Yeah,
which
both
that's
of which her appearance on Smallville and on Supergirl are both references to the fact that she was Supergirl.
um. So I'm gonna take a stab at and guess that you have not heard of a movie called The Secret of My
I've
Success.
never heard of it. No.
Okay, so well, luckily this is not a super complicated movie, so the plot,
I'm guessing
plot.
Michael J. Fox. He hooks up with Helen Slater.
I mean, yes.
I knew.
Amongst there's at least one other person. Anyway, so um, he is a Kansas farm boy who is moving. He's a recent college graduate who's moving to New York City, where he is accepted an entry-level job as a financier. But he gets there, and then he finds out that the company he's supposed to work at has been taken over by a rival corporation, so he gets laid off.
Is it
Um,
called Rival Corporation?
no, I don't think they say what the corporation's called.
Oh,
Anyways, and so then he tries to get jobs at other places. He's unsuccessful because he's either overqualified or underqualified. There's this whole thing where he's in an interview and he's like, "How am I supposed to get the experience required that you are saying that I need if no one will give me the
oh, I
chance
hate that.
to get the experience that I need?"
Boy,
And I'm
howdy, are we
like,
in that position right now?
hashtag relatable.
Hashtag been there. Hashtag currently there.
Um, and so
You
then
need
he
you to
goes to the
pay me so I can make my
Penrose.
podcast better, but you won't pay me until my podcast gets better.
So then he goes to the Penrose Corporation, which is directed by his uncle Howard, who is like a distant relative that he's never met before. And so he gets a job. His uncle gives him a job in the
God, this sounds
mailroom.
familiar.
Um,
Is this a sad ending?
no,
No.
no, it's happy ending.
Oh, it sounds like oh man. There's another movie. There's another movie I saw, like a really old one. That the plot of this reminds me of that, where he goes to his rich uncle to give him a job.
Uncle, like never met kind of uncle, like great uncle or
Are you
something.
sure we're related?
That kind of uncle. And so he gets a job in the mailroom and he's trying to make his way up through the company. And he ends up having to drive one of the the wife of someone from the company who he doesn't know her and he doesn't know whose wife she is.
Gotcha.
That's important. That Justin, look at me. That's important.
Good.
So
Good,
he drives
gotcha.
her to a house in the country or whatever. And she's all like, "Oh, my husband, he's so focused with work and he doesn't give me any attention." And you know,
Yada
he's
yada
like,
yada. So on and
"What?
so forth.
You're beautiful and sexy," which is weird to hear Michael J. Fox talk like that for some reason. And so then she ends up seducing him and they have sex. And you end up finding out that she is the wife
Oh snap!
of said long lost uncle.
Oh snap!
So she is by marriage, and it's important to note that by marriage his aunt.
Oh no!
And
snap.
so then she
What a
continues to want to have sex with him because he was amazing in bed. And she enjoys sticking it to her husband because they are not happy. And so then he, meanwhile, at the company, has basically, while doing his job at the mailroom, has hijacked an office, used his position in the mailroom to send the necessary paperwork to get a name on the door for a fake name, hire a secretary, and is now working as a like business person up in the corporation part, um while also doing his mailroom stuff. And also there's a girl that when he first went there, was in the lobby, that he saw from across the lobby, and it's the most hysterical thing because like he sees her and it plays like just the most like 80s 70s. When did this come out? I don't know.
80s.
uh this came out
80s.
1980s, 1987. Yeah.
80s.
The most 80s music, like love, like he's like love at first sight
I
music.
wanna know what love is.
No, no, like it's just no,
I
not
want you
lyrical.
to show me.
Not lyrical, but like just music cue,
I know,
needle
but I mean
drop.
that's
Um
that's what you're thinking of.
and it's just as soon as it started playing it, I just started laughing because it was just so ridiculous.
Put up
But
my
anyways,
mustache.
she ends up being she ends up being
His cousin.
no,
Oh,
um, a financier or something, a person up high in the company or whatever.
money
And
chick.
she is the person that his uncle, because his uncle, of course, has to have a mistress in the company that he's sleeping with so that he's not sleeping with his wife,
Of
right?
course.
And it's her.
Of course. Yeah, that makes sense.
So then that's the one that Michael J. Fox is falling in love with. And so then his uncle gets her to spy on the new person that he supposedly like that supposedly got hired, that is like doing all this stuff that he doesn't trust, so he gets her to spy on him, and he doesn't realize that it's his nephew. Meanwhile, he's or his whatever he is, nephew, great nephew, whatever. And he says like, okay, great nephew, I need you to look after her and make sure that this guy isn't gonna come and this guy who is actually you, that I don't know is you, is gonna try and steal her away from, and they end up falling in love. And the long and short of it is that this important thing that I left out, um the aunt by marriage, the company used to belong to her father, and the uncle only got in, like, became president or whatever because he married her. So
Ah.
he's not like he shouldn't be president, basically.
Gotcha.
And so at the
Gotcha.
end of the movie, because there's this whole takeover that they're worried about this entire movie, and so the end of the movie, Michael J. Fox basically screws the uncle out of his position,
By screwing his
um,
wife.
basically.
That makes sense.
The wife buys the controlling interest of the company, fires the uncle, and then puts Michael J. Fox in as the new president, basically. While she is no longer romantically interested in him because he has since introduced her to a friend that he made in the mailroom. Um, and so Michael J.
Ciao.
Fox ends up with Supergirl, uh, and runs the company, and that's the secret of his success.
Sticking it to his uncle's wife.
Sleeping with the boss's wife.
That makes sense.
Um,
That
honestly,
makes.
fun movie. I actually did actually enjoy this movie. That might be because I like Michael J. Fox.
I mean, who doesn't like Michael J. Fox?
Like if he wasn't in this movie, I don't know that yeah, it's hard to say, but
That's
yeah,
fair.
I had
That's
fun
fair.
with it.
That's fair.
That's the secret of my success.
That's the secret of ooze. Ooze. Draw my next one. Um, Jordan, when it came time to talk about couples and romance and
Love and stuff.
love and junk, I wanted to hit some musicals, some musicals, or at least one musical, and I thought the greatest musical about love that you could select, Jordan, is a movie called Rock of
Grease?
Ages.
Oh, we went in very different directions.
Did we though? Did we? Were they that different? when you think about it.
One could make an argument for either case.
I mean, I would say they're not really all that dissimilar. This is Rock of Ages.
He wants to know what love is.
I have to do that. So yeah, the Rock of Ages is a jukebox musical featuring hair metal and heavy metal rock from the 1980s, based on a Broadway musical, which apparently is terrible. This movie is apparently a much better version of it, and this movie is not very good. But
I like that movie.
Look, okay, in terms of jukebox musicals, I think it's one of the worst ones. It's the thing about jukebox musicals is unlike okay, explain traditional musicals to you people. Traditional musicals.
What do you mean, you people?
You people, as in you.
Oh.
People, and the audience. So typically, when you're writing a musical, your musical numbers should serve your story. So they should happen because of the need for them to happen in the story. So your story should be written to serve the music. Jukebox musicals, it's the opposite. So your musical numbers are jammed in, and then the movie is written around them. So you wind up with scenes like they're on a bus, and just randomly, for no reason, they all start singing Sister Christian for no reason. Or in a lot of cases, like you're trying to bend the lyrics, which don't have anything to do with what they're singing about or what the story is about. You have to bend them, or you have to bend the movie to fit around the lyrics of the songs that you're including in the movie. And so it makes it clunky. So there's a lot of times where it's like a musical number happens and the movie has no story and no plot. And so then just out of nowhere, another musical number is already happening. And you're like, whoa, didn't we just do this song is kind of like, within 2 minutes, they're singing like Rock You Like a Hurricane. And then I can't remember what other song they sing, but it's all within the span of like a minute. I swear, maybe 2 minutes.
I mean, it can't be a minute because the songs aren't.
No, I mean, the song stops and then like a minute later, they're already singing another song.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
what you're saying.
it might be longer than that, but that's what it felt like. And like, certainly by the end, where they're like, oh shit, we're in the bit where they need to be forgiving each other, but we're only at an hour 10. We need to stretch this out for an additional 20 minutes. Let's do one more musical number just to make this work. Also, and this bothered me, she kept calling herself a stripper. She's not a stripper. None of the women in that club are strippers. A stripper needs to take your clothes off. Stripping,
I mean, hey, whoa, let's
in the name.
Let's be fair.
I will generously give her exotic dancer.
Let's be fair.
Give her exotic dancer.
Let's be fair. They might be stripping off camera.
I mean, okay, but the big thing is there's a big number where they do anything you want it, and there's like they're in this strip club where there's like 7 or maybe more, like less or more, but there's a ton of women all dancing on the pole, and then she gets on the pole and starts dancing on the pole, and they keep cutting back to her at the strip club, and she never once takes her clothes off.
Justin, this is 2026. A woman can do pole dancing and not have to get naked.
That was 2012, and fair enough, but they called it a strip club, Jordan. Again, inherent to the name. If you want to call it an exotic dancer
but
club,
maybe they only strip in the back room.
I mean, I will generously, Jordan. I will give her exotic dancer, but that's all I'm willing to give it. Juliette Hoth, fine as wine. Moi, fine as wine. The guy, hot but dumb.
Chris Hemsworth?
No, I don't know who the guy is. The main guy. He's.
We're just gonna say Chris Hemsworth.
He's not Chris Hemsworth.
He could have been. He could have been Chris Hemsworth.
The best performance in this movie and the best character in this movie is Tom Cruise.
Also, Justin, I believe technically when they're hot but dumb and a guy, the term is himbo.
Himbo. Yeah, that's true. He's a himbo. There's a really funny running gag of his manager is Paul Giamatti, who just wants to change everything about him.
Yeah.
The Z-Boys with the extra Z's for flavor. One of my favorite gags.
Like I said, I like the movie.
Look, it's terrible. It's a terrible fucking movie. But you could like bad movies. It's okay. This is an example of it's okay to like bad movies so long as you admit that they're bad. But like the one who's having the most fun in this movie is Tom Cruise. He apparently caved so much of a shit. Like he loved this movie for some reason. Like he apparently took vocal lessons to learn how to sing. and he sings okay. Like Wanted Dead or Alive is actually one of the better
I
songs in
yeah.
this movie.
I mean, I like that. I like that version of it.
My favorite bit is when they sing "Don't Stop Believing," and you can clearly tell it's a moment on stage where all the characters. I think how this is staged is I think it's staged like it's a concert. I think that's the idea. I know that in the original play, one of the better choices that they make from this is in the original play, the Julianne Hough character actually does sleep with Stacey Jacks.
She's the interviewer, right?
Not the interviewer,
Or
the main love
she's the
interest.
the girl. Oh, she's the girlfriend. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. You know the bit where she walks out and he thinks that she slept with Stacey Jacks. Apparently, in the play, she does sleep with Stacey Jacks, but in the play, again, this is to my basic recollection of what I've read about it. But I believe he's more scummy and gross. Like he's more sad. Like he's not hot. Like that's
Mm.
but again, I could be completely wrong about that. But to my recollection, I think that's the bit. I think they changed him being hot because he's Tom Cruise.
The thing that I remember about that movie, one of the issues that I remember having with that movie, is the interviewer and the main girl look too similar, and it made it confusing.
That they do look very similar. Also the bit where the two canceled men make out. That's funny.
Kurt Russell?
No, you're close though. I mean, kind of. You've
I
got.
just I know it's the guy. I know that I can't think of the guy's name. I know he was in Get Him to the Greek.
Yeah, you're thinking of Russell Brand.
That was it.
Because Kurt Russell is not, close enough.
Russell was
Russell
in
was
there
in the name,
somewhere.
and then it was Kurt. Now you got me saying Kurt Russell. It was Russell Brand and Alec Baldwin.
Ah,
They
yeah,
sing
right,
"I Can't
right,
Fight
right.
This Feeling Anymore," and then initially the joke is like, oh no, they're not gay, but they do a lot of gay stuff together, and then by the end of the song, it's like, no, 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 they're gay. They're gay. They're gay. They love each other.
They love each other.
They're very gay. Yeah, there's a lot of the mashups I quite like. I like the joke of having the "We're Not Gonna Take It" be sung by the repressive religious people because I just think that's funny. That's ironic.
Yeah.
In a way that you don't get if you're not familiar with the song. It's also a solid mashup, and yeah, I think Russell Brand's a good singer. I still like Get Him to the Greeks. So, but yes, I do remember it's a movie where like if you get really high or drunk and you turn off your brain, it's a pretty not like the only reason you would probably not like this movie is if you don't like 80s rock. If you don't like 80s rock,
Yeah,
it's really not gonna be for you.
but I mean, why are you going to a movie called Rock of Ages if you don't like rock?
It's true. I still think I maintain. I think it's I don't know. I'm trying to think. Across the Universe is, in my opinion, the best jukebox musical of all time. It's hard for me to say it's the. I was gonna say I think it's the worst jukebox musical, but then I remember I watched Mamma Mia, and I'm like, no, 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 that one's way worse. That
And the
one
only
makes me
two,
actively angry. This
the
doesn't.
only, the only two jukebox musicals that I can really think of off the top of my head are Across the Universe and Rock of Ages. So,
Yeah,
and I just like,
you've not seen Mamma
I
Mia.
like, I like Beatles music more.
I think. Oh,
So,
I just think that Across the Universe incorporates its music better into its story. It's the music of that movie serves the story of that movie a little better than it does here. This the only time that kind of works is well, number one. This movie does that infuriating thing where it pretends that these people have. So my headcanon is that in universe, like when he sings "Don't Stop Believing," that in universe they're not hearing "Don't Stop Believing." They're hearing an original song that he wrote because it's annoying when they're like, he wrote "Don't Stop Believing," and you're like, wait, so does that mean Journey doesn't exist in this universe? Or when he sings "Wanted Dead or Alive" or "Pour Some Sugar." Oh, that was the other bit. He's clearly Bret Michaels from Poison. That's who Tom Cruise clearly took his inspiration from. So it's like, does Poison not exist? Does Motley, like he sings "Pour Some Sugar on Me"? Does Motley Crue not exist in this universe? Like, so in my head canon, when he sings "Pour Some Sugar" or when he sings "Wanted Dead or Alive," she hears one of his songs, but we as the audience are hearing "Wanted Dead or Alive."
I mean, in my head canon, he's just talking.
No, because there's points where he's on stage. They're on stage singing and performing. Like he at one point.
Fair enough. Then yeah, it would be that he made his own.
Yeah, it's his own. But we're here. Like there's a point where he sings "I Want to Rock," angrily on stage and claims that he wrote it. So I'm just like, so in my head, Ken, he's singing his own angry song,
I,
and
I'm just sorry, real quick. I'm on Wikipedia because I was like, what are some other jukebox musicals that I know of? So I'm looking at a list, and I don't. There every now and then, whenever you look at a list of things, there's just like where you're like, I don't consider that to be one, but okay. So it says that Happy Feet is one, which they sing in it. There's music, but I wouldn't have considered that to be a
no,
jukebox musical,
I would say those are more needle drops than they are actual musical
right?
numbers.
Right? Like
But I haven't
that's to
seen
me.
Happy Feet in so long. To me, a jukebox musical is
Or
a
like, oh, that's a
traditional.
good example. That's a good example of one that I do. I think it's the best one. Sing.
Mm,
It's the
yeah,
best incorporation because them singing the songs is them doing auditions.
yeah, but the musical numbers don't like when I think of jukebox musical, I think of Rock of Ages or Across the Universe, where the musical numbers are like musical numbers in the traditional musical sense. Like you could swap them in for original music and it would still be a musical. I just don't consider Sing to be a musical. But to be fair,
Or
I don't really
if I
consider
was to
Disney
go with
movies to be music.
if I was to go with TV, I would say Glee.
Yes, that is very much a jukebox musical. Absolutely, that is very much a jukebox musical. Um, I Sing. You know what? I could see an argument for Sing. I don't see it as such.
I see an argument for it more than I do for Happy Feet.
Yes, that I would say because they're singing modern pop songs.
Happy Feet more reminds me of like a Disney thing, and those do not show up on jukebox musical
No,
lists.
because they have original music in them. That's why.
Yeah,
A jukebox musical. The key to a jukebox musical is literally what it sounds like. It has songs from other people in it. Like it
which
does not contain original music. That's what makes
which
it a jukebox
Happy
musical.
Feet does.
But is Happy Feet a musical though? That's the question. Is that
It's
movie
a
a musical?
it's about singing, heart song singing.
But like to me, like Sing, I guess is just as much of a musical as like Aladdin. Technically, there's musical numbers, especially the
But
second
it's
one. The second one, full bore, has musical numbers. Like
yeah, but
straight up has musical numbers.
the big difference between, and this is why it's a jukebox one, is Sing doesn't have any original music.
No, but that's
It's
where I'm
all
like,
just.
but it still functionally has musical numbers in it. Not so much the first one, but definitely the second one, where it's not just performance. I don't know.
I'm not as familiar with the second one. I've only
Really?
seen that
Oh
once.
yeah. Because in the Sing, those I always fuck up, but they're diegetic musical numbers where they exist within. Whereas in Across the Universe, they're all non-diegetic musical numbers. So yeah, I don't know. That's a tough. What is the
It's an
best jukebox musical? I guess is maybe the
it's an
question.
interesting question,
I
and
definitely think
I'm not the musical guy.
no.
I'm not the
I
I
stand
don't.
by it. Mamma Mia is the worst one. God, that movie was terrible. That movie upset me so. Anyway, that's Rock of Ages.
So I just hit 15%. I'm gonna push for a little bit longer, and then I will have to switch over.
Let's try to get through your next one.
So my next one is luckily going to be quite rapid. Um, it's Friends with Benefits. Came out in 2011. It's just stars Justin Timberlake and Mila
Couple that
Kunis.
have sex, but inevitably fall in love. This movie, unfortunately, has the, um, it's one of those that came out at the wrong time because I can't remember if it was this one. I think the other one comes first, but there's another one of these has the exact same plot, but instead of it being not Ashton Kutcher, instead of it being Justin Timberlake and Mila Kunis, it's Ashton Kutcher and Natalie Portman. And I think it's called No Strings Attached. It's literally
That sounds familiar.
it's
Hold on,
literally I think we might have seen it, but it's
I
literally the same
I
movie.
remember watching this
Literally,
one.
we watched both, but I'm pretty positive. No, maybe I didn't watch that one with you. I might have watched that one with friends, but I've definitely seen it. But they're the same movie.
And yeah, no strings attached. Lifelong friends take their
Yeah,
relationship
it's
to
the
the
same
next
movie.
level.
But
It's
it
the
came out
same
first,
movie.
and then this came out.
It came out. Hold on, I need to know the actual date. Keep talking.
But yeah, it came out first, and then this one had to kind of like pivot and market itself as being way raunchier than it was, and it's really not that raunchy. But they put out a bunch of red band trailers to be like, "Oh, this is the R-rated version of the Ashton Kutcher one." Pretty sure they came out within like the same
Yeah,
year of each other.
The No Strings came out January 11th, 2011, and Friends with Benefits came out July 18th, 2011. So within a couple months.
Yeah. And what the this one came out second, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I just remember that the Ashton Kutcher one really screwed this one because it was so bad. It put everyone. But this one is not.
This one's pretty good, actually. I had a lot of fun with it. I mean, relatively. Good is
For
relative.
what it is.
For what it is,
For what it is. Yeah.
for what it is, like it's not. It is exactly what you think it is what I'll say.
To my recollection, there's not nearly enough nudity in it. Like movies like this.
I mean, you see Mila Kunis's ass.
I remember they really tried to drive home the point that there's so much nudity in this one,
I wouldn't say that there's like
and they just
so much nudity. It's like, I mean, it's nudity by way of like a CW show for the most part, where like
dull,
you don't really see much.
Dull.
You see them in underwear.
dull, Jordan.
Like,
dull and boring.
you see Mila Kunis's ass at one point, which is a pretty fantastic ass.
Although my favorite joke is, have you ever tried peeing with a boner?
Yeah, true. But
It's funny. It's a funny joke.
I mean, there's not. I mean, I do think that there's something funny about Woody Harrelson. Probably like what in most movies portray him as like the straightest man ever.
Oh, isn't he super gay in this one?
He's gay in this one, super gay.
I think
and that's hilarious to me.
He like we're gonna talk because one of my movies has a similar character, but I love gay. This is gonna sound like a funny sentence, and I don't mean it badly. I love gay guys who act like straight guys because I love showing that, like, because the number one thing, and we're gonna talk about it, is like straight guys have this thing where they're like, gay guys are scary and they all they want to, but like I love the idea of the gay guy who's just he's just a bro. He's just a bro.
He plays basketball with them. He's like, they become good. Him and Justin Timberlake become good friends in the movie. Even though at the beginning of it, he's like, he rocks up and he's like, "Don't worry, I'm gonna find you some serious pipe, my friend." And he's like, "I'm not gay." And he's like, "Really?" And I just thought like. I think he's like art director or something, like he's like art this da 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 da. I just kind of thought that you wouldn't, but no, you're not. All right, okay, cool.
A much less shitty way to put it would be, I like characters who aren't stereotypes. He's not a stereotype. Not that being gay is totally cool. TV and movies has a history of representing them in a particular way, and it is refreshing when they break the mold. That's the politically correct way of saying it. Yeah, exactly. But now, to be fair, could you have gotten an actual gay person to play that character? Probably.
Sure. Probably. But it was but also it was 2011. I don't know they were at that point.
Not quite as bad as the mid 2000s, but
we're still we're working our way. We're working our way to the 2020s.
Right. I remember liking this movie, but I don't remember enough about it to have a strong opinion about it. I guess it's one of those ones.
I mean,
I'm well aware I've seen it.
It's one of those things where what you remember enough to know what you need to know about this movie.
Basic premise. He moves together in the end.
he moves to He comes from LA. He moves to New York. They are like, oh man, wouldn't it be great if you could just have a friendship where you can yada yada yada.
And then guess what?
Catch feelings. They catch feelings, and then they end up together.
Something to fuck, or he or she does something to.
He says something to fuck it up, and then he wins her back over by doing having a flash mob.
By the numbers,
as you could be,
and the numbers of a romantic. See, this is what we're gonna come back to this idea, but this is when I think of romantic comedies. This is it. This checks.
But part of the joke of this movie, and why it kind of works for me is one of the things that makes her relationships unsuccessful is she wants her life to be like a romantic comedy.
Yeah,
that's kind of the entire bit,
like you get stuck at the whatever train station, whatever.
And so then the fact that she's in a romantic comedy and her life becomes a romantic comedy is part of what makes it so funny to me.
I mean, that is true. That is fun. That I will give you that. That is funny.
It's sort of ironic, but yeah, no. That's really all I have to say about this one. It's pretty paint by numbers, and I had fun with it. And that is my last rapid fire.
Sweet. You want to switch over?
Yeah, I'm at 12%. Yeah, give me two. You can
I'll vamp.
riff.
I'll vamp. So, folks, while Jordan switches over to his less good audio, we're gonna figure out a way to keep him on good audio the whole show one of these weeks. But while he's doing that, it's time to remind you that we were at 380. We dropped back down to 379, but we are currently at 379 subscribers. And if you subscribe to us, when we hit 400 subscribers, we're gonna eat something unpleasant for fun on the live on the air. We don't know what that unpleasant thing is gonna be yet. We're working it out. I know I said hot sauce and a serrano pepper, but I had an idea for something else that we may experiment with. But we're close. We're 20 away. I'm vamping. This is taking longer than I thought it would.
There we go. Okay, we're good.
Excellent. Excellent. My next movie.
Yeah, we need to find a way to keep me on the good audio, though.
Right? We really do. I mean, maybe we'll find a cord to make that splitter. I mean, I'm sure we can find a splitter, a better splitter. I'm guessing you probably didn't think of getting a splitter.
I didn't know that there was such a thing for one that you could use for your phone.
I don't know. We'll figure it out. Anyway, my next thing.
I know. I never would have considered it, quite frankly.
But it didn't work. So.
Well,
okay. Back to the.
We're not ruling. We're not ruling this one out yet.
Back to the drawing board. Anyway, my next one is a movie called. So, Jordan, when it came time to, I forgot, I have to do an intro. When it came time to, make selections, I wanted to, again, get the entire geography, I don't think that's the right word, of love and what love is and what love, and Jordan, the number one part of love that nobody really talks about is when you've been married for a long time and you're getting kind of bored. What's happening? Jordan's gone. Where did Jordan go? Jordan? Oh no, I'm by myself. Jordan! Hold on. Hold for the return of Jordan, folks. Oh, there we go. That was strange.
That was weird. I was trying to turn you up, and it just booted me out.
That was weird. You good?
I think so.
Let's start that over. Jordan, when it came time to pick stuff for Valentine's Day, I really wanted to get the whole geography of love. I think I did that wrong. And one of the areas of love I really wanted to nail in on was long-term relationships and long-term marriage. And what happens when you've been married for a long time is inevitably you get bored. At least that's the impression that I get from movies and television. So this is a movie called...
And then you cheat.
Hall Pass. Now, Jordan, are you familiar with the concept of a hall pass?
Yes, I am. Where you are allowed to... Usually it's a celebrity hall pass, but where you're allowed to, sleep with someone and there's no guilt. Which really is just, I mean, if you're at that point, then if you're comfortable enough to have that in your relationship, then maybe there's a conversation for having an open relationship and you can just have sex with people. But I could never do that personally.
No, me neither. So this is a Hall Pass starring Owen Wilson, Jason Sudeikis. It's got Stephen Merchant in there. I can't remember if there's anyone else who's famous. Oh, I
recognize the name. Have I seen this movie?
It's possible. What's her face from The Office? Jim's wife from The Office is in this. She's, Jenna Fisher. She is Owen Wilson's wife, and her and Owen Wilson are not communicating, and Owen Wilson keeps looking at other women, and they both they have 2 kids, and they're at the point where they're both feeling underappreciated, and he's friends with Jason Sudeikis, who's the kind of man, if I were single, oh boy, if I were single, I'd be knocking them dead. And you're like, dude, if you were single, you're like a dog chasing cars. You'd never get anything kind of guys. We've all had coworkers like this. Guys who talk a big game, but when push came to shove, they do nothing. And so the Jenna Fisher, Owen Wilson's wife, thinking that he won't be able to get a single fish in the boat anyway, says, go have a week off for marriage. I'm giving you a hall pass. You go hook up with whoever you want to hook up with. I'm gonna go stay with my parents. And she takes off. And Jason Sudeikis is married to, I forget her full name. I think it's Christina Applegate. And he total like bravado when she's not around, but when she's around, he's like meek kind of relationship. And I can't. Oh, he's saying how he sneaks out and when she's sleeping and jerks off in the van. And there's a bit where he's like jerking off in the van, and the police walk by and see him, and they see him, and they just start laughing. And then one cop walks away and then brings over his partner, and she sees him, and then she just starts dying laughing. And then he gets arrested. So she gives him a hall pass, and she goes and stays with Owen Wilson's wife. And while they're at there's lots of points. There's one point where they're chilling in like some restaurant or whatever, and they're like, "Yeah, man, I'm gonna talk to her, and I'm gonna take it to her all night." And their friends are like, "Do it, like do something." And it gets to the point where they haven't done like anything, and there's this montage of him saying really bad pickup lines where he's like, "How much?" I'm pretty sure we saw this together in theaters.
Sounds familiar.
No, but on the other hand, I think I might have watched this by myself. But he does all these terrible pickup lines, like how much does a polar bear weigh? Enough to break the ice. Justin Spurr.
I've never heard that one before.
Really, you've never heard that one before? Oh, there's a bunch. He says they're all. Or does this rag taste like chloroform? I'm just kidding, Justin Spurr. He does a bunch of those. There's a really funny running gag where there's one point where his babysitter, who is 20 and is about to turn 21, hits on him while he's dropping her off and asks him to buy her beer and meet her down by the river. And he's like, "This is a trap."
In a van?
And yeah, he says, "This is a trap," but he kicks her out. And me, as a Canadian whose legal drinking age is 19, is like, dude, it's like a week from her birthday. Like, she's drank before. Just buy her the liquor. Who cares? Like, come to Canada, girl. You can come be legal in Canada. So there's a bit. Oh, yeah, it's also one of those movies where I'll never forget it because I had a friend who... I don't want to say what he does in real life, but I have to tell you about it later, Jordan, off air. But he did a lot of drugs in his youth, and this movie came out around the time where he had discovered pop brownies, and I'll never forget it because there's a point where they eat an entire pop brownie, and they're like freaking out on the golf course and like taking forever on the holes. Stephen Merchant is like waist deep in the water trying to catch fish. And he's like, "Yeah, I fucked up. We're only supposed to eat like a quarter of a brownie, not a whole brownie." And I'm like, "You would know." like you would, like, that's not, like, I remember
certainly back then you would. They haven't refined the process and gotten it to the point where it's
I'll never forget that friend being like, "That's not how pot brownies work." And like now I'm like, "That's not how pot brownies work."
Not unless there's something else cut into those pot brownies.
Don't make you hallucinate. That's not how pot brownies work. Now, if there's some acid in there, all right. But at the end of it,
or some ecstasy or something.
And so the throughout the movie, they're striking out, and then eventually, Owen Wilson, he's got a crush on this really really hot Australian barista. And he gets just about he has the opportunity to and he realizes that he loves his wife, and
he can't do it.
And he goes back to his wife, and it turns out that his wife is the only woman he's ever, because earlier in the movie, she's like, I remember the very first guy I ever slept with. I remember the day it happened, and then at the end of the movie, find out that she was the only girl he ever slept with. Um, and he
Aww.
Jason Sudeikis he describes a move early on he calls fake chowing a girl, where like you pretend but you really do this. And
Okay.
He tricks the babysitter's aunt, who is old but slutty, into sleeping with him, and he's doing the fake chow on her. And the guy who plays Superman on the CW is in this movie.
Oh, random.
But like really young, like it's like must have been one of his first projects. And he develops a thing for Jason Sudeikis' wife, and him and Jason Sudeikis' wife end up sleeping together. And it gets to the end, and he's like, she gets into a car crash, and he thinks she's dead, and they reconcile or whatever. And he's like, I'll do whatever you want, just we'll do whatever you want to do, whatever. And it gets to the end, and she's like, okay, so we're gonna do this, that, and the other thing. And he stopped, and he's like, I fake chowed such and such, and then the movie just ends. Super funny. But there's a bit at the end where Steve Merchant's wife is like, well, what if I gave you one of those hall passes? And it's like, oh, I hate when movies do this, but it cuts. It's the only thing that makes this movie on hard to recommend. I guess you could turn off the movie because it's like literally in the ending credits. But there's a running gag where Owen Wilson he pictures buying the beer with the babysitter, and it does this long series of kind of jokes where he's in various circumstances of trouble. So at the end
compromising
of the movie,
positions.
yeah. So at the end of the movie, it shows Stephen Merchant in this really long scene where he goes he hooks up with a woman, and then her husband comes back and he kills her because she's like he regrets it or whatever. He kills her. And then the husband comes home. No, sorry, it's the husband comes home and discovers him in bed with her. So he kills them both and then buries them in the backyard. And then like the person's mother shows up, and he goes, and he kills them and buries them. And then it shows these guys sitting up on a ledge or whatever, and they're like, "Oh, we saw the whole thing, bro." And then he just goes, and then he kills them as well. And it cuts to him like trying to run away from the cops, whatever. And then the next thing is he's in prison, and it shows him getting prison raped by a black guy, and it's done for laughs. And it's like, that's not funny. That's not funny.
When did this come out?
Like probably 2010, 2011.
It was fun. It was considered funny then.
It was. Yeah, it was at that period where it was considered funny. But I'm like, this isn't. But it's like a mid-credit gag, and it's not in the rest of the movie, and there's nothing really in the movie that's that gross. But yeah, I don't think
you could
think jokes like that are funny.
You could just skip it.
Right? The idea of it's just not. I don't. I'm one of the
just turn off the movie before that.
To be fair, that was a point where I would have found a joke like that funny, right? But like, yeah, I'm older now. I'm a bit wiser, and yeah, I just don't think rape jokes are funny anymore. I really don't.
I'm older. I'm wiser. I'm more refined.
Right, my tastes are more refined. This is very much a 2010. It's like right in there with like Horrible Bosses and all those movies, where it's like it's right in that era of terrible R-rated comedy. Like it's that kind of it's the exact kind of R-rated comedy you're thinking of. Like that's the kind of movie it is. But like I really like Jason Sudeikis. This is probably the first time I didn't like him very much, because I think he rides the line of being annoying but funny. Like I like that asshole character who says really like snappy things, but he's also an asshole. This one, it pushes the line of I just think his character is reprehensible, in a way where he's not very funny. Like it's kind of like a worse version of his We're the Millers character. Or his Horrible Boss. Actually, he's probably more closer to his Horrible Boss's character. You know who Jason Sudeikis is when I say his name, right? I'm realizing this now.
Isn't he the guy from We're the Millers?
Yes, and Horrible Bosses.
I more remember him from We're the Millers.
Really? Oh, okay. Yes, he's from We're the Millers. We're the Millers. Yes. That's
like he's the drug guy.
Yeah, he's the main guy. Yeah, from We're the Millers. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because when I think Horrible Bosses, I think Nick Wilder and I think Luigi.
Nick Wilde, not Wilder, but yeah, I could say that. Charlie Day, I love Charlie. Charlie Day is another one where I can't think of a movie or thing I've ever disliked him in.
Nothing immediately comes to mind, anyway.
Someone is vacuuming.
I hear nothing. Okay, so you have nothing else to say about that one?
That's
all right.
That's Hall Pass. Love your wife. The theme of the movie is love and treasure your wife. She's important. So guys who are married, love your wife. Appreciate them. Moving on.
So my first have seen is The Invention of Lying, which before we talk about the invention of lying, I do gotta say I never until this moment appreciated the irony that okay, so this movie is directed by Ricky Gervais, written by Ricky Gervais,
Wait,
produced by Ricky. Yeah, I mean it's a dual writing, but he's half of the writing of Ricky of this movie.
Really?
Produced it and starred in it.
He really wanted to make this movie for some reason.
And so I never appreciated the irony until watching it this time that a person who is very much an atheist and is very much not religious.
The point
is the person who created religion in this world.
Well, yeah, that's the kind of the joke. The joke is that religion, the concept of religion is invented. It's all a lie.
Right? No, but I'm saying the fact that a person who in the real world is so anti-religion. I know, and I'm saying I never really got that.
Yeah, that's him trying to say that. Him trying. This
like
movie
I never
trying to make a statement about religion.
I never really thought about that angle of it before.
I knew that was the angle. I knew that this was a takedown on religion. I just didn't realize that. Now that you
obviously I realized that in the terms of the movie that's what he was going, but I never thought of it in the fact of like in the movie he makes religion and he is an actor who famously is anti-religion.
Well, I mean, the minute you say he wrote it and directed it, well, yeah, I mean, he's the star, so yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't know that he did.
No, I know. I didn't know that he wrote and directed it either. That's interesting. That makes a lot of sense.
I'm saying
this movie was always like a takedown on religion. I always knew that's what it was.
And my point is that like it suddenly explains all of that.
It absolutely explains all of that. I like this concept. I just don't like the people involved in it, and I do think that it's another one of those ones where the balloon kind of deflates out of it as the movie goes on, where the more it becomes about religion, the less interesting it becomes. Like the best parts of this movie are the beginning, where he's learning it. Once it devolves to him creating religion, it stops being interesting to me.
I mean that's fair.
It loses a lot of its humor.
I still like this movie. Funny thing actually is and maybe this is just a me thing. For me, in terms of characters, I should say, not actors. But for me, the weakest part of this movie is the Jennifer Garner character. I just don't much care. I don't.
Well, so I would have been even in a world where you lie. Physical attraction is still a thing.
Yeah. I mean.
Also, the movie never gets into like the ethics of what he's doing. And to my recollection, he never gets busted because they have they can't bust him. They have no frame of reference to bust him. So it's not a movie where like he learns a lesson about the negative qualities of lying.
He does end up telling Jennifer Garner.
Oh, fair.
Like he does. Like he's like, I said a thing that wasn't. So she knows by the end of it that he can lie. But I mean, it's not a complicated movie.
I just don't. As I've gotten older, I just don't care for Ricky Gervais anymore. I just think he's an asshole.
I mean, that's fair. I like this movie.
It's one of those ones where I think I've only ever seen it once, and it was in theaters, and I was in my 20s. So, it's one of those I'd like to watch it again. Maybe we'll find a reason to watch it again, because it's one of those ones I'm gonna have to watch again to see if my opinions have changed.
Yeah. I like this movie. So that's my ultimate thoughts there's a lot of fun scenes, like when he's
Yeah,
trying to think of things to do with his newfound powers, and his
my
friends
favorite
are like
character in this movie is
Louis
Louis
C.K.
C.K.
is
I was gonna
like
say is Louis C.K. where he's jacking off in front of a coworker. No, sorry, he did that in real life. Sorry.
where he's like, I would use powers to touch boobs, and like
My favorite bit is
even in a world with no lying, men are still simple creatures.
my favorite bit is where he's trying to convince him that he's lying, and he walks into the bank. He's like, "Oh, I'm this person. Congratulations." While he walks into the bank, it says I'm low.
Is there anything? Oh,
I love how I love the advertisements in that. There's so much of that. That's the thing. Is like I feel it's a concept that's wasted on Ricky Gervais.
Hold on. Hold on.
It just wouldn't be a classic spur of the moment without technical difficulties.
Try talking.
Talking?
Okay, it seems to be not. You were just doing like a like it was. Just, I couldn't really understand what you were saying.
But no, I love. See, this is a world I maintain it's wasted on Ricky Gervais. Like there are better people, funnier people who could make a better, more interesting version. Like to me, this is a Black Mirror episode where like there's so much more. Like I love the idea that advertising is just a guy standing in front of a camera going, "This is Coke. It's bad for you."
I mean, here's a.
But I'm asking you to.
But I think you should.
I think you should.
I think you should.
Movies are just them reading historical things because they can't lie.
So if I could go back, when did this come out? 20 something.
I'm gonna guess 2011.
2009.
Close enough.
If I could go back in time and recast this movie, just one actor, the main actor, if I can recast, I mean, I don't mind it being Ricky Gervais, but just for the fun thought experiment of who I would choose to replace that character, I'd choose Jim Carrey.
No, that'd be fun. I think it's a fun reference to Liar Liar, you know.
Fun. I think that would be fun.
That'd be fun. That's fun casting. I'm okay with that. Ricky Gervais he can write and direct. I don't necessarily have an issue with the writing, although I do kind of. It's like I say, once it starts to become a romantic comedy, it stops being interesting because
that's my
Jennifer
thing.
Garner isn't like the everyone's idea of not lying in this is just to be flat and monotone. It's weird and have no
rude.
inflection or emotion. So them as a couple, it just doesn't work. They have no chemistry. But that feels by design, but it doesn't work. I don't know if it's her fault or his fault or whose fault it is, but it's just that them as a couple. It's just
that's where I say for me because like for example the scenes. Thing. For me, yeah, and I think I don't want to be mean, but I think it's on her more than it's on him because like the scenes where he can't lie and Louis C.K. and all them or the other bar dude are giving him suggestions of things to do, and then we go see him do the things. Those scenes work. Those scenes are fun.
Absolutely,
those scenes are enjoyable. For me, it's once he's trying to woo her.
Which is frustrating because I've seen stuff where Jennifer Gardner is charming and fun. Like I really liked her in the Adam Project, but yeah, she just there's no personality. These characters have no personality because for whatever reason in the writing and direction, Ricky Gervais was like, when you lie, that's where all of your inflection comes from. And it's like, well, okay, but it makes these characters hard to relate to.
So I don't know if I could recast her. I don't know who I would choose.
I don't know. I don't think. To be fair, I don't think there's any actress that Ricky Gervais would have great chemistry with. But hey, I don't know. Maybe there's a Ricky Gervais fan out there who'll tell me differently. He's just one of those guys where, like, if he wasn't famous and rich, no one would like him. He's just one of those guys where you're like.
So you're saying he's a Bill Murray?
Yeah, pretty much. Where like, if you were a regular person on the street, people would think you were obnoxious and not very good looking. I could say that as a guy who's obnoxious and not very good looking.
I think for me,
people would like me if I was famous.
If I could change this movie, I would have not made it a romantic comedy.
I remember. See, the thing is, I watched the only time I don't think I've seen it more than once. I remember when I watched it in the movie theater, and I remember being the only one laughing at it. So like, I watched it. I watched it on a screening.
Other than me.
No, this one I watched without you. This was one I watched without you.
No, we watched this with our friend.
No, this one very definitely. Maybe I watched it
Because
twice then, because
you must have watched it twice because I
because,
remember watching this in theaters and I didn't watch theater. I don't watch movies in theaters without you.
Because
Even back then, I think you used a free pass on this one.
I definitely remember watching it with my other friends, and I watched it on a screening for work, and no one laughed except for me. I was the only one laughing, and I remember absolutely.
I don't know what to tell you because I know this is one I very much I remember watching it in Richmond and I remember watching it on the screen.
Maybe I talked
I didn't watch this
it,
at
but
I didn't watch this at home until years later.
No, I don't think I've ever. All I know is I just remember my one friend sitting my friend sitting next to me and me dying at the bit where it brings in Justin Long and the guy who plays the priest. And the guy who plays the priest is he played Windows in those Mac and PC commercials. He's the priest at the end of the movie, who's marrying. And I thought it was hilarious that Windows was the priest. I thought that was really funny.
Yeah,
And
maybe we'll need to find another reason to have you watch this.
Find a reason to watch it. Maybe, I don't know. I'll figure something out.
Because interesting. This was Ricky Gervais and Matthew Robinson's directorial debut. So this is the first thing that Ricky Gervais directed.
To my knowledge, this movie did not do well.
It had a budget of $18.5 million.
So
and it had a what?
You double it. You have to double it. You always double it.
Oh, it didn't. Yeah, its budget was, or its box office was $32.7 million.
Yeah,
it
bombed pretty bad.
It didn't do well.
There's a chance movies like this break even, but a movie like this, they don't typically do exceptionally well. Okay, is that it?
I think that's it for this one.
All right.
Yeah. There's nothing really more to say.
So, for my first have seen,
I liked it.
I remember liking it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to find a reason. It's one of those ones where I liked it when I was in my 20s. I feel like I would not like it now. It just feels like one of those experiences.
I mean, there's definitely things about it that I don't like, but overall, I like it.
So, this next movie requires background. This
definitely
is
not the worst thing I watched this week.
Before I tell you the title of this movie, Jordan, I'm gonna preface this with this is my favorite romantic comedy of all time. I love this movie. Not because this is an example of a movie that I love, not for necessarily the movie itself, but my history with it and how it made me feel. So the background for this is the first time I watched this, I want to say 16, maybe 17, and I watched this in my family health studies class, a class in which a girl, one of the hot girls in class, it's important that I say that.
And yet also weird.
Wow, I was 17. She was very good looking. But she said that I would never find love because I was a cynic, and she wasn't wrong. She said I was an awful cynic and that I would die alone.
Turns out she was right.
So we, like any high school class, there is a period where it's the end of the semester and the teacher doesn't have anything, so they make you watch it. They say you can hang out, you can leave, or you can stay and watch this movie. And the next door to me was the textiles class, and they were gonna watch The Devil Wears Prada because that was a textiles class and that's a movie about fashion.
I can see some sort of logic.
It's in the logic, right? They make clothes. It's about clothes. This is health class, right? So we're learning stuff about, like, one point, one of our teachers showed up and who had been on mat leave to teach us about postpartum depression. It's the class where they teach you how to use condoms. It's that kind of class. We did a
the uncomfortable one that nobody wants to be in.
Yeah, that class was funny because for one of the every year in high school we did a recital or whatever, and the health class was going to sing "I Saw Mommy Kissing Santa Claus," And I went, I hate that song. And I managed to talk the teacher into doing Grandma Got Run Over by a Reindeer. And then I didn't show up to the performance. Nobody in the class wanted to do it. It was like pulling teeth. Nobody bothered to practice the lyrics. The teacher didn't show up for one of the classes we were supposed to practice. So I just didn't show up. So I have no clue as to whether or not they sang the song I suggested or not. Anyway, that was a very long way of saying this is Mambo Italiano. This movie, and okay, number one thing I need you to remember when I describe this movie to you, Jordan, is that I watched this when I was 16 years old in health class, grade 11 health class, okay? So this is about a man named, I think I want to say Nico, but it's about a man, his family are Italian, hence the name Mambo Italiano. And when he was a baby, his parents moved from their little Italian village, and they had the option to move to America or to move to Montreal, Canada. You're never going to guess where they moved, Jordan.
America.
No, Jordan, they moved to Montreal, Canada.
Oh.
So this movie takes place in Montreal, Canada.
I can't decide if that's the better choice or worse choice. I mean, they moved to Canada, which is better than U.S.
Which is objectively better, but it's Montreal.
But they moved to Montreal.
If it makes you feel any better, they hate it. They hate the fact that they live in Montreal and regret it. So, you know. And so, it's a little Italian family. And there's a bit early on where it's narrated by the main guy, talking about his family or whatever. And he is he works for a travel helpline, where like if you or travel agency helpline or whatever, he books. So there's a running gag where he's like, oh, I wanted to go to Paris, and so he sends him to Paris, Ontario. He's like, but you didn't specify. And there's a bit early on where he's talking about his sister, who when they're kids is really into lollipops, and it cuts to her as a teenager, and it shows her in the car with a guy, and he's like, "Oh, that love of lollipops paid off." And
don't say it. Oh,
Jordan,
don't say it,
Jordan. I mean, to be fair, she's an adult woman when it's happening.
Yeah,
it's a blowjob.
still.
And Jordan, I was 16 when I watched this movie in high school, in my high school class, in my health class. And he goes through. He talks about how the only person he was different, and the only person he really related to was his aunt, because she was kind of strange. And his aunt died when she was very young. It's implied that she committed suicide, but I don't believe they outright say it, but it's implied. Because his Italian family is really regressive and not supportive. And Jordan, spoiler alert, not spoiler alert, it's the main plot of the movie, revealed he's gay. Very gay. Super gay. Loves the boys. And
not that there's anything wrong with that.
And so he is he has a childhood friend. I think the childhood friend's name is Nico. I don't remember. I wish I could remember the name of the main character. Anyway, he and this guy are best friends when they're kids. And when the guy hits a certain age, when they become teenagers, he ignores him and is like, "You're a weirdo kid. I don't like you." Ignores him. And they reconnect when they're adults. Nico is now a police officer. And they go camping. And it turns out, Jordan, that he is also gay. And they have sex in the tent. And they end up moving in together and living together as basically boyfriends. They're boyfriends. The movie. So this came out like I think 2003 to early 2000s. So like they're living together in a domestic relationship, but they're both still in the closet, and they're just friends who live together, and like
they're just roommates.
Yeah, they're just roommates. Yeah, and they're both in the closet, and it's got a lot of early 2000s homophobia that for me as a 2026 man is very frustrating. Where I'm like, come on, man, just come out of the closet. Why are you in the closet? Being in the closet is
it's a real Bert and Ernie situation, if you will. It's
really detrimental for your own mental health. And so the main guy eventually comes out to his family, and his family. Oh yeah, and the dad is Paul Sorvino, the guy we talked about earlier. He's the dad in this for some reason, and he's the most famous person in this movie. And I was like, is that Paul Sorvino? What the fuck? I believe this is Canadian produced, by the way. Anyway, so the brother
That's why it takes place in Montreal.
yeah, the guy ends up coming out of the closet to his parents, who are upset about this and reject it out of hand and kick him out of the house, and he becomes what's the word I'm looking for? Disconnected.
Bitter? Angry?
Not angry. You know, when you're
Estranged?
Estranged, becomes estranged from his family, and they invite, basically they do this scheme with the mother of the boyfriend, Nico. They come up with this scheme in order to make him not gay.
That's not how it works.
To invite this girl over to set him up. Because the whole thing is, the entire time while he's in the closet, his parents keep trying to set him up with women, and the dates go nowhere, and he doesn't have the heart to tell them that he's gay. And he has phoned this gay help hotline and talked to the gay help hotline trying to get advice. That's important for later.
You're disappointing your mother. What are you doing? You're breaking her heart.
And so she comes up with a plan with the mother of the roommate. And yeah, he shows up, and the mother of the roommate attempts to set her up with this girl who Nico meets at a bar, and they sleep together. And she's like acting like they're together, and he's like, what is this? Like, we're together. And he's like, what do you mean we're together? We're together. He's like, no, but we're, and he starts to say lovers. And I'm like, dude, just say he's your boyfriend. Like, I get this is 2003, but he's your boyfriend. Like, show yourself a little self-respect and this respect to your... I get he's in the closet, but, like, show yourself a little respect. And the whole situation ends in this big fight where he is basically like, the boyfriend's like, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be gay, basically. I want to stay in the closet. And they break up. And he goes through this whole emotional whatever. He talks
by break up, you mean he moved out, right?
Yeah. Well, at this point, both families know they're gay. So it's starting to get around because I think at this point the main guy comes out of the closet fully, and so it's getting around the little village that they live in that he's gay. And so yeah, him and the boyfriend break up. And this is why they just to jump ahead real briefly, they don't get back together. Like, because you got to keep in mind, the first time I watched this movie, right? How I understood romantic comedies to be was how we described it earlier. The boy, there's a girl, the boy does something or the girl does something to fuck it up, and then they reconcile. And then they get back together at the end. That's what romantic comedies were to me. And the fact that they never got
mostly what they still are to me.
Yeah, right? The fact that they don't make up and get back together in the end and resolve it, that was subversive to me. Because I was like, that doesn't happen in straight movies. And so there's a really funny bit where, so the roommate, he ends up getting married to the woman who he slept with. And her whole bit is she's like, I turned him straight.
So what you're saying is he grows a beard.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So she's like, because he's like, he's bisexual. And she gets really offended. He's like, no, he's not bisexual. I turned him. That's my thing. And she's, I don't want to be mean, but like, not hot enough. In my opinion, not good looking enough to be this arrogant. It's just like, I don't know. She just has a real arrogance about her that I'm like, you're not attractive enough for this. I'm sorry. He's hotter than you. You're punching up. So the main guy, there's a bit later on where the main, I wish I could get, I'm gonna know what, fuck this, I'm gonna look up his name. But his mother runs into the mother of the boyfriend or the ex-boyfriend at this point, and invites them to the wedding, and they have this really funny, and Angelo, that's what it was. The main guy's name is Angelo, and the boyfriend's name is Nino. But they have this really funny conversation where they get invited to Nino's wedding. And they're like, how dare she insult us by inviting us to this wedding and throwing this in our faces? And the husband's like, well, we won't go. Like, no, if we don't go, they're going to know something's up. Okay, fine. We will go. We will go, but we'll dress like sloppy, like slobby. Like, no, if we dress slobby, then they'll know that something's up. Okay, fine. We'll go out. We'll buy decent clothes. No, we can't. We have to buy nice. Okay, fine. We'll go out. We'll buy nice clothes, and then we'll leave early. Like, no, we can't leave early because then they're going to realize that we're bad. Okay, fine. We'll go. We'll dress. We'll have a good time. No, we can't have it. It just goes on like that for like multiple. But there's a bit where she runs into the mother of Nino, and she's like, she says to Angela's mother, she's like, we can find Angelo a nice Italian girl. And she goes, he's gay. Well, that's not gonna happen. And he's like, he's gay. He's the gayest boy on the planet. And he's gonna find an equally gay boy. He is the gayest, and that's fun. She starts getting mad. Like, he's the gayest boy ever, and that's okay. And she's super supportive. So then it goes to later, and I can't remember. He's having a conversation with someone, and he's like, yeah, your mother flipped out at my mother. That's what it was. Yeah, your mother. He shows up later, and to drop off the keys or drop off something at their place, and he's like, "How did you find out?" He's like, "Your mother yelled at my mother about you being gay." And he's like, "Really?" And then he says it's a spur of the moment thing. He said the thing.
Nah, he said the thing.
I think I sent you a clip of that of him saying the thing.
You did.
And then he, and this is another reason why I love this movie is the Angelo hates the stereotype of the flamboyant gay. Like, he doesn't want to be that. Like, it hits a point where Luca has gotten married or whatever, and he's feeling lonely. He doesn't know what to do, and the sister's like, "Well, you go meet someone," and she's like, "Why don't you go down to the gay village and meet someone?" He's like, "I hate the gay village. I hate everyone there. I don't want to be like that. I don't want to be the stereotype of the gay guy, basically." And so he ends up volunteering at the gay help hotline, and he connects with the guy, one of the guys who works there, and they wind up dating together. And at the end of it, the mom loves him. It's really cute. Like, they're walking side by side, and Angela's got the boyfriend's got Angela on one arm and the mother on the other arm, and it's really cute. It's so cute. It's so adorable. And you get to the end, and he's still married to the whatever, the woman, the Gino, whatever, is married to the woman. And Angela's like, yeah, and he's still like going for his hikes, and it shows him, and he's all sweaty and half naked with another guy, and it's evident he's cheating on her with a guy. But what's funny about this movie is the big ending of it is he is a writer. This movie was written by a particular writer who this movie is based on the play written by the same guy, and it ends with Angelo writing a sitcom about his family, about his Italian family, and his parents absolutely love it. And the guy who wrote this eventually did make a show that's similar to this, that has similar themes to this, and the sister from this movie plays the lead woman in that show.
Interesting.
Yeah. But anyway, that all to say that the reason why this is my favorite romantic comedy, beyond the subversion of the main couple don't wind up together and he winds up with someone else, it's the movie I realized that I wasn't a homophobe. You gotta remember, I was 16. Like, not that I'm excusing it. I was 16. It's 2006.
Was a different time.
It was a different time, and I didn't exactly have the most progressive thoughts towards gay people. Well, at least I wasn't sure if I did at that time, and that was the moment where I was like, I fucking love this movie. I'm invested in these characters. I'm 16.
And the rest of it doesn't matter to me.
No, and the rest of it doesn't matter. And I like this movie because it's not overly explicit, but it's still funny. It's funny and it's charming and it's cute. And yeah, but as a 16-year-old kid to be like, I'm invested in this gay couple. Who cares if they're guys? The relationship is believable and it's real and it's authentic and these feel like reasonably, like they're a bit caricatured, sure, but they feel like real people. And that was the moment where I went, I don't think I'm homophobic. And I've never seen a romantic comedy I loved more than this. Like, to me, this skips all the cliches of what makes romantic comedies boring and uninteresting to me. Like, and yeah, it's if you're invested, and I would go on to be invested in all kinds of. One of my all-time favorite couples of all time is Blaine and Kurt from Glee. Like a lot of my favorite couples are gay couples. I myself am not gay, but if a relationship is real and believable, what does the gender matter? Right? What does the gender
love
matter?
is love.
Love is love. Yeah, love is love. Or whatever is what, you know what I mean? Yeah, relationships.
I mean, ultimately, I'm not in the bedroom, so what does it matter to me?
Right? And also, guys are guys. Like, there was a moment, I'm going to wrap this up with another story, but...
Boys will be boys.
Boys are boys. It doesn't matter who they're attracted to. Like, one of the funniest moments to me in my life was we were talking about this... I was at work. We're talking about a new guy who had just been hired, and one of the gay guys I worked with walked past and said, "Is he hot?" And we all went, "I don't know." And he went, "Don't care," and he kept walking. And I was like, that is such a guy thing to do. It doesn't matter who you're attracted to. Guys are shitty no matter who they're attracted to. But anyway, favorite romantic comedy of all time. It's not overly explicit. I think anyone can enjoy this. Unless you're a real homophobe. If you're a real homophobe, you're not going to enjoy this. But it's a good movie. It's really good. It's one of 2 gay movies I have this week.
All right. So, we touched on it earlier. What women want. My second half scene.
Ah, yes.
So, immediately, I don't want to say issues that I have, but issues that I have. This movie, I think it's written. Yeah, it's written by a woman.
Is it also written by a woman? There's no way. There's no way it's written by a woman.
Diane Drake, Kathy Yuspa, and Josh Goldsmith.
Holy shit! It is okay. That explains why this movie's better. That explains it because I can fully invest in the idea of a woman writing what women think. Like that, I believe that makes sense to me.
But it also kind of explains one of the issues that I kind of have a problem with, which they say in the beginning of the movie that he is essentially raised by Las Vegas showgirls.
Yes.
And his mother makes sure that he is around male people, which are the guys that run the showgirl show.
That's why he's a misogynistic douche.
But so that's where my issue comes in is just because the girls are he
would not be that misogynist. I get where
he wouldn't be that. Yeah,
he's around women too much. Fun fact about like what's the word I'm looking for? Being prejudiced or about prejudice. You tend not to be prejudiced when you're surrounded by the people who you are theoretically prejudiced towards because it prevents you from being prejudiced. So being around women would make him more empathetic towards
sensitive.
Women. Yeah, it would make him way more sensitive to women.
Unless
he spent a lot of time with the shitty guys, but
it would certainly, to my estimation anyway, it would certainly counterbalance the time that he is spending with those shitty guys.
It would. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's dehumanizing showgirls is what it's doing. It's saying because they're showgirls, they're also gross, and we're gonna talk about how women are gross in a bit here. But
but so that's my one kind of major issue. That and just that, I mean, by design, the character is a scumbag.
Yeah.
That's kind of I personally, I think he is just as much of a scumbag as at the end of the movie as he is at the beginning of the movie.
The whole thing with this movie, the whole basis of it, and it's why the what men want doesn't work is like he sees women as objects. And so part of the lesson of this movie is to not see women as objects and to see women as people with individual personalities. That doesn't happen with men. Women, they do, but they don't objectify men in the same way that men objectify women. It's not the same.
It's different.
I'm trying my best not to be sexist here, but it's just not the same thing. It's just not.
I mean, no. If anything, you're being anti-sexist because you're saying women are better than men, which is kind of
they're
true.
Better. I'm saying they're also gross.
In terms of being sexist, yes, they are.
They are gross in their own way. It's different. It's not the same.
It's different. Now, that being said, that's not to say that this movie doesn't have moments that I like. Like I like when he he reaches out and saves the suicidal girl from killing herself.
Yeah, I like that movie. I like
That's
a lot of the
probably
earlier stuff of
probably my favorite, one of my favorite
did I
movies
just stare
in
at
the
his crotch?
movie.
Oh God, I did stare at his crotch. Except for that
Like,
scene
there's
is kind of
definitely-
incoherent because she doesn't know that he can hear her thoughts, so he's just giggling like a moron for like, as far from her perspective, for like no reason.
That's where she's like, at a certain point she's like, why are you like, what, why are you giggling? And he's just like, I can just picture what you're thinking. And it's like, that's not,
It's also
no.
also this is the movie where I learned that Ashley Johnson plays Gretchen.
Yep. When she's crying, she sounds like Gretchen.
It's really funny when you're like it's certain things where you're like with Critical Role in particular where you're like oh man, I've separated myself from that. It's weird. It's like, oh, I think of her as her own individual. It's the same thing with Laura Bailey. Laura Bailey's always going to be Trunks to me. Like, that's the first thing I ever heard her do. This is the same way with Ashley Johnson. The first thing I ever heard her do is Gretchen. And yeah, when she cries, she's Gretchen. It's weird.
Yeah.
Especially because she doesn't look. It was a weird disconnect. This is also the first PG-13 movie I watched post Spider-Man.
It's also just it's
my grandmother.
There's a whole point where like
for some reason
she's gonna be going to the prom with the 18-year-old high school senior, and he wants to sleep with the 15-year-old, and that makes me uncomfortable.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
That makes me uncomfortable.
But like they're close enough in age where
it still makes me uncomfortable.
I can't do it. It makes me uncomfortable. But like
it makes me uncomfortable.
If I was 18, it wouldn't.
I mean, if you're 18, all you're thinking about is getting laid.
Yeah, that is gross.
And it makes
16,
me
at least. No, there's no version of
just,
that's not weird.
It just feels like you're taking advantage of a 15-year-old girl.
It really
doesn't.
I mean, because he is.
He is, and it feels like it.
Very much
he is.
But yeah, definitely having watched What Men Want and thinking about this, What Men Want, thinking about this movie in retrospect, I would not be surprised if this got edited down to a PG-13 in a test screening. It had that vibe to it.
So yeah, overall, I kind of don't like this movie.
Really? You don't have fond memories of it? I have. See, the thing is, I have fond, but to be fair, I was like 12, and there's kind of nudity in it.
Not really.
For a 12-year-old, it counts.
I mean, I guess, but I don't know. For me, like I should say, I have fond memory. I used to like this
it's
movie.
one of those, right? Where you're like, oh man, I remember thinking this movie was funny.
But like watching it now, it's the Mel Gibson character. Just
is it the fact that he's
just
Mel Gibson?
So
to be fair, Mel Gibson sucks.
I mean, I don't know. Probably, maybe something
it's
to do.
Hard for me to watch Mel Gibson in it nowadays because I'm like,
he's just so unlikable in this.
Yeah, and I just remember the back half of it derails
too much of it
into him being into Helen Hunt, and it loses all of the gags that make the first half of it funny. Where it's like it just becomes about him and Helen Hunt, and you're like, this is.
But it also just for me is, and maybe it's because of certain friends that I have. Who do certain things, and it's made me progressive in this way. But just the fact that just because his mom and he was raised around showgirls, it made him into a misogynist. That's just not. That really stretches it for me and makes this movie kind of unbelievable. Like from the onset, unbelievable.
I think the idea is they want to be like, he was born in lechery, and it's like, okay.
He was born seeing hot half-naked girls who fawned over him and gave everything he wanted, and that made him into a misogynist? No. Yeah. If anything, it would desensitize him to it.
Maybe it's because I've become respectful towards sex workers, but just
saying.
It just feels like it misrepresents them in kind of a major way.
Especially because, they're fairly tame, all things considered.
Yeah. It definitely feels like they given the chance they would have put nudity in this. This feels like the kind of movie that would have had nudity in it.
Apparently, before it became What Men Want, in 2009, they were working to make it. At first, it was going to be a remake, and then they did a sequel, which reimagined it and became What Men Want.
What Men Want?
But but Cameron Diaz was courted to star as its lead.
Interesting. Uh, yeah.
Would that? Here's the important question: would that have made it better?
No, probably would have just more or less been the same.
Also, apparently there have been foreign market remakes.
Yes, there have been.
So
China made one.
there's one from India, which is Agabai Arak, or I can't pronounce it, but it's loosely based on What Women Want. And then there's a Chinese
There's
remake.
a Chinese remake, yeah, which is funny. I almost watched it.
Kind
of.
So, I mean, maybe this must be me not really being fond of it. Must be a controversial opinion because it had a budget of 70 million. Can you guess what its box office is?
Well, okay, you got to double it. You always got to double it, so it's 114 million, ish.
No, but can you guess what it what it is? Keeping in mind that what it says here is like probably including.
Yeah, you always whenever you see a Hollywood budget, you always want to automatically double it. So
can you guess what it says here on the Wikipedia?
So if it's, I'm gonna guess 150. I don't think it. I think it did okay.
So what it says here on the Wikipedia, which again might include remakes, says 374.1 million.
Yeah, it's okay. That's not like a
on a 70 million budget.
Again, you want to double it.
More. That is double. That has more than doubled it.
Oh, so what's it undoubled then?
I don't know.
I'm saying take 70 million. Take 70 million and you double it.
Yeah, so that would be 140 million.
140 million. So it made what it.
And it made 374.1 million.
It did okay.
So it did pretty well.
It did okay. That's not. It basically made its money back and then did all right. It didn't do super well.
It's like quadrupled it.
No, but again, you want to double it, and then you take 140 million off of that 300 million. That's
yeah. So if
million.
I doubled it and then doubled it again, it quadrupled it.
No, but what I'm saying though is 200 million off of it's not that much. That sounds like
it's
a lot.
300. It's 374.1 million. That's not 200.
Yeah, that is.
What are you talking about?
That is it. All right. Again, you do 170 million, then you take off the 170 million, so it has to make back its money, and then so it made like
no. It had a budget of 70.
You double it.
Yes, which would be 140.
I know, and then you take that away from the 300 million, which is half of its revenue.
Which is still like 200 million.
It made half its revenue back. It's not that much. That's not impressive. It did all right. If it did better, then I mean, it did all right for a 2004.
I mean, it did well enough. It did well enough to get a sequel. So
I wouldn't. If you're talking about What Men Want, that's not really a sequel. That's a remake. It's not really a sequel.
Whatever.
But yeah, it's like 20 years later. So
yeah.
it did all right, but it didn't do exceptionally well.
In 2000s money, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, not really.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, it did okay. Again, it's a middling movie with which is fine. It's fine. It did all right.
Anyways,
which makes sense considering it's bad.
Anyways,
yeah, I watched that one in theaters. We watched that.
That's all I have to say about that one.
Do you remember watching it in theaters?
No.
We watched it at
I remember watching it at Grandma's on her TV box.
She took us to see that at Guilford. We watched that. In
I don't
Guilford.
remember. I don't remember that.
I can very vividly remember it because that was post Spider-Man, and I remember Googling what it was rated to see if it was rated over PG and discovering it was rated PG-13 and being anxious the whole time. And then
I remember watching it. On her TV box in her place in Langley.
Yeah, no, that's definitely one of those ones she took us to for some reason. And then I remember that was the same year that Austin Powers came out, and I remember being. And
like, I remember she put it on, and then she went into her room and had a nap.
And then I remember being like. I wanted to sneak. I remember wanting to sneak into because I didn't understand there were different kinds of R-rated movies. I very remember being like, I can sneak into Austin Powers 3 because I really wanted to watch Austin Powers 3, and I remember being like, I want to sneak in there and see if it's scary, and then trying to talk someone into taking me to it. I can remember it like it was yesterday. I just remember the utter confusion as to why my grandmother would make us watch this movie. But I've seen it. I could believe you're part of this because I've seen it more than once. So I could believe she was like, "This is a harmless movie." We watched it in theaters. I'll put it on, but we definitely.
I could believe both. I just don't remember watching it in theaters.
I don't know why you would.
But in 2000, I would have been like 9. So
Yeah, I don't know why you would. Oh no, sorry, 2004. 2004 wasn't. Sorry, Austin Powers Goldmember was. But yeah, anyway. Is that it?
that's it.
All right. So I'm gonna confess to you, Jordan. I picked this one. Same reason I picked Mambo Italiano, because I went romantic comedies. Let's pick one of my favorite romantic comedies. And invariably, Jordan, doing this show is about. Well, I guess we just kind of did that, didn't we? Ruining movies I used to like.
I would say that's at least part of this show.
That's what just happened, right? We ruined a movie that we used to like.
I mean, that's one way of putting it. Another way of wording
You
it
mean an
is
accurate way to put it?
another way of wording it is realizing that I'm now an older person who has a different perspective on a thing that I once watched.
Yeah, ruined it. That's what I said.
Tell me about your movie, Justin.
Anyway, this is the sweetest thing.
Is it? Is it the sweetest thing?
This movie's bad, Jordan. It was bad in a way that upset me because it was like I remember liking this movie and it made me sad. The funniest thing about this movie is I rented this from the library when I was a teenager. The library.
I mean, at least you didn't. At least you didn't pay
public
anything for it.
library. I think I did once. I think I rented it once with my own money. But
Why?
I don't know. I used to like this movie. I think it's because there were half naked women in it.
What is this?
This is okay, the basic concept of it is it's like, what if we did like a sex comedy, an R-rated sex comedy, but all the male characters were women. It's basically what this is. It's a bunch of gross sex jokes that women would never make or say or do. And I think I looked this up and it was written by a man. But the plot of it is...
What's it called?
I already said it's the sweetest thing.
Oh, I missed that. Right. We made that joke.
Yes. And so... Okay. No, there's no way around this. I have to do the gross version of this. So, Cameron Diaz is the main character. She's a woman named Christine. And she is friends with Christina... I think it's Christina Applegate. I can never remember her first name. And Selma Blair. And they are 3 women, and I think they live together. And they're all in their late 20s. And Selma Blair has broken up with her boyfriend and is sad. And so they go to a party, a club or whatever, and they run into a guy. Cameron Diaz is basically the female equivalent of a player. And the guy walks by, and she slaps him on the ass, and he goes, "See, you can get any guy you want." And the guy's like, "Excuse me?" And he's like, "I can't believe you just did that. I can't believe you would objectify me like that." And blah, blah, blah. And kind of lays into her. And she's like, blah, 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 blah. And they say she falls in love with him. But, like, they have, like, 3 conversations over the course of one night where they kind of connect a little bit. But that's kind of it. And he says, and this is an important part... Jason Bateman, young Jason Bateman, like Arrested Development Season 1 Jason Bateman, is there. And the guy very specifically says, at least I'm positive he said it, I might be gaslighting myself into remembering incorrectly, but he says that his brother is getting married. Like at one point,
okay,
Jason Bateman is like, "You two are a thing?" And he's like, he's gonna be in my wedding. He says, "My wedding," okay? And so,
right.
She is really into him. She has this dream where he's like, "Oh, men don't like it when women go down on them. They only like going down on women." And she's dreaming about eating ice cream while he goes down on her. And Christina Applegate convinces her to go and crash this wedding so that she can get together with him, which is in a town that's like 3 hours away. And there's one point before that happens where they're like in a cafeteria, and for reasons I missed, they start singing this really long song where it's them complimenting guys on their dicks. The lyrics of which go, "Oh yeah, it's big, yeah, you know how to use," or something to that effect. It's like, "Yeah, no, it's not that small," and it's just that's it. for like 2 minutes. It just keeps going on. And I'm like, I have several female friends. None of them have ever had a conversation like this.
I mean,
Ever.
not when you're around.
No.
They
Stop.
they save this.
No. They don't.
They save this
They
for
don't.
when
No,
you
stop.
leave.
No. They don't. Because women are just as gross as men. Women will say, well, you want to talk about women? The shit in this movie that is realistic are the bits where women are like talking, objectifying men. Like I will never forget it. One of my jobs, there was this one time where 2 of the female staff members just stood at the window and went, hot, not hot. Like, women are gross. Like, don't get me wrong. Don't, what?
Triple O's?
Huh? Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was absolutely Triple O's. Yeah.
Yeah.
You know exactly.
Why did I know?
You know exactly who it is too. But they stood there. They stood there at the Chevron window, pointing at guys and be like, hot, not. Like, women are gross. Like, I'm not trying to say women aren't gross, but they don't do shit. Like, there's a joke in this movie where like they're driving, and okay, rewind a bit. There's a bit in this movie where they have to go pee, and they go into a men's bathroom, and she nearly gets poked in the eye with a dick through a glory hole, and the urinal explodes, and they get soaking wet. And so they get into their underwear, and they're driving, and one of them drops keys onto the floor, and she's grabbing the keys off of the floor, and it looks like she's going down on her. And as a guy drives up, and he's like, woo, woo, and she's like, oh yeah, and she's like making it look like she's going down on her. I've never met a woman in my 30 years of life women don't have humor like that. That's just not how, they don't do jokes like that. That's a guy joke. Like, and I'm pretty positive, I'm going to Google this now and I'm going to be wrong. I'm pretty positive this was written by a man. Because it was like, girls they're just not gross in that way. They're gross in their own way, don't get me wrong. But like,
again,
not gross in that way.
Maybe they are when there's only girls around. I don't know.
This was written by a woman. No, never mind. It's just.
Then you're wrong.
Well, no, it feels like a blatant attempt to. I don't think I'm wrong. I mean, I'm not wrong because I have female friends.
I mean, that doesn't mean that you know what they're like when you're not
female
there.
Friends are not gonna. No. I have female friends. Just they don't talk like.
I mean, not all women are the same. So.
Okay. Still, women.
Your female friends didn't do that. That doesn't mean that there aren't that
women. No, because these jokes are like weird and gross and misogynistic. They're guy jokes. Like they're guy. This movie is an explicit attempt to be like girls are gross. You know what it really reminds me of? It reminds me of Bridesmaids, where it's like oh, women do gross poop jokes too, guys. Like it feels like a deliberate attempt to be like women are just like guys, and it's like women are like women. Like, women are different. Like, let women be women when they want to be women. Like,
when did this come out?
2003. It's like,
yeah, exactly.
It's in 2003 romantic comedy hell, where it's like,
yeah, exactly.
Like you can absolutely write a female centric sex comedy that feels like I say,
not
women.
Not in 2003. You can't.
In 2003, you can't. No. So anyway, it gets to the end of the movie. They crash the wedding. They get to the wedding, and it turns out that the wedding is for the guy that she has a thing for. Even though the movie has never made it any clear. So she shows up, crashes the wedding. They find out that he's the one getting married. They sneak out. And then he just unprompted leaves the bride. Like, not unprompted, because there's a scene earlier where the bride and Cameron Diaz have a conversation and they become friends. But, like, yeah, they're about to get married. She has a rash. These two characters have otherwise not been in the movie for the last half an hour, have not had a conversation, have not spoken. They just kind of break up, and their families are all pissed off about it. But these characters have not been in this movie up until this point. And so they go back home, and there's a scene where... Now, to my knowledge, I don't think this is physical, but hey, maybe. But... all of their neighbors are all outside their apartment, and the police and the firemen, and they're like, you don't want to go in there. It's nasty. And they go in there, and Selma Blair is in the process of giving her new boyfriend there's a lot of jokes in this movie where it's just Selma Blair is having sex with a guy. So like there's one joke where he shows up dressed in like a mascot costume, and then it just cuts to they're having sex in the closet, and that's the joke. The joke is he's wearing a silly costume, and that's the gag. So at the end of the movie, they come back, and yeah, she is in the midst of you know.
Blowing him?
Okay, fine, you said it. You can't get mad at me now. You said it.
Well, I mean, you already referenced it earlier. What?
Did I?
Yeah, when they were in the car.
Oh, that is true. I did reference it earlier when they're in the car. Yeah, she's blowing him, and he's got a Prince Albert. Do you know what a Prince Albert is?
No, it sounds like
Bolt to the cock.
Sorry, what?
Bolt to the cock.
No, never one of those. Never one of those.
Yeah,
no.
I should have said it like
that. Makes me.
I should have found a better way to say that.
That makes me uncomfortable.
But his piercing is caught on her tonsils, and every time he tries to pull it out, it gets stuck. And she's like, "Oh!" And so
yeah, no.
There's a they tell her to sing a song.
There's certain areas that
no, I'm with you.
You don't shove metal through.
No,
that's one of them.
That's definitely one of them. But they're like, you need to sing a song. If you sing a song, it'll relax the throat.
Like iron.
It'll relax the throat. So they start singing, relax, don't do it when you want to get to it. Relax, don't do it.
So that song is ruined for you now.
And he's like, no, you gotta stop. No, it's making it worse. It's making it worse. And so then
You're making me laugh.
It's making it worse. That's all you need to know. And so then they all sing. This entire crowd of people all start singing.
Wait, there was a crowd of people watching him getting a blowy?
Well, no, she's stuck on his. Yeah, there's like a massive crowd of people who are trying to help her because she's stuck.
You're saying after they called the police?
Yeah. And so
or ambulance or whatever.
Which is just like, again, I don't know. It just seems like when a crowd of people is surrounding you, and your girlfriend is in utter terror with her eyes wide, stuck, that would be the moment you would lose wood. You would think, right?
I mean, there's no answer I can give to this, which is not highly inappropriate. So we're just gonna move on.
But yes, right?
Depends on what you're into.
Oh, that's true. But anyway, they sing. I don't remember the name of the song. It's the Aerosmith song. Don't want to close my eyes. Don't want to fall asleep because I miss you, babe. And I don't want to miss a thing. That's the song.
What I will say, Justin, is some people enjoy having an audience.
Oh, not in this context. I don't think you would. But
some people do.
No, I don't think. But yeah, they sing the "I Don't Want to Miss a Thing" by Aerosmith, and then he loses wood, and then she gets off. She gets unattached, and it's a very weird, not exceptionally funny 2003 scene. Like, I'm kind of learning that 2003 R-rated comedies are all bad. They're all bad. This made me sad. And then then he shows up, and then they get together, but it doesn't do the middle bit where they break up because he's with another woman. And it's bad. This movie was very bad. It wasn't very funny. It made me sad because it's another one of those times where I felt sad because I used to like this movie. It happens way too much. I gotta stop watching movies I liked as a kid, cause fuck me, this was a drag. The only thing about this that made this not a drag was it was only an hour and 25 minutes. It was over before I even knew it. I was like, holy shit, is this over already?
That sounds like a godsend.
Right? It's a blessing. It's a blessing when the bad.
That's the word I'm looking for.
It's an absolute blessing when the movies are mercifully short, Jordan. That's it. That's the sweet.
Do you have any final thoughts?
I don't. This movie was bad, Jordan.
Okay.
At least I didn't have to download it, though. At least it was on. I'm pretty sure it was on Amazon Prime.
Now we move on to have not seen, and
I have not seen.
So I am probably gonna catch shit for this opinion. But speaking of movies that we thought were bad, went on way too long. And I could not wait for it to end, and it did not pass the phone test, and I found it extremely boring. I watched Edward Scissorhands.
Jordan, I didn't catch shit for saying this movie was bad. I don't think you will. I didn't get catch shit for it. But then again, someone did threaten to hit you with a comically large size custard pie once, so
Yeah.
maybe the Edward Scissorhands fans are going to be passionate. Yes,
They're gonna come for me with scissors.
I'm probably, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if this. I've got kind of a embarrassment of riches this week for video, so I don't know it's going to be a video this week. But in the event that it does become a video next week, we're gonna pause real quick and put in what I thought. Here, and we're back. Jordan, I don't remember what I said, even though I sent it to you yesterday. Oh yes, this movie is two things. It is
Look at him! Ha ha! He has scissors for hands.
Yeah, look at him. He's got scissors for hands, Jordan.
And he loves their teenage daughter.
Hands. And suburban moms are bored, like really
and horny.
bored and horny.
And horny.
Bored and the being horny is kind of implied with the bored. It's kind of they go hand in hand. You're horny because you're bored. I think
and he falls in love with the teenage daughter.
He does, yeah. That's the romantic part of this, and the relationship is weird. One moment I see. I don't.
I mean, the entire movie is weird.
What's really funny is I don't remember this. I watched this at the beginning when we very first did the show. This is several years ago at this point, or at least a year and a half ago at this point. But I did see the bit where I said the boyfriend shows up and is like, "You need to run away, Edward Scissorhands," and it's like, dude, he was invited. You're in their house. You leave.
You leave, dick.
Yeah, you leave, dick.
This movie is like... Hold on, I can tell you how long it is.
Why do people keep handing him stuff? He clearly can't take it. He has scissors for hands. Stop handing him things. It's a really dick move.
This movie is 105 minutes long.
How long
is 105? How long? That's like 2 hours and something?
105 minutes is just over an hour and a half. So it's just under...
No. That can't be right because...
minutes.
It felt like it was like 2 hours.
Wait. Say the minutes again.
It says 105 minutes running time.
105 minutes would be an hour and 50. So it's about an hour and if I'm doing math.
According to Google, it says an hour 45, but it sure as hell felt longer than that.
Yeah, that makes sense. That math is mathing. You know it does. It feels like it's a 2-hour movie. It's excruciating.
It was a slog, man.
This is one of those times where I remember fucking hating this movie. So like, I'm with you. I'm all for the Edward Scissorhands hate because I remember hating it.
Tim
Burton's got a thing for hands. Apparently, he's got this thing about hands. This is not the only movie about hands with Tim Burton.
My thing is, so he's like, okay, he's an artificial human who has scissors for hands.
Technically,
this specifically says he is an unfinished artificial humanoid.
He starts off as, well, from what I watched when I rewatched the review, is he starts off as a haircut and a robot, and then he slowly turns him into a human thing.
Okay, so that doesn't change what I'm about to say. That, in fact, strengthens it. They can take off the scissors and give him prosthetic hands.
I think the reason why that can't happen, though, is because the doctor who created him is dead.
Sure,
so he's the one
but he's not alive. You can just take his hands off and attach something else.
Yeah, but I think I'm just mostly playing devil's advocate here. I think the point though is that he's like a Pinocchio story, so he's becoming a real boy, and that would be dehumanizing.
I don't know. All I know is that at the end of it, he doesn't stay with the family. Like the family is, she's an old woman and she's telling a story about him, and he's supposedly still the same age and is up in the mansion, abandoned.
Still living up there in the mansion. This movie has a sad ending. Which I didn't find very sad because I did not care for this movie.
I'm not going to go so far as to say I hate this movie. Because I don't feel that strongly about it, but I think it is very overrated, and I don't get what I don't know why people like it.
That's the same thing, but to be fair, I took a lot of shit for saying that Batman Returns is a bad movie, so
like I
think I hated it.
I hesitate to say that.
I might have to revisit.
But I
might be one I have to revisit.
I hesitate to say I hate it. but I didn't like it.
No.
I didn't have a good time with it. I don't
I'm with
think
you on this one.
if it's. I think for me, Tim Burton. Why did he make it a romance? Like this movie should not have been This movie would have been stronger if, like, the first part when he's trying to pretend to be human, he starts to fall in love, and then he gets rejected and he goes psychotic and murders people.
Like what I said,
That would have made this.
I said that somewhere in.
Yes, and I agree with
Yeah,
you.
I said that somewhere in an alternate universe. This is a movie where he goes Freddy Krueger style and goes crazy and murders people. Absolutely. The ending of the movie implies that that's where it's going. The ending of the movie implies that he's
like
going
the people
to snap.
turn on him.
Yeah, and
the people turn on him, and like, yeah, that's what it should have been.
The movie already has a sad ending. Fuck it. Go for it.
It should have been where, like, he goes on a murder spree. He murders like a couple of them. If you want to bring it back to the romantic part of it, then you can have it where the teenage daughter is the one who finally gets him to stop after he's already murdered like 4 people.
Exactly. He definitely should have murdered the boyfriend.
He did murder the boyfriend. Oh. That's the one intentional murder that he does.
Oh, well, okay then. Never mind.
They're up in the old abandoned house or whatever. He stabs him, and the boyfriend falls out the window. Right. So that is the one intentional murder. But no, there should have been more. Yeah. They should have leaned into he's not human. He has scissor hands, and he can easily murder people. They should have leaned into that.
People.
Like, I can see an alternate universe where there's a world where like there's a scene where one of the neighbor ladies he's snapped. And one of the neighbor ladies comes to him for her usual haircut, and he does the hair cutting on her head and, like, cuts her head off.
That would be sick. That'd be sick.
Like, there's an alternate universe where we have that, and that to me would be a better movie.
That would be a better movie. That would be a much better movie.
Ultimately, that's all I have to say about this movie. It had a budget of $20 million. Had a box office of $86 million.
Yeah, wildly successful movie.
I would argue that reading that box office, that's as successful as the other one that we were debating about.
Yeah, but different time. It came out in a different time. So this came out in the 80s and 90s, I think. 1990. Yeah. It's as old as you are. So I don't know if that's right, because I watched it for the year I was born. Right.
But
right, because the whole reason why I did Tim Burton was because I needed to prove to myself that I liked Tim Burton movies, because I hated this movie.
Yeah, you did.
I remember now.
Yeah. No, I don't have anything else to say about this one, but I will say, to set up a teaser for my next one.
Definitely not Batman, that's for sure.
I think this came out after Batman.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's not Batman. Batman was 1,000 times more successful. This is he made this. I think he made this. Batman was the movie that allowed him to achieve enough credit. Yeah, to make this, basically, because this was weird, and this was a weird pitch to the studio, and I think Batman was what allowed him to get the cred to do this. But I could be wrong.
This was also apparently one of the first times that Burton worked with Johnny Depp.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. That sounds about right.
Or maybe not. I just see here that it says, though Burton was unfamiliar with Johnny Depp's then popular performance in 21 Jump Street, he had always been Burton's first choice.
Oh, interesting. Then yeah, I would say this is probably the first times they worked together. That makes sense.
Depp was seeking to break out of the teen idol status, which is 21 had given him.
I think the next one they did together, I'm pretty sure, is Ed Wood. But anyway, Jordan, is there anything else you have to say about
the
man with scissors?
What I have to say to end this, I guess I should say, is I challenge the audience, anyone in the audience, to tell me why I should like this movie. Why do you like this movie?
Why do you like Edward Scissorhands? Because I think it's bad.
I think it's bad. Why do you like it?
Maybe that's the title of the video. Why do you like Edward Scissorhands? Because I think it's bad.
Because we think it's bad.
We think it's bad. No, it works better when you say I. Clickbait's so much better when you say I. Or when you put the name in. Because Jordan thinks it's bad.
I will say, the one that I watched after this, by comparison, I enjoyed like 1,000 times more.
Jordan, the rest, But this was a real peak and valley situation for me because like Mambo Italiano, that's a peak. It's all valley from here.
It's all
Brokeback
downhill.
Mountain was. Sorry, I'm leaping ahead. Is that it?
Yep.
So my first have not seen. The first one we shall go into detail about. It's a very famous movie that often gets reduced to its most basic component, which is it's the gay cowboy.
It's the
movie.
gay cowboy movie.
And that would be Brokeback Mountain. And I had never seen Brokeback Mountain before because, like I said,
it's the gay cowboy movie.
Own internal biases. But like I knew when it came time to watch like romantic movies, like this is an iconic romantic movie about two men who fall in love over the course of a summer. They wind up getting together, romantically speaking, and they over the course of the summer develop a bond and a relationship, and they have to go home to their lives. They both end up getting married to different women, and
they gotta go back to their lives and their wives.
Every summer they go back to Brokeback Mountain where they hook up all day long. It's one of those movies where they do an okay job of it, but it takes place over like several decades, and the actors don't really get older because it was filmed over the course of a couple of weeks or months.
Not years.
The one attempt they do to make it stars Jake Gyllenhaal and Heath Ledger, and the one attempt they do to make Jake Gyllenhaal look older is they give him a kind of a creepy mustache. They do okay. They give Heath Ledger some great temples, and the performance. I do think it's funny that Heath Ledger. I mean, to be fair, it was posthumously, and it was after he died. But I do think it was funny that he won the Oscar for the crazy clown role and not the gay cowboy role, because the gay cowboy role won all kinds of Oscars. I think he was not.
Yeah,
but he's really good in this. Though.
Yeah, but the clown killed him.
The clown did kill him. Well, some people say that's a myth. It didn't actually kill him, but depends on who you talk to, what you read. Some people say it was the clown. Some people, I think his family insists it wasn't the clown. But they're both good. I really do. If you've ever wanted to see if you've ever wanted to see Mysterio get it from the Joker, that happens in this. It's a thing. It's a thing. It's a little.
It
odd.
exists.
It happens. It's kind of graphic. It makes this hard to recommend. There is a bit later on there's a lot of interesting stuff involved.
It's only hard to recommend if the person that you're recommending it to is a homophobe.
I mean, any graphic sex scene makes a movie hard to recommend. I just more meant it in that regard. You felt that with your own shit, man.
Not because it was two dudes shtucking each other.
I mean, there is going to be a group of people who will automatically write off because it's two dudes shtucking each other. That in a scene that goes on for a long time. Multiple scenes that go on for a long.
I mean, I'm just going to be up front. I don't think it would be for me.
No, I can't imagine it would be. But to be fair, you're not into romantic movies generally.
Not really.
So,
they're kind of boring.
You would find this is one of those times where it's not going to be about the gay thing. It's going to be about.
It's more just about the romantic.
It's
thing.
boring. It's kind of a dry. It's a lot of like. It's a mood movie. It's more about vibes than it is about dialogue or action. So there's a lot of like characters
like I will
wistfully into the distance. Like I've decided. Do you know the?
I will say, in that way, I feel like I'm a pretty regular guy. Like the only romantic movie I can kind of do is a romantic comedy.
Like it's a really powerful one, and their relationship is tragic and sad, and like
sure it is.
The big thing with this is it takes place in the 1960s. So the one guy, he's terrified of coming out, and the other guy is not doing a great job of hiding it. And the movie and the people who made the movie.
That sounds very familiar. It sounds like the other one you watched.
Yeah, kind of. They do bear a lot of similarities, except for this one doesn't have a happy ending. Very much I was like, dude, just go live with him, man. Like, even if it's in the closet, you still get to live with him. But it's sort of implied that, like, the Jake Gyllenhaal character was, like, sleeping around with guys all over the place. Like, there's a point at the end where he says that he's sleeping with the wife, but it's really clear that he's actually sleeping with the husband. And like, and the ending is kind of ambiguous. Big spoiler alert. They go through many, many decades of only seeing each other a couple of times a year. They go hunting, they hook up, whatever. They go fishing. Like there's a bit towards the end where Heath Ledger is on the outs with his wife. His wife eventually leaves him and marries the manager of her job. And there's a point where he's been invited to dinner with them. And she's like, oh, yeah, you go fishing with this guy every year. And, like, I thought it would be cute if I tied a little note to it and been like, catch us a big fish or whatever. And you came home and you said you caught, like, 5 of these fish. And I went to go check the fishing rod, and the note was still on the end of the rod, and the rod was dry as shit, basically. Like, you didn't use the rod. And that's her basically like, I know you're gay. And it gets to the end, and he's contacting Jake Gyllenhaal, because the final time they see each other, he's like, yeah, I can't keep, like, because Jake Gyllenhaal's character, he's married, and their relationship is very mechanical. They're together, and they're reasonably happy. They have a son, but they're not really emotionally intimate. And so he's like, I can't, you're a successful rich guy selling shit and whatever, and I'm not, I'm poor. Coming to see you is costing me money. I won't be able to see you till November. And then Jake Gyllenhaal gets very mad at that. And then the next scene is Jake Gyllenhaal is dead. He's died.
Ooh, that escalated quickly.
And Heath Ledger phones the wife, and the wife is very kind of indifferent seeming to the death of her husband. Like, she doesn't really seem sad. And the conversation between her and Heath Ledger's character is kind of like, oh, you're the guy, basically. Because, like, she was told, she told whatever, that he wanted to be, his ashes or whatever, to be spread, or he wanted to be buried up on Brokeback Mountain. And he said that Ennis is very important to him. He's like, oh, you're Ennis, you're the guy. And it's implied but not stated, that she knew, and she's like, oh, he died by a freak accident on the highway. A tire exploded and crushed him in the face. And it's implied, at least how it's really funny, because as I get older, I really develop an appreciation for ambiguity. And it's ambiguous. It's implied that he got beat to death, basically, for being gay. Because the whole movie,
in that day and age, that's very believable.
Because the whole movie, that's why Heath Ledger won't come out, is because he's like, when he was a kid, his dad took him to see a dead body of a gay guy who had been beaten to death. And so that let me, I guess we'll skip the men having sex with men versus gay discussion. But the Heath Ledger and Jake Gyllenhaal and the directors and everyone who made this movie insisted that they were not gay, that these characters are not gay, that it's a movie about 2 straight men who fall in love. And, like, that's gay. Like, that's...
Respectfully, I disagree with that assessment. That's gay.
Right.
They're gay.
Right. Not to say that that's wrong. Bad.
Not in a negative way. I'm just saying they are gay.
But,
they
like,
are
even
2 gay men.
Like, even if you, like, okay, I guess maybe we'll do a brief drive-by of it. But the short version is, to some guys, the being gay is an emotional attachment thing. It's about the romanticism of it, the domesticity of it, the culture of it. The actual act of physically having sex with men, there's a lot of guys who don't see that as being gay. Which, okay. If you're going to come at me with that, right? I'm sure, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe someone in the comments will come at me with that. My response to that would be, they're very emotionally involved with each other. They're in love with each other. The minute it becomes love, you're gay. It's gay. Like, I would argue this movie is about... If
you prefer, they're homosexual.
No, but
that's...
The point, though, is different. There's guys who have sex with guys. They're homosexual, and they're not necessarily gay. That's the distinction they make. And they say what makes them... Hold on, let me finish it. The distinction is what makes them gay is the embracing of the culture of being gay, which I am with you. I don't necessarily agree with that, but I am not myself gay, so I will not argue that point.
That's where I was going to say, all I was going to say is, as an outsider looking in, because that's all I am,
right.
I can't make any empirical statements, But as an outsider looking in, I don't see a distinction.
But like, even if you are to
I
make,
don't see a difference. I don't see
but
one.
but
I
even
don't. I don't recognize one.
but even if you are to even look, if you tell me there's a distinction, then I will. Even if I don't see it, okay, there's now a distinction, right? You are the guys making.
If they're gay, if it's a gay
Right.
person is
If
coming
a
and
gay
telling you
person
that,
is
sure.
making that, and then they did, and they are, and they did. Um, if they have made this distinction, that's fine. Make the distinction. I will coalesce to your distinction, but they
Wait,
are
are they real?
emotionally, huh?
Are they real?
What, men who have sex with
The
men?
people in the people no, the people in Brokeback Mountain.
No, 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 no,
Because
no. No, I
you
mean
said
they
they
as in
made
the gay
it.
community.
Oh,
The gay community have said as much that well, at least back in the day, I don't know if this is still a thing. To be fair, this was the men having sex with men thing was largely created to get to study AIDS and HIV. So like, I don't know if this is still a thing. I don't know if the gay community still bifurcates this identity. I don't know if they're all like, nah, dog, it's just all gay now. I don't know, but so far as I know, it was recognized as a thing by sociologists. So they're experts. They know what they're talking about. I'm going to treat this as though it's a thing. If we follow that distinction that you're trying to make, they're gay. Like, they're not straight. If the distinction is that a gay man is a man who
or at least
falls
they're
in love,
bi.
huh?
I said, or at least they're bi
Well,
at the very least.
if the distinction of what makes you gay is an emotional, romantic involvement, that's what these characters have. They're romantically involved. They're in love with each other, so they are gay. My interpretation of the material is that one of them is bisexual because he has no problem embracing his married life. Jake Gyllenhaal is bisexual in my opinion because he has no problems being straight, being part of a straight life, whereas I think Heath Ledger is a closeted gay man who is having trouble reconciling his emotions and connection to his gay identity. I think he's having trouble accepting it, but he cannot be straight because as the movie goes on, he falls out of love with his wife, right? And so I think that, I think that he is I don't think he's bisexual. I don't think he's straight because there's a scene earlier on in the movie where he has sex with his wife and it's the same way he has sex with Jake Gyllenhaal.
Hmm.
So I think to him, I think he is, but I could see I'm not gay, so I could see if you're gay and you want to make the
I
argument
will.
that,
Yeah.
but they're
Yeah.
not
I will
straight. I
never.
don't think they're
I will
straight.
never be in a position to say one way or the other because I don't live in that world. I don't.
It just feels like Jake Gyllenhaal says they're straight. Certainly, I don't think Jake Gyllenhaal is. But no, I should say Jake Gyllenhaal's character, Jack.
I was gonna. I was
Jack
gonna
Laugh, or
say.
whatever his name is. I don't think his character is straight. Like, I don't know how you could say that. And the only reason why you would say that is to distance yourself from what you had to do in that movie. Because a big thing with this movie is they obviously had trouble casting it. Like, there's a long list of people who were supposed to be in this movie who I won't bore you with, but it's quite a substantially long list, and a lot of them said no because they were uncomfortable with the subject matter. And like, apart from the one scene, which I don't know is strictly speaking necessary, but I'm in the camp of I don't know that any sex scene is necessary.
Depends on the movie.
No, I'm a flat full stop. I don't think sex scenes add anything, other than
It's where we're gonna agree to disagree because
right.
I think it depends on the movie.
Yeah, no, I'm never.
And I also think it depends on how it's shot.
Yeah, I don't know. But I generally speaking, like, you could cut out that sex scene and it could just be they kiss and then it achieves. I'll describe to you the sex scene off air in not graphic detail, but I'll tell you roughly what happens. That makes me go, they could have kissed a bunch. It could have gotten to the point of it and then cut away. Like, but I feel largely the same way about sexual assault scenes. I don't think any movie should ever have a rape scene in it, ever.
I agree with that.
But sex scenes, it's hard for me to 100% be like, cut them
Like
all out, because
for example,
that's because I'm gross. So
like for example, I think for me it depends on how long it goes on because like for example the scene in Titanic where Jack and
oh, see,
Rose are in the
okay, fair. I'll let you finish, but
when Jack and Rose are in the back of the thing, and like it ends with him putting the hand on the thing. It's like you know what they're doing, right?
I
Like
think that's
it's
her hand, but I get
whatever,
your point.
whoever's hand.
You know,
Um,
I don't consider that a sex scene. I
that's a
understand why
sex
you
scene, though.
would. I understand why you would. For me, a sex scene, that's a love scene. To me, a sex scene is where you see them actually like.
That's where I say, for me, it depends, and that's why I
I
quantified
wouldn't
in the
call that
beginning
a
of
sex
this.
scene.
I say it depends on how it's shot, it depends on how long it goes on, and it depends on how graphic it is.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to. It's not a porn, right?
Yeah.
Like that's the
Like
big
when a
thing.
sex
It's
scene is
not a
like borderline
porn.
pornographic, I'm like, this isn't adding anything.
Or like another example of like the movie had technically had a lot of sex scenes. It's Friends with Benefits needs to have sex scenes. That movie has to. It's about sex,
Yeah.
but it's not graphic.
Yeah.
I don't think it's graphic.
I don't know.
I don't think,
I tend to err on the you could not do it and it wouldn't
and
wouldn't
I
add
don't.
anything.
I
It wouldn't take
I
anything
agree
away.
in some situations. I think there are some movies where you can cut it, but no, there are
Certainly
times when
this
I think
one,
it's needed.
I yeah, it's a really beautiful movie.
I think
It's a
I
really
think there's
beautiful
a
love story.
discussion that can be had, but it's a movie by movie
It's a
basis.
fucking bummer. It's a fucking bummer of a movie. It has. Oh, that was the other bit I wanted to say. Do you know the song?
No,
Oh my
I
god.
don't know anything about the movie other than it's two
Oh,
gay cowboys.
you do. We had it. We had it in our Oh, you would know it if you heard it, but we had it in one of our saved videos on YouTube. It was a Kingdom Hearts video where it was Brokeback Hearts.
Okay.
You don't remember that video?
Oh, I mean, there was a lot of them. It's hard to remember all
Oh,
of them exactly.
anyway, I maintain that the music from uh from Brokeback Mountain, it's called Wings, and I maintain you could put that over anything, and it would sound wistful and introspective. You know, like right now, I could put it over this right now, which I probably am in the actual YouTube video, and if you just leave a little space in between it, and you say that they never found love again after that summer. And once I show you the music, you're gonna be like, yeah, no, totally. It's that kind of music where it just sounds. Just try it, Jordan, try it.
Try talking about how all they had was that one last summer.
That summer together.
That summer together up on that mountain, Brokeback Mountain.
That's all they had.
They had one summer.
And they tried to recreate their lives, but they couldn't.
Every summer.
On the Brokeback Mountain. Bow, 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 bow. Bow. I guarantee you've heard it. Like once I show it to you, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, this.
Probably. Like, I have loose memories of the trailers, but, you know.
Yeah, no, it makes anything sound wistful. But yeah, I like this movie. It's a little slow. It is a little slow, especially in the middle. But yeah, the performances are great. We really lost something when we lost Heath Ledger. Like, it just, when I watched this, I was like, man, I would have loved to see old man Heath Ledger just do like a movie kind of like this, like an action movie or something. I don't know. But he missed the second renaissance of a career, and it makes me sad. Not my favorite movie involving a gay couple this week. That was still Mambo Italiano.
Mambo number 5.
I went into this, though, expecting to not like it. I will say that. It's definitely one of those experiences where I went into this being like, I don't think I'm going to like this. And I liked it more than I thought I would. So, there's that.
Well, that's good. It's good when things exceed your expectations.
I also didn't have to download it, and that automatically makes it. Jordan, that's it. That's the end. That's Brokeback Mountain. We got one more, and it's
Pretty woman walking down the street.
Pretty woman.
Pretty woman.
Oh,
I didn't intend for my two have scenes, or have not scenes rather, to be both from 1990, but
Wait,
this was
1990?
also this is from 1990.
Oh, I thought I was positive that was an 80s movie. Interesting.
Nope, 1990.
It's also directed
March-
by the same guy who directed the Valentine's movie we talked about earlier.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Gary Marshall.
Gary Marshall, yeah. He did a
Yeah,
bunch
this
of
came
movies
out-
we've talked about for the show
this-
before.
This came out March 23rd, 1990.
His thing is he makes shitty romantic comedies. Although this is arguably a classic, but still.
I like this one, especially.
Fair, it's a classic.
But well, and so See, that's where the interesting thing is I'm like, did I like it, or did I just hate Edward Scissorhands so
Hey,
much that it
that
made this one
happens,
seem
man.
better?
That happens. That happens when you. And sometimes that happens to me where I watch a real shit movie and then the next one like that happened to me with fucking Valentine's Day and what did I do after Valentine's Day? What Men Want, and I was like, oh yeah, do I like this or did I just hate Valentine's Day that much?
Did I just hate that one that much that it makes
Yeah,
this one seem better by
yeah,
comparison?
pretty much. Same thing with
Also,
Brokeback Mountain and The Sweetest Thing. I was like, did I like Brokeback Mountain or did I just hate The Sweetest Thing that much?
also, it was a strange thing because I've never seen this movie, but I've seen this movie. Like the
Yes.
movie
Oh, very
where,
much. Yes, yes. You know, it's one of those. That's why I said it's a classic for a reason. I'm sure you've probably seen
yeah,
it in like Family Guy cutaways at least once.
yeah, or like some parody or something
Oh yeah,
where
it's
it's
one of
it's
those for sure.
where it's a low-born person is raised up to higher society
What is it?
by
It's Richard
individual.
Gere and Julie Roberts, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Julia Roberts and Richard Gere, yeah.
Yeah, nailed it.
It also features Hector Elizondo, Ralph Bellamy in his final performance, Laura San Giacomo, and Jason Alexander.
Really? Wait,
Yep.
like Seinfeld, Jason Alexander?
Yep, he's the
Really?
lawyer.
He must have this had to have been while he was making Seinfeld.
He sure looks like he does in
Yeah, this.
Seinfeld. I instantly
Wait,
recognized
how long
him.
was
So,
Seinfeld on? See, the thing is, and this is might be my most I don't like Seinfeld, so
but he was a bad person in this.
I mean, he's a bad
Um,
person on Seinfeld.
Fair. Apparently, the original screenplay was titled 3000
Oh yeah, no, he very much was on Seinfeld.
and
Seinfeld aired
was
from wow, that's a long time. Seinfeld aired from
was
1989
originally
to 1998.
this was originally intended to be a dark cautionary tale about class and prostitution in Los Angeles,
About
and then it was reconceived as a romantic comedy.
about not being a prostitute. Don't be a prostitute.
Um, but I mean, yeah, most people have heard of Pretty Woman.
Yeah. So what's
He
this
finds a
song?
prostitute.
Is this movie is the song from this movie or is the movie
I'm
named after the song?
I'm pretty sure it's from this movie.
I could believe it. That would make sense to me. I actually don't know.
Let's
That's a Barry Manilow
let's
song, right? I'm pretty sure.
I think so. Let's find out if it says anywhere in here.
It should.
Casting, filming,
I could believe that the
box
song.
office.
There was a period of time. Fun fact, kids. Back in the day, they used to write songs specifically for movies, and this could definitely be one of those situations. I could believe it.
Oh, so according to the music section here, "Oh Pretty Woman" by Roy Orbison inspired the title of this movie.
Oh, okay. So the movie is based on the song. Wait,
Well, it's based on the
that's a Roy
title of the
Orbison
song.
song. Oh, interesting. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Um,
For some reason, I thought it was a Barry Manilow song. Wow, that tells me that Pretty Woman, that song is much older than I realized. Pretty Woman,
Apparently,
walking
on
down the
July
street.
20th, 2018, there is now a musical adaptation
Yes, there is.
of this.
I wonder if Pretty Woman is one of the songs they sing in it.
That's a good question. But no, yeah, I liked it. I thought the characters were fun. Um,
Fun and fun.
I thought Julia Roberts was hot.
That she was.
And I mean, what else is there to say about it?
Pretty Women.
Had a budget of 14 million. Oh boy! All right, this will be fun. With that reaction, it had a
100
budget
million.
It had a budget of 14 million. Your guess is for a box office is legitimately 100 million?
million.
463.4 million.
Oh, a big hit. Big hit.
Big hit. Definitely made its budget back.
Big hit.
And that's I mean, I'm assuming that's not including remakes. But
Not remakes. You wouldn't include remakes. You would include
not remake, re-releases.
Yeah, I was gonna say
mean.
you wouldn't include remakes. You would include re-releases, which there might have been. There might have been some re-releases.
The film grossed 463.4 million worldwide, and at the time of its release, was the 5th highest grossing film of all time worldwide.
Wow, people really like the idea of
Behind
a daytime prostitute becoming acceptable in society.
behind only E.T., Star Wars, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade, and Jaws.
Oh, well, all right then.
It was eventually surpassed by Terminator 2: Judgment Day.
Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Jordan, is that it?
It was released by that explains why it was on Disney Plus. This remained the highest grossing R-rated film released by Walt Disney Studios.
Oh, really?
Holding the record for 34 years until Deadpool and Wolverine beat it.
Oh, Pretty Woman. Is that it?
That's it. Pretty Woman.
Okay, Jordan. This is the final movie of the week, Jordan. Jordan, this is probably the worst movie I watched this week. I cannot think of a worse movie. I hated this. I hated every second of this. This was on Disney Plus, Jordan. This was on
Disney Plus?
This was on Disney Plus. I watched this on Disney Plus. Jordan dared me to do this. He dared me to do this with his challenge of being like, you should do 50 Shades of Grey.
I never thought you actually would,
And then I went, fuck it. Let's do it. It'll be funny. It was not funny. This is 50 Shades of Grey.
So before you get into all the dirty details of this,
I hate myself.
because I feel obligated to ask this, what did you hate more? This or either one of the Sex and the City movies?
This offends me.
Woo!
This.
So this finally
I get why people
dethroned-
like Sex and the City. I don't understand why anyone likes this. It's
this
terrible.
dethroned Sex and the City. Oh, this must have been bad.
It is everything bad about Twilight ratcheted up to 11. The main girl, was clearly told to just be Kristen Stewart from Twilight. She does everything Kristen Stewart does in Twilight. She has shitty bangs. She does that thing where she looks up at people. She has no charisma. Like, she's... Okay, the big thing with 50 Shades of Grey that you need to understand, just the history of this piece of shit, is it began its life as a Twilight fanfic. But they had to take it down. The author had to take it down because the main author of Twilight didn't like how graphic and sexual it was. And so all of the characters in this are just worse versions of the characters from Twilight. So the main guy, the main girl is Anastasia, Bella Anna. The main guy is Christian Grey, Edward Cullen, Christian Grey. She's got a Hispanic guy friend who's just Jacob. The only difference between
are they vampires?
No, they're real people. They're
Wow.
not vampires. So that's what makes a lot of this shitty. So okay, the whole thing with this is the inciting incident is,
Does it work?
Christian Grey is a CEO, a rich CEO for a company, and Anastasia Anna has gone there on behalf of her friend who was supposed to do the interview but could not because she has the flu. So now Anna is doing it. And Anna assumes that the interview has gone badly. And in the first of many fucking red flags that this woman chooses to ignore for some reason.
Willfully
Thank you.
ignores.
That was the word I was looking for. Willfully ignores. He shows up she works at a hardware store, and he shows up and buys zip ties, masking tape, and
red flag. Gets a red flag here.
And she's like, "Oh yeah, this is a great serial killer kit," and then still goes to coffee with him. And they go for coffee, and he is already creepy and possessive. Like, he keeps trying to tell her what to do, and he's like, I always get what I want. And his line reads, his dialogue reads, everything he says it like, at one point, quick diatribe, when in terms of casting, they went through a shit ton of casting. They wanted Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart, and chose not to because they thought it would be too weird. The reason why they didn't cast them. Anyway, so they go for coffee. She goes out with her friend, And
Probably supposed to read like a dominating dominatrix type thing, but yeah,
hold
just
on,
reads as creepy.
hold on, hold your thoughts. Hold on, comments until I'm done describing this. Okay, so she goes out to party with her friends and she gets way too drunk. And even though I don't recall them ever exchanging numbers, they have exchanged numbers now. And she phones Christian Grey, and Christian Grey is like, "You're too drunk. You have to stop drinking now. I'm coming to," and then he just, not knowing, she didn't tell him where he was, he just shows up at this party and like takes her home. And the brother takes the friend home, and then she crashes at his place, and then nothing happens. And then they go back to her place, and the brother is having sex with the friend. They've hooked up, like he's in the middle of having sex with her. And he reveals that he wants to have a relationship with, he basically is like, I'm not a normal guy. I'm not into normal things. And he shows her his playroom of BDSM stuff.
Aha, there it is.
So wait, so did you know nothing about this?
I know very little
You didn't know
about
that it was a
50 Shades of
BDSM
Grey.
thing?
I know that it's smut.
Okay, that's interesting. So yeah, so he reveals this room, and she's like, "Yeah, no, not into this." And I'm like, okay, at this point, I'm like, well, okay. There's only one way this movie goes. She gets in too deep, realizes he sucks, and then leaves him. That's how this movie ends. He's the bad guy. He's the bad guy in this movie, right?
And how accurate was that assumption?
So okay, so he presents her with a contract where he's like, I want to be in a submissive domination.
Is this the one that the girl is played by Maggie Gyllenhaal and she gets spanked?
She's not played by Maggie Gyllenhaal, but she does get spanked. She's played by Dakota Johnson, who was in. She's the girl from Madam Web.
Because
I
have a vague memory. I have a vague memory of it was Maggie Gyllenhaal though, but on Channel 39 of there being like a movie that was on once.
This is way past Channel 39 days.
Fair enough.
So okay, so
different thing.
Different era. So he wants to have this dom sub relationship with her, and he wants her to sign this contract. And there's a scene of her like, he's like, do your research and read the contract. And she reads the contract, and it's a bunch of really fucked up shit of like, you can't drink, you can't do, and it's all like really super controlling. And she initially is like, no, basically, is long and short of it. And he reveals that when he was 15, he had a dom sub relationship with a family friend, a family friend. And I'm like, it just kind of sounds like this.
So he was abused.
Right. This woman sexually abused you, and you have conflated it with love because you were 15 and you didn't know.
I mean, there's no sounds like he was 15. He couldn't consent. She abused him.
And
it's not
no,
somehow magically.
When I say abused, I mean like physically abused you. I don't just mean like emotionally abused you. I mean, it sounds she beat the shit out of you, and you've just conflated it with love. That's what it sounds like.
I'm just saying that like if the backstory of this was like it was a female and we were talking about a male, we wouldn't be questioning this.
No, I'm not questioning it. I'm saying it's abuse, but I'm saying royal you. Yeah. No, yeah. Yeah, exactly, because he's a guy. We're not questioning it, but no, this is abuse. You were abused.
This is abuse
by an older woman, and you have now conflated it into love. And it just kind of sounds like it's just so much of it. Like, there's so many scenes of him, like, hitting her with shit that it's like, it just kind of seems like you want to hit women, and you've used this. Because it's implied that he's done this with all kinds of other women, and she's the first one to put him in his place. And it's like, it just kind of sounds like you want to physically abuse women and you need an excuse to or a reason to. And nobody's questioning how fucked up this is because you're young and handsome. And if you were an older man, this would be Red Flag City. And like the dialogue is atrocious, Jordan. There's an entire sequence where they're talking about how far she's willing to go. And she's like, well, I don't know. I've never done it. He's like, are you a virgin? And she's like, yeah. And then there's an entire scene of him in her, like deflowering her. Oh, I hate that. I hate saying that. But yeah, there's a scene of her having her first time, and it's goes on for fucking ever. And like there's so many scenes of him, just like there's one bit where like she's all tied up and he's whacking her with a riding crop. And you're like, this is a what? Again, different strokes for different strokes for different folks, but in this context, it just looks like at one point he gets really pissed off because she says she's gonna go visit her mom, and she doesn't tell him, so he like hoists her over his shoulder and just starts slapping the shit out of her, and not her face but her ass, and you're like, this just looks like abuse. Like I'm sure there is a consensual, safe version of this. That's not what this look, and it's a lot of him saying what I would describe as like Edward Cullen dialogue of being like, we can't be together because of what I am. That clearly are like remnants of when this was a Twilight fanfic. And like, yeah, if he were a vampire, him being a inhumane, creepy piece of shit is different.
Makes a certain amount of sense.
But he's a human being, and this movie is like, you've taken way too long to realize he's a creep. Like, just entirely too, like, she falls in love with him, and he's a weird, disgusting creep, and he only gets away with it because he's handsome. It's so fucking weird. It's so weird. And so, there's 2 more movies.
How?
I don't know, Jordan. I don't know. So, how do you think this ends?
Well, now you've said there's 2 more movies, so I'm questioning what I would have thought.
If I hadn't said that, what would you have said is the way this movie ends?
She breaks up with him, and
right?
she moves on with her life.
So, okay. So it gets to the end of the movie. She
but
finally,
now I'm thinking that's not right.
Well, she finally is on the verge of agreeing to sign the contract, and she's done a bunch of the BDSM shit, and she seems to be into it. And it gets to a point where she's like, she's still conflicted. She's like, what's the worst punishment you can do? And so she naked, ties her up, and just like belts her with his belt, and like makes her count it. And then she's like, yeah, no, never doing that again. Absolutely fucking not. And then walks out and the movie ends.
How's there a sequel?
I don't know, Jordan!
Are we following?
No!
In the sequel, are we following her or are we following him? Like
my best guess is the second one is about him trying to win her back. But then I'm like, how is there a third one? And surely by one of these, the character that's basically just Jacob gets interjected, and it becomes a love triangle. But I'm like, okay, maybe a second one, Jordan. Maybe a second one. How is there a third one? Jordan, I'm gonna end up watching it.
I was just gonna say. So what I'm hearing is I have to send my best investigative reporter into this. I need you to subject yourself to torture and tell me so that I don't have to watch them.
I'm going to have to watch.
I Googled it, and the movie I was thinking of is called Secretary.
Never heard of it. Jordan, I hated this. I hated this so much. It bothers me that women like this. Like, this movie is like the highest grossing movie to come out on Valentine's Day.
I just remember that like when this came out, it was infamous for being popular with middle-aged women.
Yeah, with that's what Wikipedia said, the exact same thing. Middle-aged wine moms and white women. Yeah, aptly into this, which I don't get why. He sucks. Like, the only thing he has going for him is that he's handsome. He treats her like dog shit. Like I don't like Twilight, but he doesn't. He treats her like halfway decently.
Yeah, and there's also at least like halfway decent of a story there.
Like he's looking for an excuse to hit women and have an excuse to do so. Like he's just such a vile piece of shit.
When did this come out?
I'm gonna have to Google this, but I want to say
2009, 2011.
No, way after that. The movie or the book? Both? Okay, the movie, and yeah, just the dialogue is bad. It's all bad. All of the sex scenes go on for an eternity. It's basically the book came out in 2011,
Okay.
it's softcore porn, Jordan. It's the shit that would be on Channel 39 or
Well, I'm just trying to
City TV
uh,
on a Friday night at 2 a.m.
I'm just trying to put my mind of like
The movie came out in
where was
2015. Oh, that was the other thing. You'll never
interesting.
guess who does the fucking music for this.
Because I'm just trying to put my mind in the like where was the world at this point?
Yeah, this
Because
game.
like where the world is in 2000 is a decidedly different place than where the
Yeah.
world is in 2016.
Well, I mean, 2011. I mean, we're just coming off of Twilight kind of being a thing. It's not really a massive thing at the time. But the movie came out in 2015. A budget of 40 million. It made 569 million. Big hit. Like I say, I don't know if it still is, but for the longest time, it was the highest grossing movie to come out on Valentine's Day.
That's upsetting.
I just like well, they look. Oh man, I feel like I've done a lot of like saying borderline sexist shit this week, but like it happens. It's on the holiday I hate the fucking most. I don't
Hey man,
understand how
you
women
said
can say they like this and then act surprised when men abuse them. That sounds bad.
yeah,
That sounds bad. That sounds bad. I don't mean it that way. Oh god, I take that back immediately. But like, he's an abusive piece of shit, and all of the women fawned over this. Like, women love this book, but I'm like, but he's a monstrous asshole.
I think. Well, I mean, Justin, the key is
being rich and handsome.
No, I was gonna say you said you don't understand. It sets a dangerous precedent for what women think that men will think will be okay. The key is that they don't think that men will watch this.
Oh, that's valid. Or read it. That's also valid.
Or read it.
Yeah, no, that's valid. That's a valid point. Like I say, he hits her at one point, like screams at her and treats her like utter dog shit, and then flies her in a helicopter or in a plane, and she makes a dumb face like, wee, and she's like into it.
Also,
like, bro, he just hit you. What are you doing?
Also, and I will put this in. I will put this out there as a thing to make note of. There is a very, very distinct difference between whether it be man or woman, what someone fantasizes about and what they actually want to have happen.
Well, according to what I read about this, to be fair, the BDSM community fucking hates this book and this movie.
For a reason.
For a reason, because they say, and yes, absolutely, it absolutely misrepresents that community to a absurd degree, which it does. Knowing what little I know about it, it absolutely does. What, like they say that it's using that community as a scapegoat for him to abuse her. And that's what it is. Like a lot of the conditions
what you're describing, that's what it sounds like.
Nothing to do with like, it's just a lot of like, you can't dress a certain way, you can't drink a certain way, you can't act a certain
controlling
way. It's just control. In a legal contract, apparently the movie is better than the book, which doesn't seem possible to me. It just doesn't seem possible to me. There's no way. How could it be worse? The number one thing I do remember about the book is I remember a friend took me to like a classy bookstore, like an ornate, like really classy, fancy, like old-fashioned style bookstore in Victoria. And I remember walking in, and front and center was 50 Shades of Grey. And I remember opening it up to like whoa, that is smut. That is some smutty smut.
Oh, it's the smuttiest of smut.
Smuttiest of smut. Yeah, I would love, maybe by the time I do, like, I would love to get a person who likes this movie and this book.
Come on and defend it.
I would love to get them on, and I would love for you to explain to me why you like this. In the comments, tell me if you like this movie and why. And I need you to give me details.
Or book.
Either. And if you're like, I like it because it's smut, I'm going to be like, yeah, but surely there's less destructive smut out there. Like, surely there's better smut than where the guy isn't a complete monster. Like,
Valley of literature and lingerie. You're a book person. Maybe know.
That's a good point. She's a book person. Maybe she can tell us.
Maybe you know why this was so popular.
Maybe that's it. Maybe we'll reach out and see if maybe she wants to come on and do another book episode. I'm sure she's probably seen, because this is definitely going to be a YouTube video. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
Yeah, it kind of has to be.
I'm going to have to find a way. I feel like we've talked about this long enough that there's some times where I go to look at my footage afterwards and I'm like, holy shit, we talked about that for 20 minutes. It felt like we only talked about it for 10. like last week when we talked about Ultimate Muscle, that turned into a 28-minute video. That felt like we talked about it for like 10 minutes at best. It was very strange. So, yeah, maybe she'll see this and she'll comment and she'll tell me why people like this book, because I don't get it. I don't get it. And like there's times where I'm like I don't like this, but I'm not the target demographic, and
I can at least see who would and why they would.
The audience this is for. I can see it. I understand it. I don't understand why this was so successful as like a niche thing that like not many people know about and is not crazy popular, but like this made a shit ton of money. A lot of people watch this movie, and I need to understand why. Somebody has to explain this to me, because it was awful. It was an awful 2 hours. I wanted to bash my brains in. Like I hated this more than Sex and the City. I did, but it's close. It is close. It's certainly like the most hatred I felt for a movie in a while. I didn't quite feel. I think it's the worst thing I watched this week. I just hate it on a conceptual level. I hate its existence. If I could go back in time and like go up to E.L. James and like knock the pencil out of her hand or the typewriter or smash her laptop or anything in between, I would do it. If I could go back in time, walk up to her typing up the manuscript of this, if I could burn the manuscript of 50 Shades of Grey so I never had to watch this movie, I would do it. I don't see any negative way in which me going back in time and destroying the manuscript for 50 Shades of Grey would impact the world in a negative way.
Any negative consequences.
No, I really can't. I really can't think of a way that would create any negative consequences for anything. And that sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not.
The negative consequence, Justin, would be that instead of there being a bad, smutty version of Twilight, it would be like, I don't know, Harry Potter or something
I can't
else.
believe there isn't like a wizard movie that's Harry Potter smut. Like I can't believe that doesn't exist. Like that shocks me. I'm being honest with you.
Maybe with this new version of the show,
you're gonna be like, but they're
out,
teenagers, Justin. Yeah, so is Bella.
It'll inspire someone.
Age those wizards up, make them adults.
Oh no, they're instead of them being at young people boarding school, now they're at like college.
Yeah, they're in wizard college. Exactly. Yeah, they're in wizard college, and it becomes
boom, problem solved.
But yeah, oh my god, like it's crazy though. Like when you're watching it, you're like, holy shit, this is just Twilight. All of the dialogue, it's like he's saying that I'm a vampire Twilight dialogue, but he's not a vampire, so it's inexcusable. Like, there's a lot of that in this. Like, yeah, at least Edward Cullen didn't get molested when he was 15. Like,
that we know of.
What the fuck kind of like he says I was 15 and it lasted for 6 years. So like it just kind of I'm guessing she must come back. It must have been an age thing. He must have aged out. But like, yeah, she's a pedophile, man. You just described a pedophile. Weird. Fucking hate that. Anyway, I need to stop this now. It's just going to turn to me ranting more about how much I hate this movie. The only reason why this rant is so long is because I knew it had to be the last thing I watched. Otherwise, it definitely, I will say, it definitely had the effect of, it made me like Brokeback Mountain more. It definitely had that effect, and it's going to make me like whatever I watch next week more. Speaking of, that's it. That's Valentine's Day. Yeah, this is probably, I don't know, maybe this will be the video that goes out just before Valentine's Day on Saturday. Maybe. I'm thinking that. Because that feels like a good lead into Valentine's Day. A terrible fucking movie. Okay, before we do next week, Jordan, what's one of the you can only pick one of your movies people have to watch for Valentine's Day. And for bonus points, if you can guess mine.
Have to watch?
Yeah, you're like, this is a must see Valentine's television. Like you're there with your wife or husband or girlfriend or whatever, boyfriend, and you're like, this is the movie we got to put on as a couple and watch.
I mean, it's hard for me not to say Bruce Almighty because that's like one of my favorite movies, but I just don't know that that's necessarily
feel suitably
Valentine's
enough.
one.
I'm not vetoing. I'm just saying it doesn't feel suitably Valentine's-y enough.
If I'm having to go for one that's like Valentine's-y, like coupley, it's hard for me not to say Pretty Women.
Oh, that's a classic. That's a solid choice. I respect that choice.
It's a classic, and But if I had to pick a backup, it would maybe be the Michael J. Fox one.
Oh, interesting. Pretty Woman's a solid choice. That is peak Valentine's Day couple romantic comedy.
Yeah, it just really feels like that would be the one that a couple would pick to put on
Yeah, I could see
for
that. Which one do you
Valentine's.
think I'm gonna pick?
Oddly enough, I feel like you're gonna say Brokeback Mountain,
Ooh, that's interesting. That's an interesting choice. You're close. You're close. Um,
but you're probably gonna go with the other one, for the one that you really like, the
Mambo
one that you watched
Italiano.
more
Yeah,
often.
absolutely. Everyone should watch
Yeah,
Mambo Italiano. It's not overly sexual. I watched it when I was a teenager, and it didn't scar me. I love it. It's a great movie that not enough people have heard of. You've all heard of Brokeback Mountain. I mean, if you want a tragic love story about two cowboys, sure, why not Brokeback Mountain? But like Mambo Italiano is a bit more subdued than that. It's not quite. There isn't any weird, not weird, but there isn't any graphic sex in it. There's a blowjob joke that goes on a hair too long. But that's pretty much it. But I mean, if I had to pick a not gay one, um,
not homosexual one.
um,
Are we allowed to say gay? Is that have we taken that word? Have the gay community taken that word back? Is
I don't.
that still like a derogatory thing?
No, I don't
Like
think it is.
back when I was a kid, like you'd see Brokeback Mountain, you'd be like, oh, I can't watch that. That's so gay.
Oh, I think it probably depends on the context. When we say it's gay, we
Uh,
mean that it involves two gay men
it has two men
who are
and they're
gay.
gay.
Yeah, yeah. It's not gay isn't stupid. It's gay.
I just
Isn't
wasn't
good,
sure.
honestly. As in happy. It makes me happy. That movie made me happy. So by its
Yeah,
most literal definition, it's gay because it made me happy.
that's fair. I just wasn't sure in
I have to look at my
2026
list.
where what we're
I think if we
what we're
I think if we said homosexual but we didn't add the sexual, I think that's not
then
okay.
then that's bad. Okay,
Yeah, that's
okay.
bad. I
Yeah.
feel like that's bad.
I
Jordan,
want to I want to be inclusive and like
Jordan,
tolerant
I just
and
don't think
open.
I don't think any of the straight ones were good this week. I'm just gonna be real with you. There isn't a
Okay,
single. The only one that's that's close. Well, man, Hall Pass is
oh,
all
you're
right.
looking for one that's not gay, right.
Yeah, Hall Pass is all right, but I wouldn't say that's very Valentine's-y. Maybe
So
Rock of Ages. Maybe Rock of
you're
Ages. I
you're
don't
not
know.
you're not gonna pick 50 Shades Grey.
No, I don't hate myself or the audience. I'm not even gonna pick Valentine's Day, although that's pretty solid, harmless Valentine's. I suppose if you don't hate Valentine's Day and you like celebrity slop, celebrity cameo slop, then that might be for you. I just can't say Romeo and Juliet, the Leonardo DiCaprio version. That movie was bad. That movie was bad.
If I had to pick if I had
Watch
to pick
Mambo
another
Italiano. It's way
backup,
better.
I'd maybe pick Friends with Benefits because that's a pretty paint by
Yeah,
numbers.
it's hard to pick R-rated comedies because you're like, my thing is whenever I recommend a movie, I'm like, would I recommend this to my mother?
Yeah,
You know what's
and
funny?
no.
What's funny? My mother's seen Mambo Italiano. It's the
Has
reason
she?
why. Yeah, I remember there was a point where it was her and her then partner. They were picking out a movie, and it was like Mambo Italiano and something else, and they picked Mambo Italiano. It was the only reason why I'd heard of it when they put it on in my class, because
Fair enough.
mom had put it on, and I remember her dying laughing, just thinking it was the funniest thing. But that having been said, next week.
What's next? What's next week? Jeff?
Next week is a what's the word I'm looking for? Jordan, not title.
Quit.
Topic.
Title?
Topic.
Topic?
Topic. A topic. I am entitling Dawn of the Millennium. So I will be taking movies from the year 2000, and you'll be taking movies from the year 2001. Normally I'd give you a choice, but I want to do the year 2000. In the year 2000.
So I have to watch movies that are all from 2001.
All from 2001.
Okay, interesting.
I looked this up.
Interesting.
There's some fun choices. I already have some ideas that I'm gonna do. It's gonna be fun. Looks like it's gonna be different stuff next week.
Interesting.
Yeah. I wanted to do the year 2000, and then I didn't want to share the year. So then I was like, oh, we'll make Jordan do 2001. I considered making you do 1999, but I like 2001. Yeah, we haven't done that. We've done the 90s, we've done the 80s, we've done the 70s. We have not done the 2000s really.
I'm gonna have to look at see what movies are available to me.
And then I feel like we won't.
Movies and/or shows.
It'd be interesting to see, like, the 90s and 80s are very funny because it's always like, you're like 80s and then you go to the 90s and it's like Back to the Future 3. And you're like, well, I can't do it without Back to the Future 2 or 1. So what am I? So the 2000s didn't really have that phenomenon of like a year later the sequel's already out. That didn't really seem to happen back then. So, but I'm excited. I've got some fun ideas for next week. With that, Jordan, it's time to end this very long podcast that went on for forever. because I was like, I had a guest last week and I went quick, and this week I really wanted to elongate it just to torture you all. You poor people who listen on Spotify, who listen to the whole show at once.
If you exist.
Jordan, where can people find you?
I do Minecraft Monday on Twitch. Zethgore187, and when I'm not doing that, I'm doing this.
I do this 7 days a week, pretty much, when I'm not on the air. I'm on TikTok, Justin Spurr. This is on TikTok. We just recently hit over 100 subscribers followers on TikTok. We were at 101, which is exciting for us because we take forever to get followers. So that's pretty cool. As I said earlier, we are at 79. We were at 380 and then we dropped one, but that's okay. And we are inching ever closer to 400, where we will eat something on the air at the end of the show.
Eat something, do something. Who knows?
Probably eat something because it's just the easiest thing to do. And
if you ask him
something.
enough, maybe he'll touch like an electric fly swatter or something.
I will not do that.
He might do it.
I will not do that.
He just might do it if you
won't do that.
If you hound him enough,
no.
If you hound him enough, he might do it.
Absolutely not. There's no amount you could possibly hound me that would make me do that. If you want to have us sell your stuff, Jordan, sell a thing.
Buy this hat.
That's too much. It's too much. No, don't show him the hat, Jordan. You can't show him the hat. We don't know the rights to the hat. We can't show them the hat.
Well, we're showing them just enough of the hat that they can get an idea of what it is, but the green screen is conveniently blocking out.
But if you would like us to sell your hats, it's Justin's Business at gmail.com. If you want to be on the show, it's Justin's Business at gmail.com. If you want to be on our other show, it's Justin's Business at gmail.com. You can join the Discord. You can. I assume that Patreon is still up. I got an email that they were shutting it down, but maybe it's still up. Other things, other places, it's all down there. Arte Media. Go follow Wild Education. Help them out.
Think of the animals.
If you want to see last week's episode, which was Jake was here, it was professional wrestling.
It was wrestling.
Click the box on the left. There we go. My right, your left. And if you would like to see a random video that YouTube thinks you're going to enjoy, click the box on the right. Hit subscribe if you haven't already. Jordan, how many videos a week do we put out?
One every day.
There's new content every single day of the week. It's very exciting. And leave a like if you can't. Liking the video. I'm just going to be straight with you guys. Liking a video helps more than watching it. I mean, watch it for 30 seconds. That also helps. It pumps up the views. But really, what pushes us in the algorithm is your likes and your comments. Likes and comments.
Comment, subscribe.
Engage with the video is what I'm saying.
Sell your soul for just one more episode.
It's true. Just click the last one. Watch the last one. That's it. Watch the back catalog. Watch all the videos because we need watch time. We need about 1,000 hours, over 1,000 hours of watch time, which is honestly not a lot. And then we can create super chats and we can get subscribers or whatever. We can monetize. Help us monetize and bring you better content. You want better content? You need to help us monetize. Am I wrong?
Do it.
Do it.
Do it.
You do it.
Do it.
Do it.
Wait.
I'm hitting the button now. Do it.